Even in Mu Qiubuo's wildest dreams, never did he imagine that, just as how he had been able to gather a million-strong ice spider army through his law of fusion, Xia Fei could also rely on the Beast Spirit Codex to achieve control of the exotic beasts in this entire rainforest. Furthermore, their numbers were greater with even stronger combat strength and far more ferociousness. On Xia Fei's side stood powerful and mighty silhouetted figures one after another. A rank 7 white-faced green-tooth ape king. A rank 8 short-tail red-crowned crocodile king. A rank 6 black wooden-eyed bear king. A rank 7 star-flared sea pearl snake king. A rank 7 steelclaw balewind wolf king. The 11 supreme king-grade exotic beasts, which inhabited this rainforest, were all standing beside Xia Fei, at his beck and call. Taking the lead was the apex rank 9 austere sculpted demon condor king. There was also the king of beast kings, the holy beast that even god beasts were terrified of, the Shatterstar. Such a lineup could be described as majestic, comparable to an army that numbered in the tens of thousands. His eyes turned cold as Xia Fei stood up on that mountain peak and called loudly, "Competing against me in numerical superiority? You can keep on daydreaming. Arrogance. Such overbearing arrogance." Mu Qiubuo was infuriated. He knew very well that this rainforest was an exotic beast paradise. The high temperatures and humidity were fatal to the ice spiders, and given the clear disadvantage in numbers his side was now experiencing, it seemed like this would be an extremely difficult fight. However, he simply could not understand just how Xia Fei, who had spent all his while fleeing from his ice spider army earlier, after running into this mysterious rainforest in such disastrous conditions, had managed to amass such a powerful army in the blink of an eye. Could there be some god helping Xia Fei from behind? Even a law emperor of his caliber could not pass through the restriction boundary of the law of ternary spectrum, yet Xia Fei could come and go as he pleased. Over the span of these more than a dozen days, Mu Qiubuo watched in bewilderment as Xia Fei grew from a middling law warrior to become a peak law warrior. Such a rate of promotion was practically even faster than what deities could achieve. The timeline for others to promote was measured in terms of years, requiring constant cultivation over months and years in order to forge their way ahead with grueling effort. But Xia Fei's promotion was as pernicious as the will of the gods. He would promote after disappearing for a few days. The best way to describe how he could promote so crazily was getting a complete makeover after a short period. Then these millions of exotic beasts were now taking his command in earnest. Mu Qiubuo was on the verge of losing his mind here. He even felt that Xia Fei was not human but a monster. Instead, with a bold wave of his arm, Xia Fei let out the signal for his counterattack. Millions of exotic beasts came surging down from the surrounding mountainsides, snarling menacingly as they dove right for the ice spiders. The ground trembled. The power that these millions of exotic beasts put forth rivaled that of Armageddon. Wherever this beast army passed, the trees and vegetation would all get trampled underfoot. Hills and mountain inclines leveled. Rivers churned up and parted. "Charge! Kill that wretch!" Xia Fei was enraged. Beside him, the 11 supreme beast kings joined in on this unprecedented war between exotic beast and ice spiders. The skies, the land, the waters. In every dark corner of the forest, there were exotic beasts everywhere. Their numbers were uncountable, so much so that they practically blot out the sky. Like an oppressive haze of dark clouds, a depressing sight as they descended upon the enemy. Mu Qiubuo paled. He reinforced his spatial barrier, hoping to rely on his law to resist the attacks from the exotic beasts. Chain blockade. 5 tornadoes appeared from thin air, clearing everything that stood in their way with frighteningly disruptive power. Kaboom! A loud explosion could be heard, and 5 huge tiers were forcibly made across Mu Qiubuo's spatial barrier, and the ferocious beast army poured in under the lead of the beast kings. This was no war but plain slaughter. Instead, the ice spiders had left their sub-zero icy plains and arrived at this humid rainforest, so of course none of them was as powerful as what they had been before. The ice spiders all scattered wildly when the beasts came to bear. Any that was too slow would end up being torn to shreds by the army of beasts. A spotted spider attempted to release its poison, but several green snakes quickly came springing off from atop trees, sinking their fangs right onto its back. The venomous snakes found in the rainforest were even more poisonous than the spotted spiders. In barely a second, the spider was dead flat on the ground, foaming at its mandibles. This battle was completely one-sided, with Xia Fei's exotic beast army holding the clear advantage with both their location and timing, as well as their numerical superiority. There was no way for the ice spiders to put up a fight. In the span of several minutes, the front lines had collapsed in on the spiders' formation and were soon reaching the Spider Empress with Mu Qiubo. Roar! The Spider Empress spat out a large amount of white mist, instantly dropping the temperature around it below zero, freezing several wolves that had charged toward it solid. The ice spiders around proceeded to use mandibles and claws in a flurry of attack, shattering these frozen statues and killing the exotic beasts within. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. The exotic beast army was very strong, but they lacked any advantage when dealing with Mu Qiubo and the Spider Empress. After all, Mu Qiubo had a very high cultivation, able to create spatial tears with a wave of his hand, instantly cleaving dozens of exotic beasts in halves. Whoosh! It was as if the 11 Supreme Beast Kings had previously discussed it with one another, for they each suddenly appeared before the Ice Spider Empress, while the rest of the lower-ranked beasts got out from the fight and focused on clearing out the remaining spiders around. Beast King versus Beast King. The austere sculpted demon Condor King let out a shrill screech from the air as it came swooping down, a blurred figure that came down like a flash of lightning. Boom! Its body, larger than an elephant, came colliding with the Spider Empress, staggering it, as its pair of steel talons sank deeply into the latter's body. Crunch! The Condor King flapped its wings, forcibly dragging out a large piece of flesh from the Spider Empress. Shriek! The Spider Empress let out an anguished shriek. These beasts were really too vicious, moving into attack now that the Spider Empress was injured. The black wooden-eyed Bear King swung its paw, and 5 deep gashes appeared on the Spider Empress's body. The star-flared Sea Pearl Snake King sank in its 2 venomous fangs, injecting a large volume of poison into the Spider Empress. 11 Beast Kings and 11 different attacks took turns landing on the Spider Empress. It was as if none of them would let up their attacks until the Spider Empress was reduced into a carcass. The exotic beasts and the ice spiders were overlords of their respective regions, neither seeing eye to eye with each other all these years. Neither could withstand the different climate, which was why they could cohabitate in peace with each other. Now that the ice spiders had all descended upon the territory of the exotic beasts, there was no way that the latter would let them off easily. This was exactly what it meant to take advantage of someone while they were sick. This was not just Xia Fei's living philosophy, but also an unchanging rule of the natural world. Not a single one of these 11 supreme exotic beast kings were the benevolent sort. Being vicious and cruel was more in line with their nature. Had it not been because Xia Fei and Furball were a bloodthirsty reaper that had grasped the Beast Spirit Codex and a mighty holy beast respectively, there was no way any of these beast kings would have taken orders from anyone aside from themselves. The 11 supreme exotic beast kings all came pouncing, riddling the body of the over 1 kilometer wide Empress Spider with bite marks and gashes. It was a miracle that the Empress Spider did not just lose consciousness there and then. Screech! The white mist was released once more as the Spider Empress focused all its effort on unleashing her freezing mist. The difference between the common exotic beasts and beast kings lie not just in their strength, but their intelligence as well. Seeing the situation was no good, these beast kings quickly dodged to the side, hiding in the forest as they waited for the next opportunity to strike. Kaboom! The very ground churned. It turned out that the Spider Empress had released the icy mist so as to make the exotic beasts retreat, creating a chance for it to escape. Its huge claws were working like rapidly spinning car wheels. The Spider Empress was focused on fleeing, leaving a deep hole with every step it took. Democrat Minnesota you. Don't run. Kill him. Mu Qiubo was still putting up a helpless struggle even now. In order to kill Xia Fei, he had already ignored the reality of how he had forced the entire mass of ice spiders to the point of extinction, insisting on fighting with Xia Fei to the very end. Unfortunately, his attacks had all been but evaded or mitigated by Xia Fei. Even a Law Emperor would be left helpless in the face of his super speed, his physical agility through crafty approach, and his disruptive law of primal chaos, all working in tandem. Mu Qiubo could not harm Xia Fei, and it was hard for Xia Fei's attacks to kill Mu Qiubo either. After all, the defense a Law Emperor wielded was substantial, able to conjure up walls after walls of spatial barriers nonstop. The Spider Empress completely ignored Mu Qiubo's orders, recklessly fleeing away. Mu Qiubo had not perfectly mastered the law of fusion, so he was unable to have perfect control over it. With their boss gone, the underling ice spiders were of course the one that ended up running out of luck. Millions of exotic beasts encircled the ice spiders as they engaged in a wild massacre. None of the ice spiders had the courage to mount any sort of resistance now that their empress was gone, and the million-strong ice spider army was completely vanquished in a span of just 1 hour. Xia Fei and the still-alive 11 Supreme Beast Kings chased along the Spider Empress's route of escape, even throwing out attacks from time to time when they had the opportunity. The rainforest was the home of these exotic beasts, and they were obviously very well versed in the terrain. Any mistake that the Spider Empress made as it fled would all end up in the Beast Kings taking a bite or two out of it. As for the lower-rank exotic beasts, all of them had remained on the battlefield to clean up the strugglers. If he was killing, Xia Fei would of course kill all to extinction so that there would not be a single ice spider in the eternal ice plains ever again. That was Xia Fei's goal. Furball stood proudly on Xia Fei's shoulder, commanding these Beast Kings to fight, his demeanor extremely tyrannical and arrogant. Furball was mad that Xia Fei had stopped him from joining in the fight, so all he could do was urge the Beast Kings in their assault. No matter how ferocious these Beast Kings were, none of them could stop trembling when faced against the holy beast Shatterstar, so not a single one dared to go against Furball's orders. Boom! A wildstorm punch struck the Spider Empress square on its abdomen, and the powerful punch force mixed with the law of primal chaos exploded on its chitin. A huge chunk got blown following the punch, and its blood came gushing out. Xia Fei and the 11 Beast Kings' powerful assaults only made the Spider Empress skittered away even more. Xia Fei was in no rush. With his speed and crafty approach keeping up with Mu Qiubo, it was clear that he held the upper hand. Since he had gained the assistance of these Beast Kings, it was only a matter of time before he killed off Mu Qiubo and the Spider Empress. He was not at all in a hurry to attack and take any unnecessary injuries from this. Soon, the Spider Empress was forced to the base of a large mountain. Behind it was a 10,000-meter cliff, and there was nowhere else for it to retreat. The 11 Beast Kings spread themselves out, fanning out so that the Spider Empress and Mu Qiubo were in the center, baring their fangs, threatening the two. They were ready to kill them all in one fell swoop by the edge of this cliff. Xia Fei slowly approached, pulling out the blood crystal as he gripped it in his hand. Thinking that several minutes would be needed to drain the gargantuan Spider Empress completely, Xia Fei had only not succeeded due to Mu Qiubo's intervention. Was it you who tampered with the spatial door's coordinates, bringing us to this foreign space? Mu Qiubo pointed at Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. It's indeed me. What are you going to do about it? Mu Fuping has no relations whatsoever with you. Why are you helping her? Xia Fei simply answered. Well, that's none of your business. Xia Fei could not be bothered with this man any longer. He was pondering on just how he could make him slowly use up his strength until he died. Mu Qiubo burst into laughter as his eyes suddenly sharpened. Facing the encirclement of Xia Fei and his 11 Beast Kings, Mu Qiubo knew that there was no way out, so he had made up his mind that, even in death, he would drag Xia Fei down with him. Advanced level law of fusion. Life fusion technique. Mu Qiubo bellowed. I'll let you know what's true law force is. Drawing a circle in the air with both arms, a strange power surged. Xia Fei backed away along with those Beast Kings because they could all feel a great threat being unleashed from within Mu Qiubo's body. Fusion. Crack. The sound of the Spider Empress's exoskeleton crunching was heard, and then it let out an agonizing scream. The ultimate power of the law of fusion had been used, and it allowed a man to fuse with a monster, creating new life. The originally bright sky shining above their head had suddenly turned overcast. It was hard to describe the scene unfolding before his eyes with words. The Spider Empress's body had turned skinny and sturdy, from a huge arachnid into a monster with 4 arms and 4 legs in a matter of minutes. Mu Qiubu's law of fusion had caused him to become one with the ice spider, a peculiar and ferocious monster. Wildstorm. Before they could fully fuse, Xia Fei delivered a series of heavy punches right at them. It was clearly evident that the monster after this fusion would have the combat strength of both a Beast King and that of a Law Emperor, becoming much stronger than before. Xia Fei simply could not allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! Peacock blue came out from Xia Fei's right arm, reaching 50 centimeters in length in the blink of an eye. Its blue grass blades fluttered in the air. Like very agile tentacles, Peacock blue gripped the monster's 2 legs left and right. Get down! Xia Fei used all his strength to hold the monster down. 2 of the 4 legs from the monster had been ripped off, leaving it with just 2 legs and 4 arms clutching the ground. What are you all waiting for? Xia Fei angrily spat, and all 11 Beast Kings went pouncing on it, aiming at the monster's legs with their fangs and claws. Crunch! Blood crystal was stabbed into the monster's leg. As it participated in more battles, the blood crystal's speed at which it drained blood became faster and faster. A lot of blood flowed into the blood crystal from the leg of the monster. It was like a pump. No, more like a blood pump. Roar! The monstrous Mu Qiubu let out an agonizing wail as it thrashed about. What strength? Xia Fei's eyebrows tightened. The monster fusion of Mu Qiubu and the Spider Empress was immensely strong, and it could already reach that of a peak Law Emperor. Xia Fei was sent flying, tumbling into the air for several hundred meters. He only came to a stop after smashing through several dozen sturdy trees. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Liquid War armor, Silver Desert, so while Xia Fei could feel a measure of ache all over his body, he was not particularly wounded. The Beast Kings had all stopped their attacks and leaped away from their encirclement. By now, the law of fusion was already completed, and trying to get anywhere near the monstrous Mu Qiubu was already very dangerous. Ranged attack! Xia Fei shouted his order, and the Beast Kings all began unleashing their various ranged attacks. Exotic beasts would more or less gain their abilities after reaching the Beast King grade, though their capabilities would vary and demonstrate different degrees of combat strength. Xia Fei used his chain blockade martial arts technique once more. Mu Qiubu raised a spatial barrier before him. Aside from Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, nothing else could penetrate that, which was why Xia Fei must first break the barrier before the Beast King's attacks could score a hit on the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Different special abilities were unleashed at the same time, and the pretty lights and effects created were akin to a supersized fireworks display, which exploded in front of the monstrous Mu Qiubu. The glaring light show covered the sky, with the monster Mu Qiubu right in the middle of everything. It was clear that this wave of ranged attacks was very powerful. Without the protection of the spatial barrier, Xia Fei felt that Mu Qiubu ought to be heavily injured, if not killed outright after this wave of attack. Roar! That was when something unexpected occurred. Before the lights could fade, a black figure suddenly leaped. This one leap cleared over 500 meters. Smack! With his 4 arms clutching the cliff, the fused Mu Qiubu rapidly climbed up the peak of the mountain. Xia Fei was stunned. The body of the Spider Empress originally spanned over a kilometer, and it could be described as a huge monstrosity. However, after fusing with the Law Emperor Mu Qiubu, their combined body reached a height of around 150 meters, and his build was a lot smaller than before. Sinuous muscle lines bulged. Even the most outstanding bodybuilder could only sigh if they laid eyes upon this monster. His originally pale skin had turned grayish, and there was even a black mark imprinted upon his forehead. Getting rid of the previously heavy and cumbersome body, Mu Qiubu now had both agility and speed. Take me up, Xia Fei yelled. So the austere sculpted demon Condor King spread both its wings and soared to the clouds. Xia Fei exerted force to his legs and leaped high, grabbing hold of the condor's talons as it climbed. Whoosh! With great speed, Xia Fei was carried up tens of thousands of meters up in the air. Letting go of the condor, Xia Fei sharply plummeted headfirst to the valley. Xia Fei, have you gone insane? Phantom exclaimed. Never had he expected that Xia Fei would actually attempt something so suicidal. To fall headfirst for tens of thousands of meters from this height, this was practically too desperate a move. Shut it, Xia Fei retorted. Mu Qiubu fled up the cliff in an attempt to escape. This was when he suddenly discovered a black dot from above, drawing closer and closer. Groar. Muqiubwa seemed to have lost his speech capabilities after his transformation, merely growling a lot at Xia Fei as he waved his arms. With his head lowered like a dropped bomb, a stern expression on his face. Seeing that he was no more than 1,000 meters away from Muqiubwa, Xia Fei suddenly reached out his two arms and unleashed his spatial tear martial arts technique, chain blockade. Because he was plummeting to the ground, chain blockade was not traveling out horizontally, but directly straight for Muqiubwa's head. Kaboom! Spatial barrier versus spatial tear. Xia Fei's attack power was originally a lot weaker than that of a Law Emperor, but Xia Fei's attacks not only had the spatial tear force, it also had the disruptive power of the law of primal chaos. The barrier shattered. The tearing force struck Muqiubwa. The violent tornado did a number right to him, creating thousands upon thousands of cuts upon his body. Roar. When the tornado attack finally passed, Muqiubwa was left wailing. Before he finished his roars, Muqiubwa suddenly found that Xia Fei still had another move behind the tornadoes, and it was a move that no one expected. Xia Fei's silver desert had wrapped around him tightly like a cocoon, glinting its metallic sheen as he crashed in like an accelerated ionized cannonball. A short dagger poked out from the circular surface, and it was none other than blood crystal. It turned out that Xia Fei was using body as a weapon in order to assail Muqiubwa. The squall, which came from Xia Fei's chain blockade, had messed up Muqiubwa's vision, so by the time he saw Xia Fei, there were no more than 50 meters between them. This one strike landed right on Muqiubwa's shoulder. Blood crystal immediately began working, draining copious amounts of blood from the Law Emperor, far more agonizing than the spatial tears from before. Though it was just a small dagger, the power it had was unimaginable. The edge of the blade slashed downward, as a large cut appeared across Muqiubwa's grayish skin. In his panic, Muqiubwa's body cringed and began falling down from the cliff. He had originally escaped halfway up the mountainside, but this series of attacks from Xia Fei caused him to fall down to the base once more. Kaboom! The Beast Kings, which had already been waiting for this moment, unleashed another series of explosions. Xia Fei kicked himself off with the help of the cliff wall, and he came hurtling out at an oblique angle, which also reduced the inertia of his fall, so he safely landed on the ground. Crafty approach. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Fei closed in toward Muqiubwa, instantly making the decision to engage in close-quarters combat with him. Xia Fei had determined, after a short observation of the situation, that although the law of fusion combined Muqiubwa and the Spider Empress as one, increasing the strength and agility, his law force was ultimately weakened. Until now, Muqiubwa had yet to deal a single ranged spatial attack, almost as if he had lost the ability to do so. Any gains would be balanced with losses. His increase in physical strength must naturally result in other aspects of him to weaken. Swoosh! Xia Fei began sprinting, following along the cliff wall as he climbed upward. With a single tap of his foot, Xia Fei flew toward where Muqiubwa's brain was. The monster was big in size, so blood crystal needed plenty of time to drain his blood essence. That was why Xia Fei had decided to retrieve the blood and brain juices from him directly. The disadvantages of not having blood flowing to the brain was obvious, and no sentient being or beast would become lightheaded as a result, making it far more effective than draining Muqiubwa's blood essence from anywhere else on his body. Bind! Peacock Blue answered Xia Fei's order and came growing out, like a fragile ribbon fluttering in the wind. It deftly wound itself around Muqiubwa's head, essentially blindfolding him. Peacock Blue had two blades of leaves, and the other twined out to cover his nose. Titan, I want him wrapped to death. Xia Fei bellowed. Peacock Blue was very resilient, and it swiftly began tightening its hold. As such, not only was Muqiubwa's two eyes completely covered, unable to see a thing, even his nose was sealed, making it impossible for him to breathe. Shink! Blood crystal was stabbed right into Muqiubwa's scalp. The blood-sucking dagger began drawing out fresh blood from Muqiubwa's brain. Crack, crack, crack. A series of pops could be heard from the skull. Peacock Blue was practically crushing Muqiubwa's skull, which showed just how much strength it possessed. In an attempt to free himself, Muqiubwa used his hand to slap his head in his fluster when, really, all it would likely result was just him injuring himself. Xia Fei cleverly got Peacock Blue to let go, slipping behind Mu Qiubo in one smooth motion. Crunch! That slap struck his own head, and the misfortune Mu Qiubo nearly killed himself with that one blow. Now behind Mu Qiubo, Xia Fei reached close to his neck, and Peacock Blue struck once more, winding itself around his neck this time. The plant constricted with such force that it prevented him from breathing, causing Mu Qiubo's face to turn green. Pucci! Blood crystal was thrust into Mu Qiubo's carotid artery. The brain and the neck were where blood gathered the most. Blood crystal thirsted for fresh blood, so the speed at which it drained its victim was much faster than a normal attack. Peacock Blue was like a rope, and Mu Qiubo became like a hanged man on a noose. Blood was being rapidly drained from him, so much so that his tongue lolled out, as an unpleasant scent wafted out. Mu Qiubo tried to stop everything from happening amid his panic, wanting to tear off Peacock Blue, which had wound itself around his neck. However, this was an immemorial mystic armament, the toughest and most stubborn weed throughout the whole universe. Even if Mu Qiubo had the cultivation of a law emperor, he was helpless against it. Peacock Blue wound itself tightly around his neck, and unless this weed died, it would never loosen its grip. He was slowly losing consciousness, for blood crystal had heavily stemmed what blood was being pumped to the brain due to how fast and how much it was sucking away. Even if he turned into a monster now, Mu Qiubo would be unable to stop what was happening. The law of fusion was originally quite powerful, but it was just too bad that the oversized form that the fused bodies had made it difficult for Mu Qiubo to deal with the physical agility of a crafty approach master like Xia Fei. Like using a cannon to hit ants, no amount of power mattered if he ultimately failed to land a blow on Xia Fei. Not to mention the fact that Xia Fei still had the mysterious law of primal chaos in his back pocket, so he was not particularly afraid of dealing with Mu Qiubo's attacks. As his vision dimmed, Mu Qiubo saw a figure hiding deep underneath the eternal ice plains. After fusing with the Spider Empress, Mu Qiubo also inherited its thoughts and memories, and that sleeping figure in the darkness was something Mu Qiubo felt very familiar and close to. Without making a sound, this familiar figure seemed to be in the middle of a deep slumber, unaware of everything happening above ground. Roar! Mu Qiubo let out a mournful wail, and this sound penetrated the ground until it reached this figure sleeping in darkness. No, it was not a wail but rather a distress call, because after hearing this cry, that humongous black figure, several hundred thousands of meters underground, moved. Go and die. Xia Fei used Peacock Blue to constrict Mu Qiubo's neck, while Blood Crystal was madly drawing out his blood essence. Be it human or beast, the neck was where countless arteries and veins were located, and there was plenty of blood flowing through. Blood Crystal position was right across the aorta, and plenty of fresh blood was being drained every second, causing the dagger to turn even darker. Mu Qiubo let out a low croak which traveled down deep into the earth. Upon hearing this sound, a monster sleeping deep underground suddenly moved. It began madly digging through the earth, rock, and ice, making a beeline for Xia Fei. The Lionheart King Oro once warned Xia Fei that there was not just one monster living on this entire planet. In the natural world, there was a male and a female. Aside from a holy beast that was like Furball, most living creatures would have both, and the ice spiders were of course the same. The ground rumbled. The 11 rainforest beast kings all retreated far away, their fear visible in their eyes. Even Xia Fei's seemed to have turned solemn as well. Like the vigorous shaking akin to a volcanic eruption, it was as if something was breaking through the planet's crust. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, not at all relaxing his stranglehold over Mu Qiubo. It was similar to when the Spider Empress emerged from the depths, and Xia Fei guessed that there must be another monster about to appear, so he must first kill off Mu Qiubo no matter what. Boom! The ground fissured. Fragmented rocks and dirt covered the skies, as a huge creature appeared from underneath the ground. It was a monstrosity, which was over 2 kilometers wide, similar to a huge millstone, with a pink pastel shin across its carapace. The demonic pastel ice spider. This monster was the partner of the Spider Empress, a gigantic pink ice spider. The demonic pastel ice spider leaped up, bringing with it a snow of pink. Just like a scatter of cherry blossoms, the temperature dropped to sub-zero levels. Roar! The pastel ice spider let loose a long bellow, as the pink snow in the air suddenly froze and turned into icicles, interlaced together to form a web. A pink ice web. This web was large, and it covered an area of several dozens of kilometers. Be it Xia Fei or any of the Beast Kings, all were caught in it. Several seconds later, the temperature within the web dropped below -60 degrees. These Beast Kings, which were used to the humid rainforest, were suddenly in agony, shivering all over, but Mu Xiaobua, who had transformed into an ice spider, was slowly coming alive in the cold. The demonic pastel ice spider crooked its head toward Mu Xiaobua. The spider empress's form had changed and was different from what that huge spider remembered, and it even had a bit of human scent to it, which left the pastel ice spider very confused. However, the aura of the spider empress remained, so the pastel ice spider very quickly recognized its partner. It also saw Xia Fei, who was presently beating its partner up. Boom! A leg, which was the size of a huge claymore, shot out, aiming its sharp claw at Xia Fei. The sound of rushing wind stirred. Xia Fei did not dare to take a direct attack from the pastel ice spider, so he had no choice but to retract his peacock blue and blood crystal, dodging to the side. Crafty approach. He did several somersaults in midair before safely landing on the ground, retreating behind a large tree. Another ice spider? Why is this guy pink? It looks to be even more powerful than the spider empress. Phantom commented. Xia Fei responded. Half of Mu Xiaobua's blood essence has already been drained by the blood crystal, so I doubt that he'll have much left to live. Our target will still be him. Once we slay him, we can retreat to the restriction boundary created by the law of ternary spectrum, so who cares how powerful that strange pink spider is? He saw as the demonic pastel ice spider approached its partner and let out a series of anguished cries, seemingly ignoring Xia Fei and those rainforest beast kings. It appeared to be in a lot of pain that the spider empress was dying. The life of Mu Xiaobua, who was basically the spider empress, was slowly leaving him. A huge amount of blood was gushing out from his neck, with nothing that could stem its flow. He was most likely going to die very soon. Xia Fei waved his hand, and the frustrated beast kings all spread out, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. That was when something strange happened. The eyes of the spider empress flashed a last sliver of life as it bit into the demonic pastel ice spider with its sharp mandibles, sinking it deeply into the body of the demonic pastel ice spider. Is it trying to cannibalize? Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei was stunned. He discovered that the two huge ice spiders were starting to fuse together. Democrat Minnesota it. It's the law of fusion. Mu Xiaobua can't hold on to his life after fusing with the spider empress, so he's now recklessly attempting to merge with the pink spider. Instead, that DMN law is truly hard to deal with. Xia Fei hissed. Sure enough, the body of the two huge ice spiders were gradually becoming one, and it was shrinking smaller in size. When Mu Xiaobua stood upright again, his shape changed once more. His back bulged like two humps, with 2 legs, 6 arms. Walking alone, he stood well over 500 meters, and he looked more humanoid than before. Mu Xiaobua had already lost his sense of self after fusing with 2 ice spiders, completely becoming a monster. His irises had turned blood red, looking especially vicious and savage. The law of fusion was very powerful, able to merge 2 completely different lives as one, but it was also very dangerous, only able to be used just once. This was because the original self would lose control after fusing 2 lives, which was the case for Mu Xiaobua at present. What was really in control were the 2 ice spiders, while only the hatred that Mu Xiaobua had towards Xia Fei remained. The 2 ice spiders, of course, also hated Xia Fei, since practically all of the ice spiders that lived in the eternal ice plains had been exterminated because of him. Kaboom! After fusing, the first thing the monster did was attack Xia Fei. Pink icicles were like metal knives which suddenly bloomed from underground, and the monster's icicle ability was much stronger after fusion. Crafty approach. Xia Fei ducked to the left and right, evading every attack by using the trees as cover. Whoosh! A single icicle sprouted right in front, barely a meter away from him. Xia Fei clearly avoided it, but he ended up being thrown several hundred meters away as a result of the huge impact. Arc. This monster also inherited Mu Qiubua's law force, so its icicle ability is imbued with the powerful law of space. Phantom exclaimed. It was evident that what had struck Xia Fei just then was not ice, but law force. Twisting forcefully in the air, Xia Fei barely managed to regain his balance as he landed, a burning pain that throbbed on his chest. The Silver Desert Liquid War armor was very strong, able to defend physical attacks and reduce law attacks, but that attack moments ago was simply too sudden, and before Xia Fei could even gather his law of primal chaos, he was already struck and lightly injured. Roar! The monster let out a powerful bellow as if it recognized Xia Fei. It seemed to recognize only him, for it ignored all other Beast Kings completely as it charged straight for Xia Fei. Xia Fei's speed ability and crafty approach made him very agile and fast, but there was no way he could defend himself from every angle because there was a chance for an icicle with law force to appear from the sky or underground anytime. These icicles were sharpened in the front, looking very much like big bamboo shoots that could appear from every inconceivable place and attack him. It can't go on like this. The power of those icicles is too much. I need to engage in close combat. Xia Fei thought to himself. Pushing himself off the ground, Xia Fei darted right to the monster. As long as he stuck close, those icicles would lose their effect. If the monster were to continue attacking like before despite being so close, the icicles would also end up hitting itself even as they hit Xia Fei. Just as Xia Fei expected, the monster stopped creating icicles once he was in melee range, and, instead, used his 6 pairs of sharp arms to attack. Whoosh! With arms like blades, the monster struck from above. Xia Fei inexplicably leaned back sideways, using crafty approach to dodge the set attack and counterattack with a cut of his own. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal rang about. Blood crystal had actually failed to penetrate this monster's defenses. No matter how powerful this blood crystal was, Xia Fei had to first plunge it into the enemy's body before it could work, and given that it was not that sharp in the first place, it completely depended on Xia Fei's brute strength in order to penetrate the defenses and dig into the enemy's body. This was also why Xia Fei did not really like it. For combat, using a blunt knife was a lot more difficult than that of a sharp one. This monster had not only inherited the strength of Mu Qiubua's law of space, it also gained the defense of the 2 ice spiders, so its body was like stainless steel, hard for Xia Fei's blood crystal to stab in. As such, Xia Fei was in trouble. He would be subjected to the icicle attacks if he were to stay far away from the monster, and while staying in melee range would avoid this, his blood crystal could not be of use, and depending on just his physical agility was difficult. Law of primal chaos. Xia Fei knew that the only thing he could depend on in this current situation was this mysterious, disruptive power. He needed to break through his enemy's defenses. His fist was like a hammer as it struck the monster's body hard. The surrounding outer layer of the spatial barrier got shattered, allowing Xia Fei to deliver his blood crystal to the monster's fore. I still can't get through. Xia Fei was shocked. Though he had managed to break past the spatial barrier, it was like the body of the monster had an ice armor around it, for a sturdy ice carapace blocked the blood crystal from making contact, unable to reach insufficiently. The defense of the ice spider before it had been strengthened was hardly this abnormal. Xia Fei just had to use the law of primal chaos's power to break the first layer of defense when it was just Mu Qiubua and the Spider Empress, and then his blood-sucking dagger could easily puncture the body. The fused monster now had 2 layers, with the first being the spatial barrier and the second that sturdy ice carapace. If Xia Fei wanted to hurt it, he would have to break both layers of defense at the same time. The law of primal chaos possessed miraculous strength, and the strength Xia Fei had was already much stronger than before, yet it still could not be deemed perfect. When attacking, he needed to impart a small amount of the disruptive force in order to attain decent effect from his attack, and Xia Fei had never tried combining both the power of the law of space and the law of primal chaos. Combining laws was extremely difficult, and few could succeed in doing so. Adding a law was not equivalent to combining. Just like using 2 fists at once to attack an enemy, 2 fists could strike the enemy at the same time, but they could not achieve the same strength. Both arms grew from his body, and the division of labor was different. Some people were used to using their right, while others were used to their left. Combining laws required two laws which were characteristically different from each other to strike with the same power. It must be perfectly balanced, no more or less, so the feat was very difficult to accomplish. Right now, the situation required Xia Fei to combine his law of space and law of primal chaos, or to make the latter the primary force and the former the auxiliary. Only such a disruptive force was enough to shatter the spatial barrier and then break the second layer of defense, making a path for the fatal blood crystal to be sent in. This was easier said than done. There was no one to instruct Xia Fei, and he could only rely on what little he had comprehended of the law of primal chaos to make sense of things. His desire to make the law of primal chaos his primary attack method was very difficult, and wanting to combine the law of space and the law of primal chaos was even harder. Presently, it was still Mu Xiaobuo's law of fusion that held the upper hand, merging the benefits of a law emperor and two huge ice spiders together into one body. Though he ended up losing his sense of self, he also ended up creating a whole new monstrosity which had insanely tough defenses. In this battle between the law of fusion and the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei began to feel that he lacked the power to achieve what he wanted. In this battle between the law of fusion and the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei slowly began to feel that he lacked the power to achieve what he wanted. The battle between man and monster continued, and Xia Fei relied on his speed and nimble physical agility to fight. Even when he was going up against the demon chrysalis before, Xia Fei did not have such a tough time like today. The spatial barrier of the demon chrysalis was much thinner, and Xia Fei was able to strike it again and again with the disruptive power of the law of primal chaos together with his Wildstorm fist technique, until he shattered its defenses completely. However, against this monster, Xia Fei needed to mount a strenuous assault. The power of his attack at full force was great, but it had a slower rate of being dished out. By the time Xia Fei gathered the law of primal chaos for the second strike, the spatial barrier of the monster had already regenerated. So Xia Fei's repeated strike could go through the first layer, but he was unable to injure the monster. Tightening his brows, Xia Fei realized the predicament he was in. There were only two paths for him to take. He could escape back into the law of the ternary spectrum's restriction boundary and give up on killing his enemy, or continue this stalemate, giving his enemy the chance to take a breather. Any experienced warrior would not do that. The monster was not in its peak state at the moment, so once it recovered, Xia Fei would probably have to pay an even higher price just to kill it. Enemies must die. Xia Fei's maniacal mentality reared its head once more. Even though Xia Fei felt helpless dealing with the monster right now, he could only persist, not at all considering backing down. If a day was not enough to kill this, then he would take a year. The point was that he would not let an enemy off. The battle waged on as time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had passed, and the state of the fight was still the same as before. This was the fight between the law of primal chaos and the law of fusion, and it was also a contest between their stamina. Whoever succeeded in enduring until the end would be victorious. Xia Fei's energy was being rapidly used up due to his repeated use of the law of primal chaos, needing him to rely on plenty of origin crystals to recharge. He had used up to 1,000 grade 3 origin crystals in the span of the 24 hours of fighting. The monster was getting more and more irritated, becoming more and more impatient, while Xia Fei was becoming filled with glee. He realized that overusing the law of primal chaos enabled him to increase his control of it greatly, and it was as if he was improving during the battle, gaining new insights every minute that he fought. That indistinct power of his was gradually becoming clearer, as if a galaxy in countercurrent was swirling in his seventh brain region. Xia Fei had always been adding just a bit of the power from the law of primal chaos to his attacks, and without the guidance of an expert, trying to master a law was very difficult, not to mention that this was an overwhelmingly powerful law. Though Xia Fei had managed to raise the law of primal chaos to level 2 through sheer hard work, this increase in level did not mean that he had a complete grasp of its power. Trying to make the law of primal chaos as his dominant law and exerting the full power of its disruptive force was extremely grueling, and the first problem he faced was his lack of any martial arts technique. Martial arts technique was not merely a skill used in combat, but also the aptitude in maximizing the power of the law. Take the chain blockade martial arts technique that Xia Fei often used. It would naturally draw the law force found in his brain when unleashed during battle, and the central the attack skill he used, the higher his cultivation of the relevant law, and the more powerful the martial arts technique would become. Xia Fei barely had to do much work, since the martial arts technique and the law would automatically complement each other when used. However, the law of primal chaos was different. It was a type of force that existed in his brain. Just like a brawny man who had not studied martial arts, there was no doubt that he had strength, and no normal person would be able to beat him. However, the moment such a brawny man match up against an expert with martial arts experience, even if the expert could not hold a candle to the brawny man in terms of strength, he would still emerge victorious, since that decides the victory, beside experience and strength, was technique. This was the situation that Xia Fei was in right now, just having strength alone but unable to maximize its fullest potential. As the fighting grew, Xia Fei had even greater control over his law of primal chaos, but his technique with it was still stagnant. Xia Fei threw a fist out, attempting to use his palm and flip, all in hopes of finding a way to utilize the law of primal chaos. That effect's not bad. Let's go again. He was slowly finding a foothold in his exploration of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei entered a trance in his research toward the principle of the law of primal chaos, as well as how he could unleash the law force in his brain in an appropriate manner. Phantom, of course, could sense these all, too. He was somewhat stunned, no longer continuing to nag at him to avoid disturbing Xia Fei's clarity. It was evident that Xia Fei was trying something new, a self-created technique. It must be mentioned that what was known as martial arts techniques were essentially the fruits of labor of top masters' unending research. These law adepts with profound cultivation would spend years thinking about how best to maximize their law force to their greatest potential, and it was nothing as simple as coming up with stances and postures. Xia Fei barely had spent more than a handful of days learning law, yet he actually wanted to create his own technique. Phantom would have already ridiculed anyone else if they made such an attempt. But Xia Fei was different. Phantom knew Xia Fei's foundation very well, and how he could change the impossible into possible. This was something that he had always done. Whoosh! The monster's sharp claws swung near Xia Fei's body and sank into the ground, barely injuring Xia Fei. Since Xia Fei had devoted all his focus on studying the law of primal chaos, the fight was becoming even more hair-raising. The same situation would keep appearing every time. Just what sort of power is it? Xia Fei pondered to himself. Like its name, the law of primal chaos's power was very chaotic and very murky. It was completely different from the law of space, as its comprehension was open. By guiding its force through the meridians of the body, it was capable of tearing apart the very space itself. Murky and obscure, seemingly invisible. Xia Fei expended countless brain cells just trying to understand the law of primal chaos. It was clear that the power existed, and its law force was stored in Xia Fei's 7th brain region. But this power was very illogical. Xia Fei attempted to draw it out via his moves, but no matter how hard Xia Fei tried, the power just remained in his 7th brain region, not at all willing to come out. Like a chaotic fog, Xia Fei could only control a minute amount of chaotic law force from when he first learned it until now. This was when Xia Fei's inhuman patience began to show itself. His intransigence toward giving up allowed Xia Fei to try and try again and again. As long as it was a possibility that he could come up with, Xia Fei would try it. First he tried guiding it, but this disruptive law force ignored him. Next he tried dominating it, but this disruptive force refused to bend to his will. Instead, it put up a fierce resistance, nearly causing his brain region to suffer a second heavy injury. Law force was born, nurtured, and resided in the 7th brain region. This mysterious and small space actually gathered plenty of functions within, and anyone could not help but have plenty of emotions toward it. Xia Fei had a 100% open brain region, and after cultivating 2 different special abilities and 2 kinds of law, his 7th brain region was still a vast empty space. The law of primal chaos was like a mischievous child who was playing hide-and-seek with him inwardly, running about, leaving him completely helpless to its whims. Having a 100% open brain region ought to be something that all warriors should be envious about, but to him, it had instead become a burden. This overly vast region of his brain made it difficult for Xia Fei to control. Obsessed, Xia Fei concentrated on his brain region, while his physical body relied on his innate reflex. Fortunately, Xia Fei's crafty approach had already been cultivated to the point where it was deeply rooted and inseparable to him. Against the monster's continuous assault, he was able to barely keep himself alive. This danger was not lost on these beast kings and furball. All of them watched with bated breath, which went to show just how perilous the situation was. This was not to say that Xia Fei had let his obstinacy get the better of him, but that Xia Fei was intentionally doing this. During a battle, fighting by the skin of his teeth and dancing on a razor's edge helped fire up a warrior's potential. Xia Fei had intentionally put himself in harm's way, all for the sake of that final sublime breakout. If one did not die when faced with danger, then they could have explosive and spectacular achievements. Xia Fei was just that sort of maniac. Recalling every time he used the law of primal chaos, searching for the crux within, Xia Fei's physical self danced with the devil as his mind began to analyze and contemplate carefully. This can't go on, was what Xia Fei told himself. The law of primal chaos was clearly a power that was so great it defied logic and the heavens. There must definitely be a way to use it. Even if he could not unleash its full power, he must find the crux of it. Xia Fei could not emerge victorious from merely using that bit of its disruptive force. The universe was vast, with plenty of enemies abound. There was no telling when he would come across an unimaginably powerful foe, and being unable to defeat this monster today was Xia Fei's first warning. It was a warning of how merciless the nature of the universe was. Since the law of primal chaos is a disruptive power, why don't I subvert my inherent form of thinking? Xia Fei thought to himself. That was when Xia Fei felt an idea come to him. Attack was a way to force his strength toward the enemy and unleash his power to strike down the enemy. Since the law of primal chaos was a power that subverted and disrupted, its use must also be a break from the conventional. His palm lightly shot forth, a soft move that had no strength behind it. A miracle happened. That seemingly soft and strengthless blow actually created an inexplicable effect. The spatial barrier of that monster shattered instantly. Kaboom! The monster staggered. Xia Fei's soft palm strike actually pushed it several dozen meters back. It should be made known that this was a gigantic monster which weighed in the tens of thousands of tons. A soft palm could actually make it stagger several dozen meters back? Just what sort of power was needed to achieve that? Xia Fei, you succeeded. That's the true law of primal chaos. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei was very astonished with himself as well. He had just discovered the profound subtlety to the law of primal chaos. It turned out that the more he wanted to use the disruptive force, the more it would resist. Thus, when he attempted to use a weak strike, that chaotic force instead heeded his call. Furball and the 11 beast kings of the rainforest were all shocked. Xia Fei had actually gotten into a very precarious state in his fight with the monstrosity, and it looked like he was about to be defeated. It was at that moment when he was in the utmost danger that Xia Fei actually unleashed a completely brand new power, and every blow heavily struck the monsters. Forget that the seemingly light attack of his seemed like even a fly could not be struck dead. Anyone who underestimated it by any account would most definitely receive the heaviest of blows. Smack, 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 smack. His palm made contact with the monster's body like falling leaves. That savage monster, which was a fusion of a law emperor and two humongous ice spiders, became no more than putty in Xia Fei's hand, letting him slap it around. This was a complete 180 turn to the scene moments ago. Standing about 100 meters apart, the monster panted heavily. It looked at Xia Fei with rage-filled eyes, its vision completely filled with panic and unease. A torrential rain suddenly whipped up which covered the entire rainforest. In this heavy downpour, Xia Fei arched his brow, giving off the look of an expert. With the haze from before gone, the time for him to turn the tables was now. Great palm technique. Give it a name. After all, you're the one who came up with it. Phantom cheered in his elation. I'll call it falling leaf. Then, Xia Fei answered softly. In the blink of an eye, the circumstances turned on its head. With just how powerful the law of primal chaos was, Xia Fei only used a soft palm technique to draw out a small portion of chaotic law force. And that was enough to force this triple fusion monster to a desperate situation. I'll call it falling leaf. Then, Xia Fei answered softly. Falling leaf palm? Drifting and floating like falling leaves. That's a wonderful name. Phantom was excited. Xia Fei smiled. This isn't some palm technique, but a real killing move. Instead, falling leaf of autumn's demise. Whoosh. Just saying that, Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared in place. At that moment, he appeared in front of a monster. His single sweeping palm thrust was nothing like an autumn leaf. The palm technique was soft and placid, but in its calmness lay the autumn's solemn demise. A palm was delivered to the back of the monster. Then a bloody wound appeared on that body, which was sturdier than steel, with a loud bang. It was as if someone had used both hands to forcefully rip open his flesh, the wound strange and hideous. That was not all. The disruptive force that the law of primal chaos contained started from that light palm strike before rapidly spreading throughout the monster's body. Like a huge scalpel, it stirred up his internal organs to such a degree that the blood within his body spurted and the organs shifted. What a wonderful falling leaves of autumn's demise technique. It looks elegant and mellow, yet it actually is a law that contains the harshness of autumn. When everything withers near the end of the season, any and all life will wane. Phantom's eyes glistened. Witnessing Xia Fei's falling leaf of autumn's demise had left him utterly shocked. This was Xia Fei's self-created palm technique for the law of primal chaos. It was exceptionally powerful. Phantom, someone who had followed Xia Fei all these years, could also feel the propensity of this development. Roar. The monster let out a mournful roar. Its two eyes turned from red to purple at the moment, and it was a sign of rage, unquestionable rage. On its back was a huge hump, towering weirdly over itself. Xia Fei's palm had also shocked this hump as it split the exterior carapace of the monster. It was as if this was a vital point to the monster. The previous few palm strikes he did barely created such an effect, but the moment he connected with the hump, the monster immediately let out a ferocious roar, putting up a strong resistance. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. The monster was already severely injured, and he was beaten to an inch of his life, so why did this attack from Xia Fei instead cause him to go mad? Could it be because his attack had shocked that strange hump on its back? Could it not have been a mere hump? Any experienced warrior would know that what decided a battle had nothing to do with technique or strength. It was more important to have the spirit to fight the enemy, as well as the god of death on their side, the indomitable spirit not to give up until death. Many times, even if the physical self faltered, warriors would be able to dig deep and explode in a fit of extraordinary combat strength, and that all depended on this spirit. If the monster got angered from being beaten by Xia Fei, that was not ideal. Any life would have their potential, and spirit was what tapped into this potential. Who knew just what sort of underlying potential did this monster have in him? Roar. A sudden change. The monster shuddered violently as every inch of muscle and cells vibrated at high speeds. Boom. A fog in a mix of pink and white suddenly bloomed, seemingly caught in the middle of a huge mist, instantly enveloping the entire rainforest. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions could be heard in the air as the thick fog condensed itself everywhere, from the trees to the very ground. Even the very air froze up. The beast kings of the rainforest were used to warmth, so of course none of them could endure this sudden drop in temperature down to the -100. All of them retreated, escaping from this extreme sub-zero fog. Silver Desert wrapped Xia Fei's entire body. This liquid metal armor was far smarter than the average war armor by several times. Not only could it change its shape whenever, it could also resist extreme environments, and it even had the function of weakening enemies' incoming law attacks. In the mist, Xia Fei tried to move nimbly. A thick layer of rime had clung onto his war armor, and it was affecting his movement constantly. It even reduced Xia Fei's movement speed drastically. Kaboom! The ground shook as a loud explosion sounded. The monster began recklessly fleeing underground. After him, Xia Fei did not hesitate for even a moment as he dove right after the monster's escape route, going deep into the planet's core. The monster was huge in size, so it created a large passageway behind him as he escaped. Xia Fei followed it all the way and arrived somewhere about 1,000,000 meters below the surface. The temperature here was exceedingly low, and every breath he took left frost in the air. They were under the wide vaulted ceiling, just like what would be seen in a huge palace, sparkling slightly in soft glow. This ought to be the lair of the monster. Ignoring the fact that it had been chased, the first thing the monster did was sit down on the ground upon reaching its lair, the strange hump on his back beginning to peel off layer by layer as fresh blood dripped. Xia Fei was not in any hurry to attack. The monster was acting too strangely, as if it was in a rush to put something down, such that it would be willing to ignore even a deadly enemy like Xia Fei. Hiding in a corner and carefully observing the scene, the hump on the back of the monster soon fully opened, and a white egg fell off his back. The monster anxiously grabbed hold of it with 2 hands and gently placed it in the already prepared nest. Soft snow covered the nest like a cot lovingly prepared for a baby. The egg itself was oval-shaped and not too big, only slightly bigger than an ostrich's egg. No wonder that spider empress fought with us from the start. Turns out that the male was hiding deep underground waiting to hatch its offspring. A male in charge of nurturing the young? The ice spiders sure have strange practices. Phantom mused. Ice spiders are demonic beasts reared by the demon race, with both the pastel ice spider and the spider empress at the beast king grade. Does that not mean that the egg contains an offspring of a beast king? This ought to be worth quite a bit of money, right? Xia Fei had this thought in mind as he watched. Having set down its offspring, the monster no longer had any misgivings. Adopting a desperate stance ready to go all out, it guarded the egg as it let loose a fearsome bellow, seemingly calling Xia Fei to have a death match with it. Slowly strolling out from where he was hiding, Xia Fei stared coldly at the monster with folded arms. The monster roared at Xia Fei even as it came pouncing over with a desperate air of reckless abandon as it launched this one attack. The wind that whipped from the impetus of this attack sent the surrounding fragmented rocks flying, but Xia Fei just calmly stood still. Since you no longer have any qualms, then I shall send you on a one-way ticket to hell. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. After the experience from his several previous uses of the move, Xia Fei was becoming more and more adept at using this brand new technique he had created. He knew deep down that in order to maximize the strength of his law of primal chaos, he needed to abandon everything he had previously learned and turn himself into a complete noob who had not learned any martial arts technique whatsoever. The law of primal chaos was a truly subversive and disruptive power, subverting not just the enemy, but also Xia Fei himself. Falling leaves of autumn's demise palm was a little awkward to pull off, but the destructive force it withheld was immense. Kaboom! The monster did not resign itself to defeat, and, in its state of mania, shot out a massive icicle from out his mandibles. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei did not dodge the attack, but continued his charge forward in the direction of this attack. Instead, the icicle met with Xia Fei's falling leaves of autumn's demise palm, and ice shards scattered out in every direction. Xia Fei not only overwhelmed that attack, he had even gained the ice-type attack and struck the monster dead-on. He had expended his full force in this one attack. Xia Fei could very evidently feel the power in this one attack was many times that of attacks he did in the past. After the real combat experience he had accumulated, Xia Fei was already able to muster more and more primal chaotic power. Kaboom! The entire nest shook as the monster's body shattered. The body was in 3 parts as they were sent flying in 3 different directions. The situation was stupendously bizarre. The Spider Empress, Pastel Ice Spider, and Muqiobua had actually reappeared in their original form after taking Xia Fei's attack. The 3 had been merged into one being through the law of fusion, yet Xia Fei's attack had directly disrupted and subverted the law. Did his attack get offset by the law power, or did it subvert other laws? Could this be the real power of the law of primal chaos? Xia Fei, Phantom, and Furball were all stunned. Even Xia Fei found it hard to believe that a single palm could have such prowess that it could instantly subvert another's law. In this battle between Xia Fei's law of primal chaos and the law of fusion, he had achieved a complete victory. Unbelievably shocked, Xia Fei slowly approached Muqiobua. The man was left with just an inch of his breath, even as he kept gasping. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Though his consciousness had been under the control of the 2 spiders before, he had still been able to observe everything that was transpiring. Forget Muqiobua's disbelief. Even Xia Fei himself found it incredulous. Was the power to directly overturn another's law not far too overpowered? Spurt. With a plunge of his dagger, Xia Fei gave Mu Qiubo a swift end. Phantom pursed his lips as he softly said, Xia Fei, the power of the law of primal chaos is simply too overpowered. Try not to use it in front of others if you can in the future. Xia Fei nodded. I agree. An innocent man will have nothing to hide, and anything hidden is implicit of guilt. If a powerful expert covets this powerful law power, there'll be great trouble in store for us. I have no idea how the black and white gods came up with such a thing like the law of primal chaos, but they ought to be very powerful existences among the god race, right? Returning to the restriction boundary within the law of ternary spectrum, Xia Fei took out several origin crystals to replenish his lost energy. That move he had just done was too strong, and the energy expenditure to execute it was astronomical as well. As if he had been drained of all his energy in an instant, Xia Fei could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing. Did you know what you had just done? The Lionheart Emperor Oro asked in a hoarse voice. Xia Fei did not say a word. He was still reviewing the fight in his mind, mulling over the technique he used to utilize the law of primal chaos, as well as how he could have created such an explosion of force. You subverted someone else's law. Heavens! The Lionheart Emperor Oro whinge, swear to the gods above that that's the most inconceivable thing I've ever witnessed in my entire life. Just who exactly are you, and where did you come from? Who's your master? Xia Fei from Earth. Right now, attached to the Yu family in the Law Realm. I've already said all that before. That's impossible, the Lionheart Emperor Oro yelled. That's absolutely absurd. I refuse to believe it. If you had such a mundane upbringing, how could you possess such a powerful law power? Tell the truth. Just what law is it that you used earlier? The three great laws of the god race, space. The Lionheart Emperor Oro chuckled bitterly. Are you taking advantage of me for being a part of the demon race and never having witnessed what god laws are? Let me tell you, the number of people I've killed from the god race are perhaps even more than the number you've seen. That one strike you did while containing the tearing power of the law of space, that isn't its full story. There's also a power hidden in it that I have yet to decipher, and it's what truly canceled your opponent's law of fusion. It's a mysterious, yet powerful law. Xia Fei frowned. How is it as abstruse as what you claimed? It's just a bit of my personal interpretation I got during my study of the law of space. No matter what the Lionheart Emperor Oro said, Xia Fei simply stuck to his story. Oro also found the entire affair strange, and from Xia Fei's performance, he could tell that he was truly just a fresh law warrior, lacking in plenty of the fundamentals known in the circle. If such a great person like Xia Fei had come from the law realm, there was no way he would have such a shallow knowledge. Could this really be a completely new interpretation of the law of space? Oro muttered to himself. That was when Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said, We are still discussing conditions pertaining to your release. The Lionheart Emperor Oro was startled, his mind uneasy. He had waited millions of years for this, the day when the great demon Oro would finally see the light of day once again. What are your conditions? Lionheart Emperor Oro abruptly asked. Having waited for millions of years, Oro finally had the chance to see the light of day once more, so he was of course beside himself with elation. Xia Fei softly stated, First, I wish to know if you have any way of helping me leave this place. I have no desire to stay for the rest of my life in these desolate icy plains. Oro said seriously, No problem. Believe me, as long as we make our agreement, I will help you immediately leave. Xia Fei nodded. Second, you need to consider how to hide your tracks, or else your enemies will find you. This is a very important point. I won't bother doing this if you'll only end up being hunted down by another after I save you. Oro let out a hearty laugh. That's no problem, either. Quick, what other conditions do you have? The Lionheart Emperor Oro was eager to get this over with. It was agony being trapped here in the same place for such a long time, and all he wanted now was to leave this accursed eternal ice plains as soon as possible, not even wanting to spare another glance of the place. Xia Fei paused before continuing. The third condition is very important as well. We can forget about the agreement if you don't agree to this. Oro was anxious. Spit it out. As long as it's within my means, I'll surely agree to it. Xia Fei calmly stated. For now, I won't be setting you free from your ice coffin. You must stay in my spatial ring until I have confirmed that your enemies truly have no way of hunting me down. Only then will I kill you and help you reborn. This can be 3 years or perhaps 5 years. During this time, I need everything from you. Be it your law or your experience, you need to hand anything and everything over to me without reservation. Of course, you can also choose to stay. In that case, I'll randomly find a place to leave you, so you will suffer a fate worse than death with no release. If you lie to me and I die, then you'd better pray that there's someone else out there who can break the restriction from this law of ternary spectrum and release you. Oro was stunned. Xia Fei's final condition was to make himself follow him? Oro had not expected this. Not only that, he even wanted to obtain all the martial arts techniques and laws Oro had. That was as good as asking for his very life. Laws and techniques were all the bases of survival that warriors relied on. With that said, Xia Fei left with Furball so Oro could mull over his proposition alone. This is indeed a good plan. If the Lionheart Emperor Oro has to leave with you, then there's no way he will dare to leave any trace of his tracks, mitigating the likelihood of his enemies hunting you down. After all, Oro's enemies will locate him the moment they find you. So he'll end up being returned to this desolate icy plains to continue living out his days in a fate worse than death, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. This is the only way I will be willing to risk using the law of primal chaos to set him free. An enemy that managed to trap him here is too frightening a foe. I simply have no wish of incurring this person's wrath. As long as he had Oro with him, the likelihood of danger would be greatly decreased. Unless Oro truly had no means of escaping his enemy's tracking down, thereby dragging Xia Fei down to his grave with him. However, as long as there was even a sliver of chance, he would give it his all. After all, this was an opportunity that was hard to come by. This was actually a huge gamble, considering that the Lionheart Emperor Oro was an important individual among the demon race. He ought to have means to escape being tracked down. This was what Xia Fei was gambling on. The risk and reward must be proportionate. Xia Fei dared to partake in any bets, and losing this one would mean an unavoidable death. But if he survived, Xia Fei could obtain the help of a top expert from the demon race. With his experience and his techniques, there was no doubt that Xia Fei would be able to walk even further down this path of law. It will be great if Oro agrees to your conditions. That old wraith has an indestructible body, and his law of life alone is enough to tempt plenty of people. I'm sure that he must have quite a few other laws and martial arts techniques, too, Phantom said excitedly. Then let's see what his decision will be. Will he accompany you, or will he continue staying here, living a life worse than death? Xia Fei sat on the ground nonchalantly. He retrieved the egg of the ice spiders from his spatial ring and observed it. This egg should be hatched after those 2 ice spiders had fused together. It was a powerful demonic beast, except its parents were one white and one pink. He had no idea just how this offspring of theirs would end up looking. Think this thing here can be exchanged for a spatial compass? Xia Fei asked aloud. Phantom crooked his head. What? Do you miss Avril? Xia Fei nodded his head silently. While Phantom and Xia Fei were chatting idly at one side, Lionheart Emperor Oro finally called Xia Fei to come over. Dusting himself, Xia Fei made his way over to the base of the pyramid and waited for the huge lion to come to his decision. I accept your conditions, Oro said. Xia Fei privately expressed his glee. As long as he took in this old monster, Xia Fei would be guaranteed a strong backer from here on out, which was far better than an army. I do have a condition of my own. Oro changed the topic. I can't stay by your side without a set time limit. The sooner I am reborn, the sooner I can find my enemies and take my revenge. You need to set an allotted time, and once that is over, you must hold up to your end of the agreement and kill me. Xia Fei nodded. That's fair. As long as you stay by my side for 30 years, and none of your enemies find me during that time, I'll kill you. Oro shook his head lightly. That's too long. Xia Fei grinded his teeth. 15 years, then. If your enemies find me during the 16th year, I will be taking on a huge loss in this. Helping you be reborn is risking a huge risk on my part. 1 year, and I'll throw in all the laws I've grasped. I'll impart every single one of them to you. Oro said solemnly. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. A year was not much time, but to have all the laws that the Lionheart Emperor Oro knew was a huge temptation. After all, he was someone from the demon race, and what he knew were the laws of the demon race. Given Xia Fei's present situation, these were things that he could not learn even if he wanted to. After considering this for some time, Xia Fei gave a serious answer. A year is too short. 10 years. 5. 3. If you refuse, I'll leave right now. Xia Fei's tone was decisive, sounding like he was no longer interested in negotiating the terms. Lionheart Emperor Oro was actually really afraid that Xia Fei would continue dragging out the negotiations with him. After the millions of years waiting, every second that passed was extremely precious to him. Done. Having concluded their agreement, Lionheart Emperor Oro used everything he knew and the 3 years free of teaching Xia Fei as the price for his freedom. It was as Xia Fei said. This agreement emptied every bit of value out of Oro, and it was the very valuable law to boot. 3 days later, Xia Fei finally completed their concealment as per Oro's request. Are you certain that this will prevent your enemies from tracking you down? Xia Fei asked. Don't worry. I'm even more afraid of getting captured by him than you are, and though this spatial cleansing array you've set up is of a lower grade, it is already enough for that guy. Xia Fei nodded. With how things were at, he could only trust Oro. There were always risks when gambling, and Xia Fei was of course no stranger to this fact. So how are we going to leave? Xia Fei asked again. We'll be riding on a spaceship, of course. A spaceship? There's a spaceship here. Xia Fei was shocked. Lionheart Oro chuckled with great pleasure. Furthermore, it's a demon race spaceship. You'll have quite the eye-opening experience later. Xia Fei stored Oro's ice coffin into his spatial ring before gingerly making his way out from the restriction boundary of the law of ternary spectrum. He was not completely confident that Oro's formation would work, so all he could do was risk it. Heading north the entire way, he arrived at the north pole of the planet. The red glow of the sky was splendid, seemingly an effect of some magnetic field. The communication terminal that the Law Realm used, as well as Xia Fei's Black Bat radar, were both scrambled. The reason this planet isn't able to contact anything else beyond is those overly powerful magnetic fields which will interfere with anything electronic, Oro explained. At this time, even Xia Fei's Silver Desert was experiencing a strange disruption, momentarily sturdy and tensile. It even extended out the breathing tube at times, sticking right into his mouth whether he needed air or otherwise. Helpless, Xia Fei had no choice but to turn off all the functions of his armor, which were all electronics, and continue without them. At the extreme end of the North Pole, there was a fairly small frozen lake which was covered in a thick layer of ice. Years back, when I had nothing to do after being trapped in my ice coffin, I saw a spaceship that suddenly lost control and had to make an emergency landing. This was where it crashed. Due to the strong magnetic fields present, my enemy did not realize it, either. No one else, but I knew of this incident. So aside from that gate of space-time that you ruined upon your arrival to this planet, there's this spaceship, which will be our ticket out of here. In the millions of years past, this ship will finally be of use. Do you know? I went over my plan of escape in my mind every single day that I was trapped here. Oro said excitedly. This person had already long made preparations, and unfortunately, he had never met a law of primal chaos practitioner like Xia Fei, which allowed him to have everything set up for Xia Fei to escape. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together. I suddenly thought of something. Does the demon race use gate of spacetimes, too? But of course, the two races are of the same origin, ultimately split into their two factions due to differing opinions. If you have the chance to visit my demon race or those small clans under it, you'll realize that we have plenty of similarities. I came out of a gate of spacetime, and from what I know, every gate of spacetime has records that can be examined. Would your nemesis be able to locate me by checking its records? Xia Fei realized this very serious problem, so he asked. Oro let out a raucous laugh. Don't worry. Checking records is something that the Law Enforcement Committee does. That man couldn't possibly run to the God Races Committee to ask about your whereabouts, could he? Though the two peak races use gate of spacetimes, neither is reverent to each other. The fact that you managed to make your way here is purely accidental, so there's no way that your people could have located you, and the same could be said for that man. Xia Fei pursed his lips. It seemed like his accidental messing with the gate of spacetime was nothing more than a fluke, and that this was something he should not do again, given just how overly dangerous the stunt was. His two fists worked as he strenuously struck the icy surface. In no time, he had smashed a deep hole. Splash! Xia Fei jumped into the lake. Without Silver Desert on him, Xia Fei would have to depend on holding his breath to dive down. Unexpectedly, the lake water was warm, most likely because there was a warm undercurrent like a hot spring within, which was how this underground lake had possibly formed. Holding onto a grade 4 origin crystal in hand, Xia Fei relied on it as a light source as he dived deep into the murky black lake. Several minutes later, he reached the bottom of the lake, and he saw a black warship lying on its side by the floor, like the fins of a shark poking out from the water. That's the one, a demon race warship. Oro rumbled. The F-class Cosmic Express warship of the demon race. Though it's small in size, it possesses an extremely fast speed, capable of clearing 10,000 light-years every minute. Lionheart Emperor Oro introduced with great trepidation. Xia Fei was stunned. In the Alliance, the latest warship with the greatest speed was the Ares or Stiletto-class interceptors, capped at 80,000 light-years every minute. That was already quite a surprise to him. So a ship that traveled 10,000 light-years in a minute? That meant that this nimble spaceship could travel over 600,000 light-years in an hour, nearly 7 times that of the fastest ship in the Alliance. This was truly the Law Realm. Even the warships were much more advanced than the Alliance. He had no idea what sort of technology the ship utilized. If he could bring back such a speedy flying technology to the Alliance, he was certain that it would massively improve the rapid response capabilities of troops, and the lives of the masses would be made for the better along with it. Following Oro's instruction, Xia Fei opened the boarding hatch and entered the ship. Due to the electromagnetic interference, the automated systems of the warship were all disabled. The ship was filled with icy cold lake water, so Xia Fei turned on the manual pressure regulating valve and released plenty of air to drain the ship of water. The ship was truly very small. Xia Fei thought that the fin poking out from the base of the lake was but a small part of the ship, but only at this moment did he realize that it was the full size of the ship once he boarded it. There was not even space for a resting cabin, and with only 2 seats in the cockpit, the entire ship was at most 1,000 cubic meters, something that he could easily fit into his spatial ring. While all the water in the ship drained out, the entire place remained damp. Xia Fei did a quick check of the flight systems and got it ready for manual operation. Strange. Why isn't there even anyone on board the ship? Xia Fei curiously wondered. There ought to be a pilot in a crashed ship, right? This ship was empty, however. Lionheart Emperor Oro was stored in Xia Fei's spatial ring, as the ship was so small it could not even contain his ice coffin. If Xia Fei wanted to converse with the lion, he would have to send his consciousness into his spatial ring. Who says there's no one? Look closely to your right. Xia Fei turned to his right, only to find a palm-sized mechanical unit lying on the ground, looking very much like a miniature robot, which was covered in metal. Approaching it, Xia Fei realized that it was a spacesuit, and inside was a small skeleton, about the size of a mouse. They are known as Bruzos, a type of sapient life form in the universe that is part of our demon race, Oro said. The Bruzos are short and squat, and they're the ones who accidentally crashed onto this planet. Warships of the demon race can be manually operated, so in the event of an electrical equipment failure, pilots can revert to manual control in order to avoid disaster. Unfortunately, Bruzos are small in stature, so they're incapable of steering the ship. All they could do was watch as they crash-landed, and the impact instantly killed him, Oro explained. Xia Fei nodded. Having a small frame was hardly the problem, as the fault lay entirely on the fact that he attempted to pilot a standard-sized warship despite his size. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "The crash actually broke his bones? Could they not have any law power?" The Lionheart Emperor Oro replied, "Though you call this the law realm, it is actually just another part of the universe. In order to maintain a prosperous society, our ancestors, who first founded the law realm, took in several races that lacked any law power but had other specialized skills. Though they lacked a high social standing, they're still a part of the law realm. Bruzos are the best chefs, skilled at cooking fish, and are considered gourmet experts of the demon race. Besides, even a powerful warrior race like us, the Lionhearts, has about 10% of our people incapable of learning law due to genetic mutations or hereditary traits. There is a portion of individuals in the law realm that has no law powers to speak of, so you can't just generalize. Those with no law power will be unable to use even a spatial compass, nor can they pass through a gate of space-time. That is why warships exist, for the commoner's use. Xia Fei did not care to continue this line of conversation. He did not really care about these bruisos, and the priority was still to leave this planet as soon as possible. Without the aid of electronics, everything was made much more difficult, requiring Xia Fei to manually examine each and every part of the warship. Fortunately, Xia Fei had knowledge in mechatronics and mechanical sciences, so he very quickly familiarized himself with how this ship was designed and operated without the help of Oro. Turns out Xia Fei has quite the understanding toward machinery and warships. Oro said inwardly, astonished. Since Xia Fei did not need his help, Oro decided to just watch from the sidelines, interested in seeing how Xia Fei could make out of the spaceship. For the entire day, Xia Fei kept making adjustments to the ship. The structure of this F-class Cosmic Express warship from the Demon race was simple and sturdy. The damage sustained from the crash was hardly too severe, so it was still capable of flight. The only issue was the electronic interference. As everyone was well aware, modern warships had a heavy reliance on electronics. Without it, radar, navigation, air regulatory systems, etc. would be unavailable for use. Xia Fei had to activate every mechanical component of the ship manually, and a new heart of spirit had to be fitted into the energy capacitor before it was ready to go. If I'm not mistaken, the only way for us to leave this planet is by manual ignition, borrowing the thrust from the engine to escape the electromagnetic fields that surround this planet before the electronic systems can be repaired after we enter into space proper, Xia Fei said gravely. The Lionheart Emperor Oro nodded. That's right. A ship with its electronic systems knocked out is still capable of flight, though it will need quite a lot of help. As long as we can escape this planet and be out of range from the electronic interference, we'll have hope. Xia Fei did not say a word in response as he inspected the engine component once again. The engine had a manual ignition valve. Xia Fei pulled the control lever, and an explosion sounded from the engine. A blue flame shot out from its thrusters. The manual ignition was a success. Xia Fei hurriedly sat himself in the pilot's seat and pushed the accelerator up to 30%. Kaboom! The bottom of the lake stirred from the disturbance as the ship blasted its way out from the water and through the thick layer of ice, heading straight for the clouds. Success! Phantom cheered. Xia Fei clutched the steering, guiding the ship's trajectory. He was in no rush to break through the atmosphere. Instead, he flew in the air, carefully examining the ship's condition as he did. Okay, this should do. The damage to the ship isn't too severe, so it should be capable of space travel. With that said, Xia Fei pulled the steering toward himself, and this shark fin-shaped black spaceship blasted through the atmosphere and entered space. Flying far away at one go, the ship finally escaped the electronic interference. The electronic equipment on board was, thus, partially restored to functionality, but the all-important radar and navigation system was still silent. Xia Fei took out several repair drones from his spatial ring and set them to work. These things were capable of automated repair, able to restore function to machinery as long as there were no severe defects that could not be repaired. Intelligent repair drones from the God race. You've got quite a few good things in your hands. Lionheart Emperor Oro smiled as he said this. Having escaped the place that he was trapped in for millions of years, he was of course the most excited out of them all. Several minutes later, 80% of the electronic equipment had restored functionality. Xia Fei did not bother fixing the parts of the ship that would not be used much for flight. He only had so many repair drones, and it was no good to waste them. It would not be difficult for him to fix up all the lifestyle equipment like refrigeration and the ilk after he got back. The radar screen turned on, and a star map was displayed. Is this the Law Realm? Xia Fei curiously wondered out loud. So this expanse of space covers such a large area. It's practically 10 alliances stitched together. Lionheart Emperor Oro chuckled. Oh no, that's just a portion of the Law Realm, the territory belonging to the Demon race. The God race's territory is even larger than what we have, and the stars beyond are the uninhabited space. Xia Fei was shocked. It was no wonder that the Law Realm needed ships which could clock 600,000 light-years an hour. This expanse of space here was actually so unimaginably huge. Enter the code into the radar system, and the star map of the God Race territory will show. The code is Xia Fei entered the hidden star map according to Oro's instruction, and the complete territory of the two peak races finally appeared before him. All right, let's get going, Xia Fei said. Piloting a demon race's warship back to the Yu family was indubitably foolish. Xia Fei first parked it beyond the border and stored the ship into his spatial ring before cycling through the gate of spacetimes and finally returning. I've actually spent 739 third-grade origin crystals. Xia Fei calculated the cost of his expenditure from his gate travel, suddenly realizing that although Gate of Spacetimes could speed up his journey, the cost of doing so was shockingly high. Phantom mused. With Lionheart Emperor Oro by your side, as well as the demonic King Beast Egg and the Demon Race's express ship, how could you still be unsatisfied? Who knows how expensive all these things are? You ought to be happier. Xia Fei shrugged. Indeed, he had quite the haul from this trip. Just the powerful Lionheart Emperor Oro was already worth several tons of crystal. The dedicated tutelage of an expert was immeasurable in terms of value, and Xia Fei had yet to decide what to do with that egg, uncertain if he should keep the offspring for his use or exchange it for something else. No matter what he ultimately decided on, there was no doubt that it was a treasure. The warrior assigned to guard the Gate of Spacetime was evidently very astonished to see Xia Fei. After all the repeated incidents, Xia Fei was now famous in the Yu family, and the latest story of how Xia Fei had yelled at the demoness Yu Chi-Chi was like helping stand up for all the warriors that the 49th sister had bullied. Xia Fei, you're alive. The man on duty by the Gate of Spacetime was middle-aged with a short beard, and he exclaimed his shock when he saw Xia Fei. Xia Fei pouted. The man sounded as if he ought to have died. Quick, report to the Patriarch. Tell him that Xia Fei's back. The person ordered his men. In no time, Yuhua appeared through the Gate of Spacetime, smiling as he patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. It's good that you're back. I was afraid that there would be a huge mess you tarried any longer. What sort of mess? Yuhua smiled slightly. Do you still remember Miss Mu Fuping, the one you kicked as if she's a ball from the Gate of Spacetime? Xia Fei frowned. I didn't kick her. I tossed her. Yuhua laughed uproariously as he led the way to Xia Fei. All right, whether you kicked or tossed her, that lady held a real grudge on you. But after watching the video playback, she discovered that what you had done saved her, so she became a mess of gratitude instead. At the moment, she's over at Patriarch Yujiang's, refusing to leave, threatening our Mu family to find you. But because you were sent to the wrong coordinates, and no could find out where you had been transported to, even the powerful Mu family was helpless. So yeah, Miss Mu is presently spending her time here with her parents. Xia Fei heard all this before commenting. Well, I'm back now, aren't I? Just tell them that, and let them leave. Matter solved. Yuhua smirked as he shrugged. It's not that simple. Come follow me quickly. In any case, this situation is a mess, and the Yu family is on the brink of having a pandemonium. Xia Fei originally wanted to return home and find Pod, but he ended up being forced by Yuhua to make a trip to Patriarch Yujiang's mansion instead. After all, you did save Mu Fuping, and accepting their gratitude in person isn't a bad thing. The distinguished Mu family is one of the 9 great clans. It will be even better if they give you a little something for your efforts, too, Phantom said from the sidelines. Xia Fei noted the logic behind his words. Though he did not think too much of the incident, Mu Fuping was indeed a lady of status. He was not going to die receiving thanks from her, and the chance of establishing rapport with the 9 great clans was good, too. The grand and spacious mansion of Patriarch Yujiang was right in the center of the capital. It was a property which spanned approximately 100 acres. From taking his first step in, Xia Fei felt this sense of unpleasantness. The servants who came to receive him were all gloating, while the guards that the Mu family had brought were all glaring fiercely at him. Xia Fei felt aggrieved. He had saved Mu Fuping. Why did her family's guards show such distaste toward him? An uneasiness gnawed at his heart as he continued. Entering the guest hall, Xia Fei saw Patriarch Yujiang sitting beside a middle-aged man at the head of the room. Next to them in successive order were Mu Fuping, Mu Qingping, and some people whom Xia Fei did not recognize, most likely the 2 families' elders and stewards. Seeing Xia Fei, Yujiang smiled and beckoned him to get seated with Yuhua, while the middle-aged man next to him snorted with a cold harumph. Mu Fuping was seated across Xia Fei, looking very prim and proper. She slightly nodded her head towards Xia Fei, a look of gratitude on her face. Xia Fei returned a bow. The two were not too familiar with each other, and Xia Fei felt that the lady was very troublesome, so he maintained a fairly cold demeanor toward her. Beside her, Mu Qingping sat with a look of schadenfreude, which drew Xia Fei's vigilance. There was something off about this girl no matter how he looked at it, as if she had some sort of trick up her sleeves. That was when Mu Fuping got up and said, "Big brother Xia Fei, I thank you for your aid in allowing Fuping to escape. It's fortunate to learn that you managed to return safe and sound." She spoke with decency, and Xia Fei felt somewhat better inside. He returned a few words of courtesy before turning the conversation toward Mu Qiubo. Mu Qiubo was a failure in our clan. Having been chased out of Mu family by me due to thievery, he probably harbored a grudge and decided to take revenge on the lady. The middle-aged man seated at the head answered. Thievery? A law emperor needing to resort to thievery? Xia Fei did not believe a word of this. But because this was ultimately an internal matter of the Yu family, Xia Fei did not bother delving further on the matter. Mu Fuping said, "This is my father, Mu Nanshan." Mu Nanshan impatiently wagged his hand, a gesture to imply there was no need for pleasantries. He proceeded to question Xia Fei's experience, so Xia Fei came up with a set of lies. Since no one knew where Xia Fei had gone to, he could weave a story however he liked. Mu Fuping and Mu Qingping very clearly had no life experience, actually believing Xia Fei's story for fact, covering their hearts whenever any danger was mentioned, nervous as they got engrossed in the details. There was no way that Xia Fei could lie to old experts like Mu Nanshan, Yu Jiang, and Yu Hua, so he made up his mind that no matter how they questioned him, he would not tell them a bit of the truth, so no one could try and trip him up. When the story's done, Mu Fuping and Mu Qingping both stayed and asked for greater details. It was rare for the ladies, who grew up in sheltered backgrounds, to hear such stories, so of course they were somewhat captivated by Xia Fei's tale. Mu Nanshan refused to believe a word he said, so he immediately asked, "You're called Xia Fei?" "Yes." "A newly promoted law warrior?" "Yes." "From the Alliance?" "That's right." "Where did you live?" "Earth." "Where are your parents?" "I don't know my father or mother." Xia Fei was depressed. He had originally thought that the other party would be very grateful for what he had done, so he had not expected to be interrogated so thoroughly that it seemed like they would not relent without exhuming every single ancestor in his bloodline. Instead, Xia Fei answered straightforwardly, and Mu Nanshan's expression became sterner the more he heard. He finally sighed and glanced over to Mu Fuping. Mu Fuping looked somewhat awkwardly at Xia Fei as if she had done something wrong. She was not someone who knew how to hide her feelings, and Xia Fei could see through her easily. After the thorough question, Mu Nanshan let out a sigh and appeared to be dissatisfied with Xia Fei's background, shaking his head in dismay. "What does any of my history have anything to do with you?" Xia Fei cursed him in his mind. Yu Jiang very courteously offered some tea, as Mu Nanshan took it and sipped. A young man who knows how to sacrifice himself for the greater good is fine, and saving our young lady's life at such a critical juncture, the Mu family as a whole is very grateful, but it is important to show some self-knowledge in all things. Xia Fei arched his eyebrow. To suddenly state that he needed to have self-knowledge, just what was going on here? To the side, Yu Hua tugged at Xia Fei and threw him a look as if afraid that Xia Fei would say something disrespectful at this moment. They were addressing the Mu family, one of the 9 great clans, at the end of the day. The Yu family would be in trouble if they were to anger this person in any way. Xia Fei did his best to suppress the anger he was feeling inside and kept quiet. Today was completely nonsensical. Having heard a group of random people speak some baffling words, how utterly unreasonable. Mu Fuping rolled her eyes crossly at her father. "Dad, what are you saying?" Mu Nanshan lightly patted his head, seemingly powerless. Xia Fei suddenly discovered that Mu Nanshan appeared to be very afraid of his daughter. Mu Fuping merely opened her mouth, and he no longer said anything else. Ahem. Since Xia Fei has already returned safe and sound, then this incident has pretty much reached an acceptable conclusion. Tonight, I will host a dinner to entertain all our distinguished guests while also playing host to Xia Fei. Mu Nanshan waved. "I hope that Patriarch you won't mind my lack of courtesy, but there are plenty of familial matters that need attending, so it is best if I hurry back and deal with them. Yuhua leaned in next to Xia Fei as he softly whispered into his ear, Mu Nanshan isn't just some ordinary person. He's someone who holds the highest authority in all of the Mu family, managing their finances from a young age. I heard that he might have a chance of entering the Mu family's privy council. Becoming the successor to their patriarch isn't impossible either. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. What has that got to do with me? Yuhua flashed him a mischievous smile. Perhaps not. It's hard to predict what the future lies. Xia Fei pouted. Today was truly too strange a day. Everyone of every standing was speaking with such ambiguity. Even Yuhua was no exception. Xia Fei, you've done the Mu family a huge favor by saving Fuping this time. I must show my deep gratitude toward your actions, Mu Nanshan said. Patriarch Yu, how many invites did you receive for the coming Dragon Ascension Conclave? Yu Zhang's face was slightly red as he answered. We are just a small family, so we only received one. Oh, and have you decided on anyone yet? We have already decided at the start of this year, and it will be our younger generation, Yu Xiaobei, who will be taking part. Xia Fei was slightly startled. He had heard the name Yu Xiaobei many times before, and it seemed like he was a very outstanding individual from the Yu family. He was about the same age as him, and both Yu Hua and Yu Jiang had once mentioned his name in passing. As for this Dragon Ascension Conclave, who knew what sort of gathering this was? To actually only be given just a single invite to participate despite the Yu family numbering in the million. Mu Nanshan replied. Then let's do it like this. I'll give you another invite this time, and Xia Fei will be the invitee. The entire hall went silent after he said this. Even the wise old patriarch Yu Jiang was stunned, as if being given this invitation was an impressive show of gratitude. After wasting nearly half a day here, all you got is an invite, without even any treasure to speak of. Even a bit of origin crystal will have been nice, too, Phantom grumbled by the side. Xia Fei was also a bit indifferent to it. Having already gotten Lionheart Emperor Oro Wenge by his side, Xia Fei had already set his goal to be striving for cultivation and do his best to reach the next level. Thus, he did not have any thoughts of joining anything else. Yuhua was at Xia Fei's ears again. The Dragon Ascension Conclave is a law study conference at the Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall, dedicated to nurturing the geniuses of the younger generation. An invitation is practically priceless. Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall? Is it really great? Xia Fei asked. Not your average great. Among the humans of the 9 great clans, as well as the cream of the crop from other sapient races, all will have the support of the Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall, and behind will still be the God race's underwriting. It's said that the reason why the Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall was established is to help the God race with pre-training so that they can keep an eye on the exceptional ones. The God race consisted of the peak experts in the law realm, and only the best law adepts would be accepted. Xia Fei already knew all these, so he was surprised to learn that the Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall would actually be supplying the God race with their candidates. No wonder Yuhua had said that the invitation was priceless. After all, this was the greatest opportunity anyone who was in the law realm could have. Changing the subject, Yuhua sighed. But the Mu family giving you an invitation is in no means to help you. Xia Fei did not understand what Yuhua meant, but the patriarch Yu Jiang had already spoken first. Yu Jiang let out a bitter chuckle. This is truly too generous of you this time around, and I'm afraid that we of the Yu family can't bear this charity. Xia Fei was startled. The patriarch was clearly shirking this kindness, rejecting such a great opportunity. Could he have gone insane? Mu Nanshan purposely asked. Oh, is there something wrong? Yu Jiang eyed Xia Fei quite meaningfully. There are merely 15 days away from the Dragon Ascension Conclave, and participants must be of law sovereign cultivation. Xia Fei is just a level 6 law warrior at the moment. Xia Fei instantly understood everything at that point. Mu Nanshan's eyes told the whole story, and it was that of naked contempt. He had already calculated that Xia Fei would not have the qualifications to accept an invitation to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. So that's the case. For him to have saved my girl from Mu Qiubo, I thought that his cultivation is at least a high-level law sovereign. Mu Nanshan appeared shocked when, actually, he had made the offer with ill intent at heart. Looking at him appear so animated, there was actually not a sliver of surprise. He clearly already knew that Xia Fei's cultivation was lacking. The people of the Yu family all sighed, feeling sorry for Xia Fei to miss out on such a great chance due to his insufficient cultivation. Meanwhile, the people of the Mu family were even more delighted, mocking smiles plastered across their faces. Xia Fei ground his teeth. He did not know how he had offended the Mu family for him to be the recipient of such ridicule. There's indeed not much time, but I do think that Xia Fei is an exceptional talent. Perhaps he might be promoted to a law sovereign in 15 days. Patriarch of the Yu family, surely you don't have to reject this offer. Mu Nanshan deplored with feigned magnanimity. Promoting from a level 6 law warrior to a law sovereign in 15 days? That was practically a joke. Forget everything else. Just promoting from a level 9 law warrior to become a law sovereign was already abnormal. The talented could perhaps do so in a year, while the stupid could take 10 years, or perhaps they could never even make the breakthrough their entire lives. For Xia Fei to be promoted to a law sovereign in just 15 days, it was a joke that only Mu Nanshan could think of. Esteemed seniors. Xia Fei suddenly stood up. He swept a cold gaze on all the Mu family, and everyone looked at him, some with sympathy, others with dark relish, and many with derision. Patriarch, why don't you accept what Elder Mu Nanshan offered? Xia Fei said plainly. There's something I haven't gotten the chance to report since I got back. My cultivation has increased recently, and I'm now a level 9 law adept. What? You've reached level 9? No way. Fewer than 20 days have passed, yet you've already reached the peak of law warriors from level 6. That's unbelievable. That's simply too fast. Mu Nanshan knitted his eyebrows and asked solemnly, You hit level 9? That's right, Xia Fei replied with ease. Level 9, and I've also inadvertently become an energy master. Xia Fei was really insane. Be it in terms of his cultivation or his speed of promotion, he was well ahead of everyone else. Everyone in the Yu family was very familiar with this, but Mu Nanshan had not heard anything about it. If Xia Fei saying that he currently had the strength of a level 9 law warrior had already shocked the crowd present very thoroughly, then Xia Fei's news of inadvertently becoming an energy master was comparable to a bolt of lightning crashing from the heavens, striking right on top of all their heads. The law realm was built on a foundation of energy, and energy masters were comparable to cornerstones of a building. Their status was incomparably high. Xia Fei had coincidentally become an energy master? How coincidental was that? It must be stated that Xia Fei had learned the law of energy purification without anyone giving him any guidance whatsoever. He lacked a foundation in the law of energy, nor did he have an energy master to assist him. Successfully cultivating the law of energy purification under such conditions was simply too incredible. All of a sudden, the eyes within the hall became a lot hotter as these gazes, mixed with envy and jealousy, looked on. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and quietly sat back down as if there was nothing worth being proud of his achievement. This calm attitude he portrayed provoked quite a few to suck in cold air. Xia Fei had acted as if becoming an energy master was all part of the course, that it was something he had succeeded with ease. Mu Fuping eyed Xia Fei with a fairly glowing look. She had stood up several seconds ago, wanting to argue with her father that what he had said was clearly aimed at Xia Fei, taunting him. Xia Fei had no need for anyone else to help him. In that statement he made, he had very clearly shown them one of his underlying trump cards and, in turn, sent back the words of derision Mu Nanshan had thrown his way. As such, it was now Mu Fuping's turn to be in a somewhat awkward spot. On the one hand, she was excited for Xia Fei to have promoted at such an insane pace, and the profession of energy master was also well valued among the 9 great clans. Yet Mu Fuping could also clearly feel the anger her father was feeling. To have been left speechless by this nameless Xia Fei, there was no way the distinguished treasurer of the Mu family, Mu Nanshan, could bear it, and his face was slowly turning green. Well done. Let these empty CHRFCKRS burst blood vessels. Phantom spat viciously. The previous resentment he felt had been swept away. Phantom was standing beside Xia Fei with arms akimbo, smugly looking at everyone. He suddenly realized that he was very fortunate to have turned into a spirit. This entire experience had been very interesting. Following Xia Fei all these years, Phantom had managed to witness many things that could fill many lives over, an existence that was many times more fulfilling than when he was alive. Mu Nanshan gritted his teeth as he asked again with much unwillingness. Are you really an energy master? Xia Fei casually replied. I became an energy master through sheer luck. I was just trying to comprehend the law of energy purification and didn't expect myself to succeed. But my main focus is still being a warrior. And since the Dragon Ascension Conclave require participants to have the strength of a law sovereign, it means that this young one isn't talented enough. But I will be willing to try and see if I can perhaps make the breakthrough to become a law sovereign with what the little time left. Patriarch, what do you think? Xia Fei's words made everyone feel depressed upon hearing them. A huge clan like the Mu family would hardly care about a peak law warrior. So what if Mu Xiaobua had the cultivation of a law emperor? He still ended up getting chased away at the drop of a hat. There would hardly have been enough time for Mu Xiaobua to be crowned as a deity had he been in a small clan like the Yu family. What truly mattered was the fact that Xia Fei possessed the first-level cultivation of the law of energy purification. It was something he had succeeded in learning by himself. Anyone with even a shred of common sense would know just how difficult it was to achieve such a feat. Without a doubt, Xia Fei must be an amazing talent when it came to his control of origin energy. In this law circle, there was not a single warrior who did not wish to become an energy master. This was due to the fact that the profession itself was valued far higher than that of an adept, allowing the person in question to have plenty of inroads to wealth and status. Ask a 3-year-old child if he or she would want to be a warrior or an energy master when they grew up. Indubitably, he or she would choose the latter without a moment's hesitation. Even a fool knew that being an energy master was no trivial matter. Were it not for the fact that they lacked the talent, who would just give up the chance to be an energy master? However, it just so happened that Xia Fei was a very odd person. Such a great achievement of becoming an energy master had actually been swept aside by him. It was as if he was not in the least bit interested in becoming one, and that it had merely been something he was idly toying around with. Patriarch Yu Jiang burst into boisterous laughter. Of course, you must give it a shot. Early tomorrow morning, I'll personally bring you into Crow City. Every resource, manpower, equipment that our family has at our disposal shall be yours to use. It isn't easy for a small clan like our Yu family to have a man of such talent, so as long as you need something, even if it is asking this old man to accompany you with your cultivation, I will readily agree without a second thought. It was only at this moment that Yu Jiang felt that he had truly appeared with a straightened back in front of the Mu family, and his voice was a lot more crisp and clearer than before. Xia Fei simply smiled. I wouldn't dare request the esteemed patriarch to accompany me. However, I do need an assistant, and his name is Gutong. He was once an instructor and is presently assigned to guard duty over at Snake Isle. His eyes unintentionally glanced to his left, and it just so happened to land right at the seat where Energy Master Duba was seated. Transferring Gutong to Snake Isle had been the latter's idea. Duba momentarily froze up. Xia Fei clearly stating that he wanted Gutong's assistance was actually a slap to Master Duba's face. Everyone knew that Gutong had been sent to do guard duty because he had provoked Duba, so if Xia Fei could call him back just like that, it was akin to giving Duba a tight slap right in his face. Duba turned to face Patriarch Yu Jiang with a pale face, even as Xia Fei did the same, and looked at the Patriarch with a smile, awaiting his decision. Yu Jiang of course knew about the twists and turns between the two. While the conversation was calm and harmless, the words themselves were barbed with hidden knives. If Duba represented the Yu family's present, then Xia Fei would be their future. If possible, Yu Jiang wished he did not need to offend, either. However, it was plain to see that Xia Fei had set his foot down to go against Duba in this situation, and there was no means of reconciliation between the two. All right, have it your way. Tomorrow, you'll surely see Gutong waiting for you outside Crow City, Yu Jiang stated decisively. Ever since Mu Nanshan arrived at the Yu family, Duba had been finding any possible excuse to stay around them, and the reason for doing so was precisely to establish good favor with the Mu family and climb up the rung. Yu Jiang used this opportunity with Xia Fei to teach Duba a lesson, reminding him that this was the Yu family and that it would be him, Yu Jiang, who would be making the decision around here. People who knew of the past history Duba and Xia Fei shared could not help but chuckle softly. Duba's expression vacillated between red and white. and it was Xia Fei who came out on top in this unseen clash between the two. That was when Furball came poking his head out carefreely from Xia Fei's bosom, ignoring everyone in the hall as he did so, climbing up to Xia Fei's shoulder and nuzzling his fuzzy body on Xia Fei's face, looking very earnest and honest. Xia Fei understood his pet too well and knew that Furball was asking for food, so he took out a grade 3 origin crystal in front of everyone and fed the beast. This action of his was not particularly eye-catching, but Moon Nanshan seated at the head of the hall was abruptly stunned, recognizing that Furball was actually the holy beast Shatterstar. Beside Moon Nanshan was an older elderly man who had a long and wispy goatee, and his eyes glinted with sly intent. This person was called Mu Hailing, and he was the most important advisor of Moon Nanshan. To be able to help support the family's treasurer at his age, Mu Hailing helped craft quite a few strategies and plans for Moon Nanshan and was considered his most trusted confidant. Mu Hailing blinked before leaning in to Moon Nanshan's ear and whispering, "That's the holy beast Shatterstar." "I know that. Looks like the beast has already been tamed by Xia Fei." "I know that as well. What are you getting at?" Mu Hailing did not directly answer, but merely laughed. He was promoted to level 9 from 6 in just half a month. His law of energy purification is self-taught, and he has a holy beast as a pet. "Are you saying that we should bury the hatchet?" Mu Hailing was still being evasive with his answer, softly saying, "We don't have anyone like that in the Mu family, do we?" Mu Hailing was truly a very good advisor. He never once put forth an idea to Moon Nanshan outright, but, instead, laid out the conditions for the latter to make his own decision. The man furrowed his brows, and his eyes carelessly swept over to his daughter Mu Fuping. The lady's eyes were staring eagerly at Xia Fei feeding Furball, smiling very happily. Moon Nanshan let out a light sigh. He had made it to the post of the clan's treasurer not through emotional decision. Even though he was unhappy, it was never a factor in decision-making. "Xia Fei, do you have any plans after you cultivate your law of energy purification to level 1? Have you ever once thought of one day becoming an energy master?" Moon Nanshan coughed and asked. Yu Zhang's finger twitched. Moon Nanshan's words could not be any more blatant. He was clearly trying to recruit Xia Fei. If the people from the Mu family truly had such a desire, the Yu family would of course be incapable to compete given the advantage in capital that the former possess. Xia Fei replied, "Energy is the basis of all cultivation. If there's an opportunity, I will of course work hard and cultivate it, diligently advancing down the path of the law of energy purification." Moon Nanshan nodded. "We of the Mu family have a specialized course for energy masters, something that is originally reserved only for the family's direct descendants to attend. But since you saved Fuping's life, then you've also shown a turn of kindness toward the Mu family. If you are willing, I can personally seek out the Mu family's patriarch and explain to him so that you can join the course. At present, the one teaching is the Mu family's level 6 energy master, Mu Ran. His professional knowledge in this is impeccable, with an amiable personality. He enjoys taking in disciples the most, and is also my cousin. I'm sure he won't mind adding you to his protégés." Shrewd and accurate, a singular blow. Moon Nanshan had instantly laid out his superiority to Xia Fei, his ability to get the best energy master from the Mu family to teach him with the slightest nod of his head. There was no way Xia Fei could get such an opportunity if he stayed with the Yu family, for it was a well-known fact that the family only had one energy master, Duba, and given the fact that neither saw eye to eye with each other, Xia Fei would still have to probe his way in the field by himself. The patriarch Yu Jiang bit his lower lip. The enticement the Mu family had dangled was most definitely fatal for most. Gaining the protection of one of the 9 great clans, including the tutelage of a top-notch energy master, no one short of a fool or a lunatic would reject the offer. There was no way for the Yu family to compete with the might of the powerful withered Mu family. Mu Fuping's eyes sparkled as she said, "That's right. Big brother Xia Fei. Grandfather Mu Rant's a really nice person. If you learn the law of energy purification from him, you'll surely be able to see wondrous results with half the effort, and there's no telling if you can really become a top-notch energy master yourself." Moon Nanshan took a sip from his teacup somewhat smugly, appearing to be very confident in himself. Xia Fei smiled. "Miss Fuping, Elder Mu, I am currently focused on cultivating my martial arts skill in hopes of becoming a qualified law adept. As for becoming an energy master, I plan to take it at my own pace. Mu Nanshan nearly spat out the tea in his mouth as he asked with a frown. You must surely know that becoming an energy master is widely known as the best profession in the circle. You will be well respected no matter where you go, and it's far better than being a run-of-the-mill law adept. Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, I know that. Mu Nanshan somewhat angrily asked again. People will often seek for better, just like how water will naturally flow from high to low. Do you really have no intention of becoming an energy master, willing to just remain a law warrior your whole life? Are you satisfied with remaining a warrior your whole life? Mu Nanshan somewhat angrily asked. Beside him, Mu Fuping's expression went blank. She could not understand why Xia Fei would reject such an obviously good opportunity, feeling that it was too stupid a move to make. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile and revealed his obstinate side again. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being a warrior. It's just that I will consider becoming an energy master at the same time that I'm a warrior, Xia Fei very calmly stated. Besides, I'm with the Yu family right now, and that makes it inconvenient for me to study with other clans. This was a clear-cut answer, as good as saying, there's no need for others to interfere with my affairs. Mu Nanshan was also someone with his pride. He snorted coldly there and then, no longer saying anything else of the matter. He said goodbye to the Yu family's patriarch and led Mu Fuping back home. Yu Hua joined Xia Fei on his way back to his abode. Actually, you ought to have agreed to Mu Nanshan's offer. The man wields great power, and the Mu family is a top clan in the circle. That might very well be a one-time opportunity you'd be getting, Yu Hua softly mentioned. Xia Fei shook his head. That's not how I saw it. It would be fine if he were earnest in inviting me to his clan, but I have no idea why the people of the Mu family showed such great distaste for me from the very start. And it's only after I showed them my trump card did they do a 180-degree change in attitude, which goes to show that they're only interested in me at the last minute. They're really treating me as a fool. At the end of the day, I still have my pride, and tempting me with niceties isn't something that works on me. Besides, I hate being used by others. When Xia Fei said how he hated being used by others, Yu Hua briefly became slightly startled, but he did not explicitly show this in his actions, and very quickly recovered. Chuckling, Yu Hua said, I don't think that you showed every trump card you have today, though. You're someone who has plenty squirreled away, incredibly domineering when you get arrogant, yet able to blend into the crowd when you wish to keep a low profile. If you consider all that, even I am afraid of getting dragged into your orbit. I guess that this is what a myriad of changes means. I've seen plenty of young men and women, but this is the first time I'm seeing someone like you who has such a mix of different personalities. I simply can't make sense of you. Xia Fei had a helpless expression plastered on his face. I can't do anything about it if you don't believe me, but this is truly all the cards I hold. Even now, I'm beginning to regret what I've done. All I can blame is that moment of reckless impulse I gave into. That's right. I'm about to leave for Crow City to try and make a breakthrough for the Lost Sovereign threshold. Is there anything important that I should keep in mind? Xia Fei changed the topic and asked, Anything important? Are you trying to ask me if there's a key to achieving the breakthrough? Yu Hua chuckled. Xia Fei saw no reason to lie as he nodded. Yu Hua then said, Even if you didn't ask, I'd still impart what I know to you. After all, we've hit off so well. Yu Hua had the cultivation of a great law emperor, but he was also a very amiable soul. He was nowhere as secretive and profound as the patriarch Yu Jiang, nor was he as domineering as Yu Qiqi. The two got along well, since both men enjoyed keeping a low profile. Honestly, I don't really have a lot of confidence if I can help you with the critical stage of Law Sovereign. It's because this is a very difficult transom to cross, and given how different people physically are, there'll also be distinctions between the perplexity of the breakthrough. From my experience, this particular transom is completely different from the rushing tide of energy when crossing the level 6 juncture. It's best if you learn how to cultivate after the tide recedes. After the tide recedes? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Yu Hua answered, What I mean by receding tide is a situation when the flow of energy is insufficient. Once you're able to continue intense cultivation despite having a lack of energy circulating in your body, there's a chance for you to enter a very miraculous state where you clearly have no energy to speak of yet have enough mental strength to persist on. Xia Fei instantly understood what the other meant. I understand. That's a state warriors will often get to after reaching the limits of the fight. Your mind will go blank, and you'll rely on your willpower to persist in the fight. So it turns out that the key to becoming a lost sovereign lies in that. Yuhua sighed. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. But such an extreme condition is very dangerous, and all it will take is a momentary lapse in concentration for you to end up causing irreparable injury to your body, maybe even damaging your seventh brain region again. I'm sure you ought to be clear on the sort of agony that can bring you. Xia Fei shrugged. He was of course familiar with the pain that came with a ruined seventh brain region. The full 3 years of stagnation before, and the misery he experienced when he initially joined the Yu family. This was not something that he would ever forget in this life. However, they were just half a month away from the Dragon Ascension Conclave. If he did not hurry up and make significant improvements on this front, there was no telling when he would get a second chance at this. Xia Fei had to take the risk. Saying that, a burly hunk of a man suddenly passed them. He was not too tall, but was very muscular, looking to be as unshakable as a metallic pillar. Every step he took rang loudly, leaving a slightly visible imprint on the road with every footfall. For some reason, this hunk and Yuhua's eyes met with seething gazes. Not once either greeted the other as they brushed past each other, as if they viewed each other with great animosity. Who's that? Xia Fei asked. Yuhua chuckled. That's the esteemed Eugene, the strongest warrior in the family besides the old patriarch, and he's also the head steward of the clan. These years, the patriarch hasn't been bothering himself with family matters, so Eugene has taken the responsibility to deal with internal and external affairs in his stead. Xia Fei mused. He doesn't seem to be as strong as you, so why is he viewed as the second strongest warrior in the clan? Yuhua pointed to himself and said, while he might not have as high a cultivation as me, just a peak law sovereign, don't forget that I'm not considered a member of the clan anymore. So while I help the patriarch with certain matters, it's only done in private, and I'm not involved in any other affairs. Does either of you harbor enmity? Not really. It's all in the past. Yuhua said this rather breezily, but Xia Fei did not think so. The look either man threw at each other seemed like they were keen to see the other dead, and the wish to fight was palpable. Xia Fei had seen this all with his 2 eyes. I'm afraid that Yuhua's decision to pick up business and abandon the ways of a warrior has something to do with Eugene, and you can tell from a glance that the latter isn't a good guy. Those sharp eyes that exude killing intent and a scowling face that shows no smile. It's as if the entire world owes him money. Phantom was rattling off beside Xia Fei's ears. Xia Fei did not share the same sentiment. First impressions were hardly ever accurate and would very easily result in being taken advantage of. Xia Fei knew intimately what it meant by not judging a book by its cover. Okay, you're home now. I still have other matters to attend to, so we might not meet again before you head off for the Dragon Ascension Conclave, Yuhua said. Xia Fei laughed. You seem to be quite certain that I can advance to become a lost sovereign within 15 days. Yuhua replied, I don't know about others, but I do know that you might succeed. I haven't known you for too long, but you've always surprised me. With that said, Yuhua disappeared as he took a side step to his left. Xia Fei had no idea if he used a spatial compass or an instantaneous movement skill. The latter had a high cultivation and was capable of freely traversing through space at his leisure, which Xia Fei could only feel a bout of envy toward. Pod was already sick with anxiety waiting back at home. The moment he saw Xia Fei, the cute little robot pouted. From today onward, no matter where the master goes, I'll be following, too, even if I have to stay in your spatial ring. Xia Fei was left speechless but had no choice but to agree. Today had been quite a lucky day. Not only did he manage to get an invite to the Dragon Ascension Conclave, he even managed to make a video call with Avril successfully. Xia Fei could see that Avril was hard at work on the screen, wearing her pajamas and a pin stuck in her hair as a hairpin. Her 2 bright eyes were a little faint, as if she was very tired. What have you been up to? Xia Fei asked with a measure of concern and heartache. I'm presently drawing up a new development plan for Starling Corporation. Father has me presiding over the logistics department and research center, so I have to put in the effort, Avril said with a smile. Most likely feeling that she was looking a bit too unsightly like that. Avril let her hair down and furtively rubbed some nourishment cleanser on herself as she spoke. Work's work. Is there a need for you to push yourself so much? You need to remember that no matter what happens, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life." Xia Fei said that with great sincerity, and Avril's 2 cheeks burned. Any lady would feel very blessed hearing a man say that, and Avril was no exception. "I wouldn't spend all my time missing you if I were busy with work." Avril's voice was tiny, and Xia Fei was somewhat stunned by her words, a wave of warmth spreading in his heart. The time they spent away from each other was by no means great, and that was the same for both Xia Fei and Avril. It turned out that the reason Avril had intentionally busied herself with work was also she would not have any time to be lovesick. After a moment of silence, Xia Fei earnestly said, "Earlier, I talked to Charlie, and I have a subordinate who's done plenty of research in genetics. He'll soon have a gene optimization fluid prepared for you, and I hope that you'll take it." Avril nodded, agreeing to his request. "Aren't you going to ask why I hope that you can open your 7th brain region?" Xia Fei asked. "There's no need. I believe that you must have your reasons," Avril said with a giggle. Xia Fei felt even more tongue-tied upon hearing that. This sort of unconditional trust and support would move anyone. Whether a relationship was deep or otherwise, the sweet words shared would often come off as deceptive, and it was a lot easier to reflect the bond shared through the little things. Switching off the communication with Avril, Xia Fei contacted Charlie once more. "Let me reiterate. You must make sure to do human experiments with the gene optimization fluid first. Ensure that it is 100% safe. I don't care even if 1,000,000 people die, but you must guarantee that Avril will be 200% safe administering it," Xia Fei said somberly. Human experimentation was of course forbidden in the Alliance, for that was what caused Harris to be hunted down back in the day. Charlie was slightly taken aback. "I remember you saying before that, as long as your people live, even if the entire world dies, you won't care." "I haven't forgotten that. Don't worry, I'll do as per you instructed." Lionheart Emperor Oro, who was staying in his spatial ring, had heard what Xia Fei said and muttered to himself, "As long as his own people live, he doesn't care even if the world dies?" This Xia Fei sure is quite the ruthless man. After repeatedly reiterating his instructions to Charlie, he then had a simple conversation with the Sentinel goddess Sophia. The robot army's construction of the Titan had continued undeterred, progressing smoothly. Due to the overly gargantuan size of such a superwarship, the production time was long. Early the next morning, Xia Fei arrived by that pier which the family patriarch Yu Jiang fished by and saw Gu Tong. "Xia Fei, Instructor Gu." The two exchanged warm pleasantries. Gu Tong appeared to be skinnier and walked with a slight limp on his left leg, seemingly having been injured. "Your leg? It's fine. Just a minor injury." Gu Tong hurriedly brushed over his injury. Without a doubt, no matter where Snake Isle was, it was definitely not anywhere peaceful, or else Gu Tong would not have been in such a state in just these 2 short months that passed. Frowning, Xia Fei's hatred toward Duba deepened. Sending Gu Tong to Snake Isle despite not having too high a cultivation in the first place. Had he not managed to send him back in time, perhaps the next chance he got meeting Gu Tong would have been with his corpse. How merciless and cruel of the Energy Master. Gu Tong had been saved from death's clutches thanks to Gu Fei, so of course the former was extremely grateful toward him, expressing his tremendous gratitude. Xia Fei was now a peak law warrior, and his status was different from before. Yu Jiang laughed. "All right, leave all the talking for later. Let me escort you two to Crow City first." Yu Jiang opened a passage, looking all mysterious, not telling where it would bring them. "Do we require going through a spatial gate to reach Crow City?" Xia Fei asked, curious. Yu Jiang smiled. "But of course, Crow City isn't here. Rather, it's built on a desolate planet. It's a secret location." Xia Fei was stunned as he followed Yu Jiang through the gate, arriving at a dark place. Like a mid-century castle, Crow City was surrounded by a large swamp, with the cries of wild beasts that could be heard echoing from afar. It appeared as if this planet was not as peaceful as he thought. Xia Fei, Yu Jiang, and Gu Tong's arrival had broken silence here, as a large murder of crows took flight from the swamp, their beady blood-red eyes gleaming like jewels. The darkness around them made their red eyes stand out even more so. In comparison, the castle was a lot more subdued. Due to the passage of time, the castle was dark and damp, with plenty of nameless plants creeping along the walls. There was even a huge crow which was observing its surroundings as it stood atop the highest point of the castle. It was gloomy, scary, and deserted. Crow City could easily be mistaken for Dracula's castle from a human legend. Xia Fei could not help but knit his eyebrows. From the moment he took a foot in this place, he could already feel a tingling sensation creeping up on him. It was said that the place was dedicated to warrior cultivation. It ought to be a place that was vibrant and masculine since it was where plenty of warriors would be, with their blood all pumping. Elites were all within the city walls training hellishly. Yet Xia Fei saw no signs of anybody hard at work, and the desertedness of the place made his hair stand on end. Gutong struggled to fight a cold war within himself. He had the lowest cultivation out of the three here, which was why he was the first to find the atmosphere of Crow City inhospitable. But it might also be because he immediately associated this place with Snake Isle. Yu Zhang's expression turned grim as he pointed to the castle in the distance, stating in a serious tone, "That is Crow City." As one of the foundations when the Yu family established itself in the law realm, if our continuous research and study of spatial tear and fissure techniques are our software, then Crow City is the hardware which propels our warriors toward success. All of the most prominent warriors in our clan have once cultivated here. Xia Fei nodded, not saying a word. The strangeness of Crow City had left him feeling somewhat restless. All of a sudden, a weird sound from the direction of the castle traveled out, and with Xia Fei's keen senses, he immediately sensed that it came from underneath the castle. This howl sounded like a wail that invoked blood. It was extremely mournful. Gutong's body went limp as he promptly sank to the ground, knees first, nearly fainting over just from hearing that wail. Xia Fei hurriedly went over to support him. "Instructor Gu, are you okay?" Gutong was pale, unable to say a word even after some time passed. Yu Jiang said in a deep voice that just now was the first major mystery of Crow City, the fiend's blood cry. It has existed ever since the Yu family's ancestors first discovered Crow City and can be heard every once in a while. It is still in the day now, but come nighttime, the cry will be even more intense, and anyone without a substantial cultivation will be unable to withstand it. With that said, Yu Jiang glanced over at the pale Gutong and muttered to himself, too weak of a cultivation and a lack of determination. Staying in Crow City too long won't do him any good. This is why no warrior who hasn't made it past level 6 is allowed to visit Crow City. Xia Fei frowned as he asked, "Instructor Gu, can you hang in there still?" Gutong was ashamed as he admitted, "It's just a heart spasm. It's fine." Getting up, Xia Fei said, "Patriarch, actually, my request for Instructor Gu to accompany me to cultivate here in Crow City is but a sham. I really just wanted to use the opportunity to get him off Snake Isle. If you don't mind, I hope to have Instructor Gu transferred to work at Roaring Tiger Park." Yu Jiang chuckled. "You should have said so earlier. How could I not have known that small scheme you've got going? Let's send Gutong back first then. Report to Roaring Tiger Park after a few days of rest. He'll be under your employment from here on out." It was as if Gutong had received amnesty. Given his cultivation, staying any longer in Crow City was a torment. Besides, though Roaring Tiger Park had only 2 exotic beasts, someone would come by to seek Xia Fei's ability to tame beasts every once in a while, and Xia Fei would take 70% of the fees charged, with the remaining 30% shared between the employees of the park. Gutong's addition would allow him to receive an allowance which was slightly higher than what he had gotten before, and that could be considered as a repayment of the kindness he had shown back then. Gutong was immensely grateful and was sent back by Yu Jiang. Xia Fei reinvigorated himself and proceeded toward Crow City with Yu Jiang. The fiend's blood cry continued, letting out a distressing wail every few minutes. Xia Fei realized that he needed to resist this mournful wail actively, for letting it pass through uninhibited would easily injure him as time went by. Using his mental energy to defend against this cry was a sort of training for the body. Yu Jiang looked over to Xia Fei with immense satisfaction. "You've performed splendidly. Back when I brought Yu Hua over, he spent a full half a month adjusting to this, yet all you've taken is but a handful of minutes." Xia Fei thought nothing of it as he jested. "The sound is indeed frightening, but if I can be shaken by a mere sound, then I should just give up on being a warrior. If this castle truly has some monsters inside, then I really want to look at them." What he said was the truth, for Xia Fei had always had quite the heavy curiosity since young. Unexpectedly, just as Xia Fei finished his words, the fiend's blood cry suddenly sharpened, worsening from before. It was as if the fiend had heard Xia Fei's words and had risen in defiance. Xia Fei was unamused. He did not believe in ghosts or spirits before he met Phantom. Now, Yu Jiang burst out laughing. I've said it before, but the fiend's blood cry is the first major oddity of Crow City, and it isn't nonsense. Entering the city, Xia Fei noted the surrounding warmth around him, and he calmed down considerably. It appeared like there was this portentous energy filling the entire city. The energy around is abundant, and it's all origin energy that cocoons the entire city, Phantom mused. He had a natural sensitivity toward energy, and he voiced his observation aloud upon entering the castle. The reason why Crow City is used by the Yu family as a critical location for warriors to promote and cultivate is that the bricks used to construct this castle contained origin energy, and they're all purified crystals to boot. Yu Jiang pointed around as he narrated. No fewer than 1,000,000 grade 3 origin crystals were used building this castle, and it has a unique construction, too. The origin energy here could radiate naturally, and warriors that spend a long time basking in it will achieve things with half the effort. Xia Fei was quite surprised to learn that every single brick used in Crow City contained origin crystals. A castle that cost 1,000,000 grade 3 origin crystals to build? It looked like the original owner of this place had had wealth that triumphed over what a nation would hoard. This was when the fiend's blood cry could be heard once more, and Xia Fei could hear it even more distinctly while standing in the great hall. The mournful wail let out pierced right into his heart. He used his mental energy to resist this call, all the while keeping a placid expression. It was not possible to tell if there was anything off with him. A man in his 50s approached from a faraway darkened hallway as he clapped his hands, moving closer towards Xia Fei and Yu Jiang until he reached their side, saying, "This must be Xia Fei, whose name has been becoming rather famous in the clan, huh? He sure lives up to expectations. The Great Hall of Crow City is where the fiend's blood cry will be at its most intense, yet he's actually able to stand here looking completely unaffected by it. Brother Xia Fei sure has quite the tenacity." Bowing to family patriarch Yu Jiang, the man laughed. "I am the head administrator here in Crow City, Yu Peng. Good day to you both, Patriarch Yu and Brother Xia." Returning the greeting, Xia Fei took the opportunity to inspect the man closely. He noticed that Yu Peng looked very similar to the man Eugene whom he had met before. Both were short and muscular, like a halved tower of dark metal, his triangular eyes shining with brilliance. However, the difference was that Yu Peng carried an affable smile on his face, looking to be a lot friendlier than Eugene. His tone was very easygoing as well. Different from Eugene, his aura of killing intent permeated even as he walked. Yu Peng has been supervising Crow City for 13 years already and is very experienced. "If you have anything you need, feel free to look for him," Yu Jiang said. Yu Peng patted Xia Fei on his back and nodded. "The old patriarch has told me to spare no cost in order to let you join the coming Dragon Ascension Conclave. Just in grade 4 origin crystal alone, I've already prepared 100 for you. You may retrieve them for use whenever. Plus, the biggest and best cultivation chamber has been booked so that you can be the sole user of its facilities." Xia Fei thanked him profusely. 100 grade 4 origin crystals. That was indeed a large sum. It seemed that the Dragon Ascension Conclave was very important to the Yu family. Despite how big the Yu family was, with a population that reached 1,000,000, the days in the clan were not exactly filled with abundance. To provide Xia Fei with 100 grade 4 origin crystals at one go just showed the great determination Patriarch Yu Jiang had for this matter. Looking over, Yu Peng suddenly said to Yu Jiang, "Patriarch, since Brother Xia Fei has shown such great tenacity, why don't we bring him to the cells for a visit?" In recent years, only 3 law adepts with level 9 cultivation were able to withstand the pressure from the fiend's cell. The first being yourself, the second Yu Hua, and the third Yu Xiaobei. Perhaps Brother Xia Fei can be the fourth. Yu Jiang smiled as he stroked his long goatee. "That is indeed a possibility. Why don't we give it a shot?" With that said, Yu Jiang turned to Xia Fei and solemnly said, "It's fine if you can withstand it, but don't force yourself if you can't. Though we manage to withstand the pressure, it's only after we manage to accustom ourselves to the call Not the moment we arrived here in the city like you right now. Xia Fei nodded. He had plenty of experience of being jailed in this lifetime. He first stepped into space as a result of being imprisoned, but this was the first time Xia Fei had heard of anything like the Fiend's Cell. Next to the Great Hall was a secret passageway, and after pushing away a thick wall, they traveled down a long and dark corridor. Yu Peng continued to provide an introduction to the place as they moved forward. This secret passageway has been discovered a long time ago, leading straight to the castle's dungeon. The Fiend's blood cry there is incomparably tremendous, and thus it's called the Fiend's Cell. In the millions of years after, countless people have tried to uncover where this strange cry is coming from, only to be met with failure. There's even an ex-patriarch who was found inexplicably dead in the dungeon. Xia Fei frowned. As the corridor went deeper, that mournful wail became clearer, and Xia Fei had to use even greater mental energy just to keep it at bay. This mysterious sound was not deterring Xia Fei in the slightest. Instead, it stirred an intense desire to resist inside him. Not just Xia Fei, even Peacock Blue and Furball were keen to meet their mettle. Xia Fei would time and again mollify the two, getting them to settle down. A dark red door, which reached over 5 meters, stood before them. On it was a head, a sculpted head of a savage fiend. Both its eyes were encrusted with a blood-red jewel, very similar to the eyes of the crows out in the swamp. Standing in front of the door, Yu Peng undid the heavy chain and stuck a key into the keyhole. Are you ready? Behind the door is the dungeon, and that is where the fiend's blood cry originate from. It's not too late for you to have regrets, Yu Peng announced in a somber voice. Xia Fei firmly nodded his head, expressing his intention of taking a look inside. With a push with Yu Peng's one arm, he pulled open the metal door. Instantaneously, a desolate and sharp roar blasted out, and Xia Fei momentarily felt dizzy. Rumble! Yu Peng pushed open the metal door, and a roar blasted. Given the proximity, it sounded as if the monstrous beast was leaning against Xia Fei when it let out a roar. Dizzy and with blurred vision, the sound traveled through Xia Fei's ears and straight to his heart, penetrating the deepest part of his very soul. With one hand holding onto the entrance for support, Xia Fei shut his eyes and tried to endure this. Yu Peng reached out habitually, wanting to support Xia Fei, but Patriarch Yu Jiang stopped him. Not yet. Let's see if Xia Fei can withstand it. The sound was causing Xia Fei to feel panicky, as he felt an evil, filled with bloodthirsty desire, rise. It was as if the fiend's blood cry could somehow agitate the most primitive desire to kill in man. At that moment, Xia Fei's 2 eyes had turned red as he let out a bestial-like bellow. Yu Peng promptly took a step back and furrowed his brows. Patriarch, Xia Fei doesn't seem to be reacting well. Yu Jiang was unperturbed. Nah. His reaction now is very normal. Normal? There was no way Yu Peng could accept such an appraisal of what was happening. The situation could not be any plainer. There was evil in Xia Fei, and the fiendish cry was awakening this extreme killing intent, which was lying dormant in Xia Fei's heart. Hence, the strong from him. Sure enough, he has the Skywing bloodline, Yu Jiang said with a glint in his pupils. He had once gotten a whiff of the unique scent of the Skywing bloodline when he threatened Xia Fei's life, and now that the fiend's blood cry had lured his inner demon out, this only further confirmed his deduction. No matter how Xia Fei ended up on Earth, there was no doubt that he was of the Skywing clan. During struggles and fights, Xia Fei's consciousness would put up an intense defiance, both reason and instinct vying for dominance, yet neither surmounting the other. Only after a dozen or so minutes did Xia Fei open his eyes again. His blood-colored eyes receded as his expression returned to normal. Yu Jiang and Yu Peng both had no idea what kind of harsh internal struggle he had experienced, though it was evident from the pained look on his face before that there was an exceptionally brutal war which had been waged unseen inside him. Taking an effortful step forward, the fiend's blood cry sounded yet again. Xia Fei paused after that step forward, but no matter how miserable the cry sounded, it was not enough to stop Xia Fei. It was a simple dungeon, and the walls had inlaid crystals, which were used for lighting. In the soft, glowing light, the shadows of everyone were cast in every direction, making the dungeon look even more mysterious, as if there were really ghosts flitting about inside. There were several icy-cold metal chairs in the dungeon. Xia Fei randomly picked one and sat himself down before he looked up and around. The area of this room was no less than 500 meters square, with a total of 13 cells. There were metal manacles, chains, axes, butcher's knives, and all other sorts of weapons up on the wall. There was even a piece of large equipment, which was probably used to inflict heavy punishments on convicts, here. It was a black contraption with two circular holes, where if an arm was inserted through, they would be chopped inch by inch. This was only one of the other inconceivable torture devices scattered across this place. The sound came from underground, and Xia Fei did not manage to come up with anything else after a careful examination of the place. There's no need for you to look. Years back, someone attempted to dig deep beneath the surface, managing to reach some 3,000 meters below, yet still found nothing for sure. The fiend's blood cry came from out of nowhere. That's the conclusion the people in Yu family ultimately arrived at, Yu Jiang explained plainly. Yu Peng appeared to be very excited as he announced in a deep voice, "Brother Xia Fei, you're the fourth in 100 years with a level 9 cultivation as a law warrior to have endured the experience of cultivating here in this dungeon. Your tenacity is practically astounding." Xia Fei chuckled bitterly. "That was extremely dangerous just now. I nearly went insane, but managed to control myself forcibly." Yu Peng said, "That's already incredible. Honestly, I often bring newcomers here to experience this place, and your reaction to the fiend's blood cry is stronger than the other. Being able to handle it is definitely nothing average." Turning around, just as Yu Peng was ready to close the door and lock it up, Xia Fei suddenly stopped him. "Patriarch, I wish to have my cultivation chamber be this fiend's cell. Is it possible?" Xia Fei asked. Yu Jiang and Yu Peng were stunned. Since time immemorial, who knew how many Yu family warriors had been to Crow City to cultivate? Countless had come to this mysterious dungeon to experience the heart-pounding sound. But Xia Fei was the first to mention cultivating in the dungeon. Not wanting a perfectly good top-grade cultivation chamber and choosing to cultivate in this terrifying dungeon, Xia Fei's choice was simply too insane. It must be said that there were plenty of timid warriors, and hearing just the words fiend's cell would scare them. Choosing to cultivate in a dungeon filled with forlorn screams, Xia Fei was not just a maniac, but was also the most insane. "Brother Xia, perhaps reconsider. The blood cry will be ringing nonstop in this dungeon. To a warrior who needs peace of mind so they can concentrate when cultivating, this place definitely isn't conducive," Yu Peng exclaimed. Yu Jiang knitted his eyebrows with a questioning look, not saying a word. After a pause, Xia Fei answered, "The energy is a lot more abundant here in the dungeon." "Is that the only reason?" Yu Peng asked, skeptical. "Not just that. While I'm here in the dungeon, my heart's like a ferocious tiger. I managed to barely hold on earlier, but I haven't actually suppressed it, so I wish to stay in this dungeon until I've completely gotten my inner demon under control," Xia Fei very calmly said. Yu Jiang burst into laughter. "What a brave soul. Why didn't I have such courage back then? If Xia Fei wishes to stay in the dungeon to cultivate, we'll let him be." Returning to the Great Hall, they spotted a strapping young man glaring at Xia Fei. Xia Fei recognized this person. It was none other than Han Yubi's elder brother, Han Yudong. He had witnessed the scene when Xia Fei killed his younger brother in cold blood during the sparring session last time, and now that he had seen Xia Fei in Crow City, everyone could more or less guess what Han Yudong wished to do. Han Yudong was expressionless as he bowed to both Patriarch Yu Jiang and Head Supervisor Yu Peng before training his cold eyes on Xia Fei. "You're finally here. I originally planned to wait till I got out of Crow City to look for you." Xia Fei shrugged. "You're no match for me. I refuse to believe that," Han Yudong said somberly, balling up his two fists so tightly that everyone could hear his knuckles crack. "You killed my brother, so I must kill you, and I wouldn't stop at you alone. Anyone related to you will perish as compensation for my brother's life." Xia Fei felt that Han Yudong was still a martial arts idiot, hardly the sharpest tool in the shed. He initially did not have any intention of fighting him, since nobody should be punished for the sins of their family members. But the situation was different now that Han Yudong had said that he would kill everyone related to him. His fierce killing intent surged, and Xia Fei's figure suddenly blurred. Xia Fei had always believed that any grudge needed to be pulled out, roots and all. Han Yudong had undoubtedly crossed Xia Fei's bottom line. He did not care that the Yu family's patriarch and the Crow City's head supervisor were present. He did not care even though Han Yudong had not given him an official challenge. In Xia Fei's view, none of that mattered. The only thing that mattered was for the one who spoke those words to die. Naturally, Patriarch Yu Jiang had not expected that Xia Fei would dare make his move on someone right in front of him, and it was a lethal strike to boot. "Hold it," Yu Peng yelled. Unfortunately, his voice was still a tad slower. At such proximity, and with how Xia Fei was a speed ability user, it took him less than even a 10,000th of a second to close in. The fact was that Xia Fei's actions had completely been very natural. From the moment his killing intent surged until he made his move, everything occurred without any pause. Xia Fei had just been telling Han Yudong a moment ago how he was no match for him, and in the next second, he had come around and decided to kill him. It was such a quick change that it went well beyond anyone's expectations. His hardened fist imbued with the law of primal chaos landed squarely on Han Yudong's forehead, not showing even a lick of sympathy. Squelch. Brain matters and blood splattered everywhere. The disruptive force of the punch was great, and with how Han Yudong and Xia Fei were law warriors at the same level, was there any way for the former to withstand the attack? Xia Fei had acted so swiftly that even Han Yudong himself had no idea how he died, only letting out a guttural gasp right as he died. Boom. At the same time Xia Fei's fist connected with Han Yudong's head, Yu Jiang and Yu Peng's spatial barrier appeared, knocking Xia Fei off balance. That was not to say that Yu Jiang and Yu Peng lagged in their reaction speed. It was that Xia Fei had not given either man time to discern what he was about to do. All Xia Fei did was laugh as he killed Han Yudong right there on the spot. When warriors clashed, plain visual observation alone was not enough. What mattered most was anticipation. A single glance, the slightest twitch of the corners of a person's mouth. All these were micro-actions which could signal an attack. Alas, Xia Fei had acted instantly without giving Yu Jiang or Yu Peng any time to determine his course of action. This was what it meant to hide a knife behind a smile. Xia Fei's strange physical agility made him tumble on the floor before he regained his balance and stood upright. Meanwhile, it was also at this moment when Han Yudong's body finally toppled on the floor. From the time his killing intent surged up to when he made his move and went for the kill, the entire process had taken place within the span of a breath. Xia Fei did not dawdle in the least. Thump! The corpse fell and blood flowed freely. A pool of red gradually formed in the center of the great hall, and silence permeated all around them. "You? Why did you kill him?" Yu Peng shouted. "You even did it right in front of our family patriarch. Just how am I going to continue being the head supervisor of Crow City?" Yu Jiang's face was disgusted as well. He was a peak law emperor, yet he had actually failed to stop Xia Fei's attack. Just how could he stand such a humiliation? Letting out a boisterous laughter, Yu Jiang walked off. He ignored both Xia Fei and Yu Peng. Xia Fei was actually prepared to be punished for daring to attack. In Xia Fei's mind, suffering a bit of punishment in exchange for eliminating a potential enemy was nothing, but Yu Jiang had actually left without saying a word, and that shocked him greatly. "Xia Fei, there's indeed a ferocious tiger dwelling in your heart." Yu Jiang departed Crow City smiling after leaving him with those words. Yu Peng's footsteps were heavy as he chased after him. "Patriarch, are you leaving just like that?" Yu Peng asked anxiously. Yu Jiang rolled his eyes. "What else could I do? I was late in making my move, and I failed to stop him. Would you rather I leave only after this matter got out?" Yu Peng was vexed, but he suddenly realized the crux of the situation was not Xia Fei killing someone, but that Xia Fei had done the deed of killing Han Yudong right in front of two great experts. Yet neither of them managed to stop him. They would be greatly shamed if words got out. What level was Xia Fei, and what level was he? Even more so, what level was the patriarch? Yu Peng felt aggrieved upon thinking of that. He had never seen anyone like Xia Fei who could kill someone so abruptly while still smiling. All the skills and technique he had learned to aid in anticipating his opponents were all useless against Xia Fei. Patriarch Yu Jiang was even more furious inside. He believed that, if Xia Fei had revealed a trace of what he wanted to do, he would have surely been able to stop the lad. But he had unfortunately forgotten that Xia Fei studied the ways of the assassin sect his whole while, and what he practiced was the crafty approach technique. If anyone could tell that Xia Fei was about to kill, then that would only mean those years of honing his skills would have all been but a waste. Opening a spatial door, Yu Jiang strode over and made to leave. Yu Peng stubbornly asked, "Patriarch, what are you going to do about this?" "Don't ask me." Yu Jiang vented his frustration on Yu Peng with those 3 words as he left. "You can leave, but I can't." Yu Peng sighed after stalling there for a short while. However, no one noticed that, though Yu Peng had said these words in a defeated tone, the corners of his mouth had actually twitched to reveal a slight smile. Without any remorse whatsoever, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and stared coldly at the corpse in front of him, as well as the warm blood that was slowly flowing out. He remained completely composed inside. He had been killing others since he was 16. Xia Fei had spent all these years growing up with murder and death by his side, from Earth to the Alliance, from the Alliance to the insectoid territory, and from the insectoid territory to the law realm. After seeing so many deaths and corpses, he had still been able to maintain his peace of mind, and that itself proved that Xia Fei was even more suited to exist in this cutthroat realm, and it was essentially the given mentality that a natural-born warrior possessed. A series of footfalls could be heard from the stairs, and then a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years of age came running into the great hall. He took a quick glance at the corpse lying reposed on the ground, breathed deeply, and inhaled the scent of spilled blood, exposing himself to the smell of death. Licking his lips, a hint of greed lingered at the corner of his mouth. Xia Fei curiously gazed at him. It was as if this young man liked spilling blood more than he did, enjoying the taste of death, and from the way he walked and his mannerism, this person was definitely an expert. "Xia Fei?" the youth asked in a low voice. Xia Fei nodded. "Oh, don't try to hold me back when we head off to the Dragon Ascension Conclave. I won't be dragged down by anyone." Xia Fei smiled. Without a doubt, this young man was Yu Xiaobei, the most outstanding member among the younger generation in the Yu family. Xia Fei had heard his name mentioned so many times his ears were nearly ground into nubs. "I'm not going to the Dragon Ascension Conclave just to rely on anyone." Xia Fei puffed out a smoke ring, dragging a chair from the great hall to seat as he stated. "I don't care why you're going. In any case, anyone who impedes me will be taught a lesson, you included. Don't assume just because we are both from the Yu family that I will help you," Yu Xiaobei said severely. Xia Fei frowned. "I don't like being taught a lesson by others, nor do I enjoy teaching other people a lesson." After a pause, Xia Fei continued. "I just kill." Yu Xiaobei was slightly taken aback, but soon laughed, muttering to himself under his breath, "Interesting. Quite interesting." With that said, Yu Xiaobei raised his head and left for the outside, and he happened to run into the flustered Yu Peng. The front gates to Crow City were wide, and it just so happened that the two walked on the same path. Yu Xiaobei came to a halt without seemingly having any intention of letting the other pass, and it was instead Yu Peng who took a sidestep with knitted brows, letting Yu Xiaobei pass. In terms of their age seniority, Yu Peng was Yu Xiaobei's elder, and in terms of the position either held, Yu Peng was the head supervisor of Crow City, so Yu Xiaobei should be the one making way for the other in any sense. However, reality proved that it was the senior who did not put on any airs in front of Yu Xiaobei. What made it worse was that Yu Xiaobei believed that it was only natural for the esteemed head supervisor of Crow City to give way to him, showing not even the slightest hint of guilt. This incident demonstrated just how proud Yu Xiaobei was, so much so that perhaps there was no one in the entire clan whom he would see as an equal aside from the patriarch. "Have you two met?" Yu Peng asked. Xia Fei watched Yu Xiaobei leave as he nodded, asking, "His cultivation level is probably higher than yours, huh?" Yu Peng showed a look of annoyance. Though this was indeed true, was there a need for Xia Fei to ask this, given the current circumstances? Any bit of pride he had was pretty much thrown out the window at this point. Chuckling bitterly, Yu Peng replied, "Xiaobei has already reached peak Law Sovereign, and aside from our family patriarch, only my brother's, Yu Jin's cultivation, can be considered the highest. Of course, Yu Hua can also count himself as one of the strongest, but he has long since sworn himself off family matters." Xia Fei did not make any comment toward this. It was no wonder Yu Xiaobei was so arrogant, since he was already a peak law sovereign at the young age of 17 or 18, ready to make an attempt to become a law emperor. The young man had clearly earned the right to be haughty. Yu Peng squatted as he placed his fingers softly on the ground, causing Han Yudong's corpse to disappear without a trace, as if he had just done a magic trick. Best if you never mention a word about what happened today. Though it isn't against the rules to kill, it's actually taboo to do so here in Crow City. I'll allow an exemption for you today, but I won't be letting you off if it happens again, Yu Peng said as he exerted his authority once more. Xia Fei smiled and extended his right hand. The key, please. If there's nothing else, I'd like to begin my cultivation now. Yu Peng handed the dungeon key to Xia Fei even as he nagged about the rules here in Crow City. He then gave the latter over 10 grade 4 origin crystals. Xia Fei took the items and went down the stairs once more, disappearing into the darkness after a short while. Yu Peng mumbled in exasperation as he stood there in the empty great hall. Freaks. Both of them. Locking up the dungeon door behind him, Xia Fei sat down cross-legged on the ground. There was an intricate trigger in his spatial ring which allowed the space within the ring to connect to the world outside upon activation, and this let Xia Fei retrieve items within. This was how the little robot pod and the ice coffin of the Lionheart Emperor Oro could contact him. If Xia Fei was doing anything that he did not want Oro to know, all he needed to do was activate the trigger, and the space within the spatial ring would be sealed from the external world. Master, would you like me to clean this place up? Pod nervously asked. Normally, whenever Xia Fei was somewhere new, Pod would not even ask and immediately come dashing out to begin tidying everything around. But he was actually somewhat hesitant today. This was most likely because of the whale in the dungeon, which frightened him greatly. Just rest up. If you have the time, you can just tidy everything inside the spatial ring. Pod nodded his head repeatedly in agreement, feeling a little guilty inside. However, the fiend's blood cry was simply too scary that even the robot could not withstand it. Oro, you're an expert. You ought to know how this fiend's blood cry came to be, right? Xia Fei asked. Oro chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a hidden space here in this dungeon, and the sound we're hearing is originating from it. Xia Fei was doubtful. A hidden space? Then shouldn't it be completely sealed off? How could sound escape like this? Could the space itself be compromised? Oro shrugged helplessly. That's one possibility. After all, I have yet to do any in-depth inspection of this place. And though you can hear this sound, it's actually a type of telepathic call, using a sort of extremely subtle energy manipulation that's affecting your brain, causing you to have an auditory hallucination. It's not really a sound. If you don't believe me, you can check with your robot companion. What he's feeling isn't sound, but rather an extreme frequency electronic wave. Xia Fei was stunned once more. Affecting his brain to cause an auditory hallucination? That was an amazing power, which was comparable to a high-ranking illusory special ability. It was even a non-substantial mental illusion. I'm very curious about your current environment as well, but since you need to use this short period to make the breakthrough to the Law Sovereign, let's wait till you achieve that before we proceed toward uncovering this mystery, Lionheart Emperor Oro said. Xia Fei nodded. Right now, breaking through the transom of Law Sovereign was the most important task at hand in order to acquire the qualifications to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. He could leave the mystery of this dungeon at a later time. He had already been granted permissions to enter Crow City, meaning that he could still leave and enter the place as he wished after returning from the Dragon Ascension Conclave. There was no rush. Deactivating the trigger, Lionheart Emperor Oro and Pod could no longer converse with Xia Fei. This allowed him to begin devoting his fullest concentration to his cultivation. Furball remained unflinching to the horrible blood-curdling cries, which echoed ceaselessly in the dungeon, his eyes staring greedily at that row of origin crystals in front of Xia Fei, nearly dribbling saliva all over. After a moment's consideration, Xia Fei picked up one of the grade 4 crystals and gave it to Furball. The ball was beside himself with excitement, nuzzling Xia Fei like crazy in a shower of affection. This was a precious grade 4 origin crystal, with an energy concentration 100 times that of a grade 3 origin crystal. This was practically a top-tier nourishment for Furball. Since the Yu family had already prepared 100 grade 4 origin crystal for Xia Fei, not using them would just be a waste. As there was no way Xia Fei could use so much energy in these 15 days, he might as well treat Furball something good this time. Retrieving the white jade ape from his spatial ring, Xia Fei placed a grade 4 origin crystal in it, and the energy slowly flowed into Xia Fei's seventh brain region. The pattern of his space law slowly began to form. Xia Fei was reviewing the results from his past cultivations. Xia Fei understood the saying that haste makes waste very well, so it was important for him to first practice perfecting the very first pattern for his law of space before he proceeded further. 9 mysterious images appeared in rapid succession, one next to the other, like a string of intricately woven kites, as they floated in his mind. Approximately 12 hours later, Xia Fei took out a silver metal plate to hang on the wall. This was the second pattern of the space law, and cultivating this pattern once would allow him to ascend as a law sovereign. This pattern was a lot more profound, complex, and abstruse than the one he had to replicate before. If the first pattern was like a planet, requiring strict depiction of the mountains and river tributaries of the planets, then the second one was like a galaxy, requiring the equally precise drawing of more than 10 planets, which meant that the difficulty of this task was several dozen times greater than before. After he managed to calm himself down, Xia Fei began to attempt cultivating. He did not use any origin crystal at the start, because Yu Hua had already told him that the trick to making a breakthrough involved using the pure mental energy he had after the tide receded. It lay in his state of exhaustion. Without origin crystals supplementing him, the energy that Xia Fei had in his body was quickly used up. After all, this was the second pattern, the path for a warrior to turn into a sovereign. It was a lot more difficult. The fine threads were trouble to begin with. The complexity of cultivation was well beyond what Xia Fei had expected, requiring an even finer control of what origin energy he had. Just as he was about to run out of energy, he heard a bleak and shrill whistle. When people were in a state of nadir, they would very easily be affected by external surroundings. Xia Fei kept feeling a bout of chaos stirring in his brain region as his heart rate accelerated and his blood flow increased continuously. The pattern that he had completed about 10% of disappeared like dust in the wind. His forehead was drenched in sweat, cold sweat. Because he was using the exhaustion method to cultivate, Xia Fei succumbed to the torment of the fiend's blood cry. He would have to gather 100 times more concentration just to resist that tempting sound. Xia Fei's throat was parched and his face pale. Opening his eyes, he slowly regulated his breathing. That was close. Isn't it a bit too insane for you to cultivate while dividing some of your concentration to resist the fiend's blood cry? Phantom said. That moment when Xia Fei's experienced physical and mental instability, he nearly tipped over the edge and got overwhelmed by his inner demon. Xia Fei shook his head. You're not wrong about the difficulty, but I won't give up. The fact that the fiend's blood cry can tempt and distract me just goes to show that my tenacity isn't strong enough. Xia Fei was stubborn to his very bones, and his innate maniac reared its ugly head once more. After resting for a handful of minutes, Xia Fei devoted himself to cultivation yet again, fighting against the law of space, while also resisting the mournful wails which would cause any human's heart to waver. On the first day, Xia Fei had a tough time cultivating. He needed to stop and take frequent breaks, sweating profusely the entire time. On the second day, Xia Fei saw a significant reduction to the number of times he needed to take breaks, and by the start of the third day, Xia Fei was on average able to hang on for an hour. This was indubitably a shocking number. It must be said that the cultivation Xia Fei now faced was not just grueling, but the repeated distraction coming from the fiend's blood cry beside him made this the most excruciating experience. What you give is what you get. In order to achieve success that no one else had achieved before, it was necessary for people to withstand pain and agony that others could not take. Slowly but surely, Xia Fei's heart became like still water, and the sound, which previously shook his very core, became nothing but a distant distraction. Slowly but surely, Xia Fei's heart became like still water, and the sound, which previously shook his very core, became nothing but a distant distraction. He had managed to master the temptations of his inner demon, and it was a great achievement. This was an extraordinary cultivation, where Xia Fei did not use any external origin energy and merely used what mental energy he had in him to hold on. When the energy he possessed was used up, a type of inexplicable energy would be tapped from inside him. His body was clearly at its limit, yet it struggled with this thought of never giving up, and it kept him going. Plenty of warriors had had such an experience before, but it was not easy to harness this sort of energy. Don't give up. Don't give up. This was the only thought left in Xia Fei's mind, his consciousness empty like an untamed land, and the sounds of temptation were naturally sounding further and further away. He thought nothing else beyond persevering and fighting. In the blink of an eye, he had already stayed in that dungeon for 6 days. The trick that Yuhua taught him had been really effective, as during these 6 days, Xia Fei had already completed about 90% of the way to becoming a law sovereign, nothing more than a short stone's throw away from making a breakthrough. Alas, Xia Fei simply could not find a way to cross this final stretch. Without energy, Xia Fei had indeed made rapid progress by sticking to the exhaustion method at first, but as he got closer and closer to the threshold, the pain of his energy exhaustion began to become apparent. He knew that he was practically a step away from making the breakthrough, yet he simply lacked even half a drop of energy to push on, so all he could do was stop. Pushing open the door of the dungeon and stepping out, Xia Fei decided to head outside and look around. He would take a short break so as to alleviate his tense nerves. Every individual in Crow City was busy cultivating, and no one was willing to waste their time moving about, which was why the Great Hall was empty and desolate. Leaving the confines of the castle and arriving at the edge of the swamp, he saw a single crow feeding off the body of a dead frog. It used its beak to split open the frog's stomach and then ate its prey's intestines. Seeing that there was someone around, that crow promptly flapped its wings and flew away. It cursed Xia Fei in its heart for interrupting its meal. It happened to be daybreak, and thick fog covered the swamp. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and inhaled the strange mixture of the fog and tobacco before he exhaled. He opened his arms and stretched, limbering up his aching body. His physical fatigue was nothing. What mattered was the dismay he felt over his inability to break through. It was like a heavy rock pressing down on Xia Fei's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. There are still 9 days left. Xia Fei had no idea when Yu Xiaobei had appeared behind him, but the latter softly stated that. It's the decennial Dragon Ascension Conclave. I'm excited just thinking about it. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I still don't know whether I can make it or not, so I'd rather not mull on it too much. Yu Xiaobei continued speaking, not thinking much of what he had just said. Whether you make it or not has got nothing to do with me. I'm just talking about myself. Xia Fei did not mind this comment. He had already seen Yu Xiaobei's arrogance and selfishness in full display before, how he was only able to see himself in his eyes, but Xia Fei had overlooked a particular aspect of Yu Xiaobei. Aside from his arrogance and selfishness, the man was also very unkind. Someone like you shouldn't have even been given a chance to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. You don't even understand what it means. Yu Xiaobei scoffed as he spoke to himself aloud. Xia Fei flashed him a slight smile. What else can it be aside from a large group of players in the law realm gathering the youths to slaughter one another, crowning the winner as genius favored by the masses, while those who lose can only feel devastated, forever living the rest of their lives in nameless shame. Yu Xiaobei looked at Xia Fei in utter disdain. Sure enough, you have no clue what it entails. The Dragon Ascension Conclave isn't merely just killing, but also other categories of trial as well. Sometimes, I really hate that I was born in this tiny Yu family. Were I in one of the 9 great clans, my cultivation would likely see a huge improvement. If I were born among the god race, I might even be a law emperor already, not stagnate as a peak law sovereign for 2 whole years. Xia Fei was stunned. Do you mean to say that you've already made it to peak law sovereign 2 years ago? Yu Xiaobei had not hit 18 years of age yet, so he was nothing more than a teenager 2 years ago. With such a godlike rate of promotion, calling him a talent that had the favor of the gods would not be an exaggeration. He had never heard of people complaining about their poor upbringing. Yu Xiaobei was born to the Yu family in the law realm, yet he still complained. Should Xia Fei not just throw himself into a river and end his life since he was born from the insignificant planet Earth? A smug smirk appeared across Yu Xiaobei's face as he proudly said, That's right. The Dragon Ascension Conclave has been prepared for talented individuals like yours truly. The entire law realm is looking forward to the conclave, which will happen in 9 days' time. You simply don't understand how much of an honor it is, nor do you have the qualification to stand beside a genius like myself. Besides, you'll be facing against all the geniuses across the entire law realm. Xia Fei frowned. Not only did Yu Xiaobei's words fail to make Xia Fei balk at the prospects, it instead instigated the fiercely rebellious heart in him. What dog SHD genius? He's just an idiot. It's no wonder he cultivated himself into such a BLLSHD corner. Xia Fei turned around and stalked off as he complained inwardly. Xia Fei originally wanted to head out for a relaxing stroll, but who knew that he would bump into the hateful Yu Xiaobei and be left speechless by the young man's arrogance. Xia Fei could feel a bellyful of anger inside him as he returned to the dungeon to resume his cultivation without saying another word. That second pattern of the space law slowly formed. At the same time, the energy in his brain region kept being drained without any replenishment, and Xia Fei soon felt the agony of being drained of all energy. Xia Fei treated his cultivation like a war to the death that took no prisoners. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei manipulated the threads of energy in his brain region and continued onward. He completely ignored the fact that he was already well past the limits of his body. The crux of successfully promoting to a law sovereign lay in this one node. He was met with a wall, and getting over it would allow him to see a completely different view. There were hundreds and thousands of ways forward, with small paths and shortcuts. The only condition he needed was having sufficient persistence and comprehension. Gush! Xia Fei suddenly felt as if he were flying through a galaxy of stars, as a series of bright, white lights flashed. His body felt a relaxing wave wash over him, as if he had fallen through a spatial passage. He did not move, yet the flashing lights continued to dart past him. Level 1 Law Sovereign Break. When Xia Fei finally crossed this threshold, his control and use of energy threads from his brain region became a lot easier. That was when Xia Fei understood that the exhaustion method was merely one way to speed up the process of promotion, and excessive usage of it would harm his bodily function, and even his seventh brain region. Turning palm over, Xia Fei held an origin crystal and let plenty of origin energy from within be rapidly absorbed. Like parched ground which had been without water for too long, he was out of control upon being nourished by this first drop of moisture. 1, 2, 3. In 10 minutes' time, 3 origin crystals had been completely drained by Xia Fei's hand. Furball was staring bewilderedly from the side. The speed at which Xia Fei was absorbing the energy was even greater than his own, and that was insane. Energy, which came pouring in like a tsunami, filled Xia Fei's body. There were no words to describe the pleasure he got from this completely renewed control of energy. It was an experience of great success, and without any hindrance. After making his breakthrough, and under the engulfing flood of overwhelming energy, the mysterious pattern of the space law got fully formed. With law force surging through his entire body, Xia Fei felt that he could punch a hole right in the sky. He was brimming with energy. Xia Fei had made an even crazier decision than merely cultivating in the dungeon. He used the momentum he got from his current state to rush to the second level of Law Sovereign directly. Everything went back to normal following that crazy assault, and 12 days after positioning himself in the dungeon, Xia Fei had not only managed to break through and reach the cultivation of Law Sovereign, but also made it to level 2. This was practically the most insane promotion speed anyone had shown. The method you used wasn't bad. Energy exhaustion can reduce the volatility when trying to get past a threshold, and that's what it means to have a threshold. Meeting strength with strength. If one devotes all their energy toward assailing this threshold, then the resistance will also respond accordingly, becoming stronger along with them. Because the threshold needs to be maintained with energy, when the energy in the 7th brain region reduces, the energy needed for its corresponding defense will have nowhere to go. Lionheart Emperor Oro explained to Xia Fei. When the energy in the 7th brain region reaches a state of exhaustion, it will then compete for energy between the assailer and the threshold. For example, if the total energy you had was about 100, you and your threshold would respectively take 50% each, creating an equilibrium. But the moment you used more than 50% of the energy, the equilibrium would tilt in your favor, which of course meant that your threshold would be destroyed in reaction, allowing you to break through. Before this, you kept denying yourself origin energy for replenishment. So be it your 7th brain region or your physical body, both thirsted greatly for energy, just like a sponge which had been squeezed to the extreme, allowing it to absorb and store water to the maximum capacity. Thus, the moment you succeeded in your breakthrough, origin energy flooded you like an overwhelming tide. Your body, hence, began to replenish itself almost at once, and too much energy created an unstoppable inertia of force which directly aided you in reaching level 2. That's the cause and effect which let you make such a leapfrog progress all at one go today. These factors all work together. You wouldn't have succeeded in your aim had you failed to meet any one of the conditions, Oro excitedly said. I don't know what kind of relationship you share with that Yuhua person, but the method of breakthrough that he told you is most definitely tailor-made for you. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback, asking skeptically, tailor-made for me? Does this mean that he likely didn't depend on this energy exhaustion method when he attempted to break through? Lionheart Emperor Oro smiled. Everyone's constitution, cultivation, and control of origin energy differ. This method might work for you, but it might not with others. First is the tenacity involved. Though you're usually the carefree sort, the resolve you show when in a predicament is definitely first class, never the sort to give up easily. Very similar to those weeds that won't die even when burned to the ground. Unyielding and stoic. There's no way Peacock Blue would recognize you as its master if you didn't have this trait of yours. There's also your superb control toward origin energy. It's of such exquisite subtlety that even I can claim your manipulation of energy as top-rate among all the beings I know. Xia Fei did not say a word. Oro was a great demon lord who had met countless individuals in his life. To gain his recognition was no easy feat, and this proved that Xia Fei's control over origin energy was nothing bad. Frowning, Lionheart Oro said in a deep voice, I still don't understand. Are you really someone from a small planet of the lesser realm? What small planet? It's called Earth. It has a name, Xia Fei said, feeling disgruntled. That's strange. If Earthlings have such outstanding bloodlines, then why has the Law Realm not heard of them? How could it be? Oro muttered to himself. You're saying I have a decent bloodline? Xia Fei was dubious. The number of people who had had their 7th brain region open on Earth, even within the Alliance itself, was on the lower side, so he could not help but be skeptical about Oro's claim that he had a decent bloodline. Not just decent, it's outstanding, Oro insisted. With such a powerful control of origin energy, it would be a great help toward your cultivation. Even if it's not an S-class bloodline, it's at least an A. Xia Fei was engrossed in listening to Oro, and that was when the mysterious fiend's blood cry sounded again, causing his hair to stand on end as his heart thumped. Lionheart Emperor Oro knitted his brows, saying solemnly, Is it me, or is the sound different from what I heard several days ago? Is it me, or is the sound somewhat different from a few days ago? Lionheart Emperor Oro sternly said. Xia Fei carefully listened. Sure enough, the fiend's blood cry, which was brimming with callousness and unease, seemed closer than before. A few days ago, the sound had been by his ear, but now it was right in front of him. He could even feel the demon's breathing, heavy and reeking of blood. It's like Lionheart Emperor Oro's eyes suddenly turned vicious, and a shiver ran through his body. Xia Fei, quickly go outside and see if there's anything abnormal about the sky. Oro swiftly shouted. The sky, Xia Fei said in confusion. Don't ask so many questions. Just go. Lionheart Emperor Oro was so agitated that his voice was somewhat hoarse. Xia Fei could vaguely hear an ill foreboding in his voice. This was one of the top-class experts of the demon race. What was it that could make him so shocked? Whoosh. Xia Fei instantly moved outside of the castle. Moonlight. Crow City had been engulfed in bright moonlight. The light of a full moon had cast its silver radiance over this swamp. Since his first day here, Crow City had been wrapped in a fog, and the sky had been so hazy and overcast that it was difficult to see anything. Dark clouds even seemed to threaten the city, as the pressure was extremely oppressive. Today, however, the sky was clear. The fog was no more. The dark clouds were no more. Even the swamp's tens of thousands of crows had gone into hiding. When things were abnormal, evil was afoot. Something fishy was going on in Crow City. That bright moon was accompanied by bright and beautiful stars, but this was a cold and desolate beauty, a somber and grim light. The silver moon was like a round plate which was pressing on Xia Fei's head, pushing the breath out of his lungs. Lionheart Emperor Oro lay in his coffin, using his fingers as measuring tools to inspect the stars swiftly. His expression grew grimmer and grimmer. 3 stars escorting the moon. No wonder the fiend's blood cry is so intense. It's the work of an extremely rare celestial phenomenon, Oro sternly said. Before Xia Fei could ask, Oro pointed to the sky and said, "Look, 3 bright stars orbit around the full moon, forming a triangle. Those stars keep shifting between bright and dim. That's what astrologists call 3 stars escorting the moon. The 3 stars are flickering because the moon is absorbing all of their power, which is ultimately being used on this planet, on this very swamp. A night like this is horrifying. All sorts of natural phenomena that science can't explain will occur under this sort of celestial happening." Oro was very excited, but Xia Fei was confused. After thinking for a few minutes, he asked, "Why does it seem like you know a lot about this supernatural phenomenon?" Oro heartily laughed. "You're from the lower realm, so you don't understand that the more time one spends in the law realm, the less one relies on science. This is because there are far too many supernatural phenomena in this region of space that science can't explain. The longer you live here, the more you'll understand that science isn't everything, nor will it always be able to provide an explanation." Xia Fei nodded. He had long ago understood this principle. Science, just like cultivation, had a terminus. For example, if a scientist wanted to use science to explain the mysterious 7th brain region, no matter how smart they were or how they excelled in their profession, they would ultimately die unsatisfied. Just like the existence of the universe, the mysterious 7th brain region could not be explained by science alone. 3 stars escorting the moon is a rare chance. Oro excitedly said, "Based on my calculations, this celestial phenomenon will last for 6 hours and 13 minutes. 6 hours. Correct." Oro suddenly became very solemn. "Xia Fei, this is an opportunity. Do you want to solve the riddle of the fiend's blood cry?" Xia Fei was startled. "Of course. This sort of strange howling is terrifying to listen to. I'd love to see this riddle solved." "Then are you willing to take a risk?" Oro stared at Xia Fei and asked. "You had best make your decision soon, for there's only 6 hours and 12 minutes left. Once the phenomenon ends, we will lose this chance." Xia Fei only used 5 seconds to reach his decision. "All right, let's solve this age-old riddle." The dungeon. Xia Fei locked the door and then began to make arrangements as Lionheart Emperor Oro indicated. Pa pa pa. Xia Fei pushed origin crystals into the wall like he was laying down a formation, though this formation's components were incredibly expensive. This dungeon must contain a hidden dimension, and the one who built this hidden dimension must be a great expert, having managed to hide it for tens of thousands of years. Alas, today he ran into me, Lionheart Emperor Oro. Oro proudly proclaimed. "Trying to mess around with formations versus me? Don't you know who I am?" Perhaps because he had been imprisoned for too long, Oro easily got excited as long as he had something to do. Loneliness was a poison, and frantic work was the only cure. "You're sure this formation will work?" Xia Fei asked. He had used several thousand grade 3 origin crystals to set up this formation, and Xia Fei did not have a very healthy stockpile. Failure would be a heavy blow, perhaps even lead to bankruptcy. This is the Star River Dipper Motion Formation, an observation formation of the demon race. As long as you follow my instructions, you will definitely be able to find the node to that hidden dimension. Oro confidently proclaimed. "You have an astonishing control over origin energy, and since this formation is made from lower-tier crystals, you should be able to control it." This dungeon was soon much brighter, lit up by the several thousand origin crystals. In the center were 7 grade 4 origin crystals arranged in a circle. The demon race's Star River Dipper Motion Formation was complete. Oro carefully inspected the formation and excitedly said, "Very good. The layout was done perfectly. Now, we need to see how you do." Xia Fei nodded, squatted, and placed a hand in the center of the circle of the 7 grade 4 origin crystals. Energy poured out of his palm, and before his hand even touched the floor, Xia Fei could feel enormous energy enclosing his hand like a basin of warm water. Such a miraculous formation. All of the energy in the area is being guided here. This sensation is far too strange. Xia Fei exclaimed in shock. Lionheart Emperor Oro laughed. "This is nothing at all. Once you get the Star River Dipper Motion Formation working, you'll be even more amazed. Come on, do as I do." Xia Fei sensed this sea of energy and then began to control it. The key to the activation of the Star River Dipper Motion Formation lies in its operation. In order to perceive this dimension, you need to operate the formation at high speeds. Close your eyes and feel it out. As Xia Fei closed his eyes, the coordinates and form of the prison entered his mind, taking the form of strange lines and images. Threads of energy formed themselves into the dungeon in Xia Fei's mind, realizing every grain of dust on the floor and even the ants in the corner. You should be able to see the shape of the dungeon in your mind. It should be very detailed, far more detailed than what you can see with your eyes. Xia Fei nodded. Correct. I can even see the impurity in each slab of stone. That's the effect of the formation, as if you're using a telescope. You'll be able to detect all the details of anything with the formation. Now, try to turn the formation. The faster the formation spins, the more detail you will get. There isn't much time. Once the celestial phenomenon ends, not even the Star River Dipper Motion Formation will be able to find that hidden dimension set up by that expert. Hurry and start. Turn the formation in a clockwise direction. The key lies in your body. Have the energy pass through your body, and then use your control over origin energy to move the formation. Good job, but it's not fast enough. You're extremely talented when it comes to energy control, so you can definitely do it. Make your body into an accelerator. Once the energy passes through your body, accelerate it. Aura was constantly giving pointers to Xia Fei on his energy control technique. After a few attempts, the Star River Dipper Motion Formation finally began to move. The crystals planted in the walls, roof, and floor of the dungeon were like a river of stars, and under Xia Fei's control, these twinkling stars began to travel along their orbits. For a moment, the dungeon flashed with starlight, and it seemed like millions of trails of light were streaking past Xia Fei. Furball and Phantom were both stunned and amazed at this sight. Xia Fei's eyes were tightly shut, and as the formation began to move, he grew more and more excited. The image in his mind was incredibly detailed. Not only did he know that there were ants in this dungeon, he easily saw which ants had wounds on their legs. He could even make out the little hair on their bodies. This truly was an observation formation. Xia Fei had never seen the world in such vivid detail before. He could even see the molecules in the air. Still not fast enough. Moving the stars costs a lot of energy. You must find the node to the hidden dimension before the energy runs out. Don't get careless. The fellow who designed this dimension is very strong, and it'll be very difficult to break into their dimension. It will take all your effort. Faster, faster. It's still not fast enough. Aura was excited as could be, constantly encouraging Xia Fei. Gradually, the veins at Xia Fei's face, neck, and hands began to bulge, causing his appearance to turn savage. Xia Fei was using all his energy and focus to push along the formation. Though Aura was constantly urging Xia Fei, he was inwardly astonished. It must be understood that this was an observation formation of the demon race. Though Oro had simplified the formation to adjust for the terrain and Xia Fei's crystal stockpile, turning it still was not easy, yet Xia Fei had succeeded on his first try. Control of origin energy was a very mysterious and heaven-defying ability. Xia Fei was only a law sovereign, yet he could already display such outstanding control over energy. Even great demon emperor Oro was alarmed. Xia Fei was not merely operating the observation formation, but was also making it turn faster and faster. It's still not fast enough. Watch carefully. The spatial node will be a purple light source, and it'll become more and more obvious as the formation spins faster and faster. You must find it. You must. Xia Fei let out a low growl. He was clearly using all his energy to drive the formation. His body was like a frenzied high-speed electric generator. As the energy passed through his body, it picked up speed, and large amounts of origin energy gushed out of his body. Purple. I see the purple node of light. It's flashing in and out at the edge of the third cell. Xia Fei cried. Lionheart Emperor Oro was stunned, and then he called, Maintain speed. This is an important step. Using the tearing force of the Star River Dipper Motion Formation, tear open that node. Hang in there. Accelerate. There are only 5 hours and 49 minutes until the 3 stars escorting the moon phenomenon ends. This is our only chance. Like a rushing river of stars, The enormous origin energy tore that purple spatial node wider and wider. The speed was very slow, and though Xia Fei was doing all he could, that hidden spatial entrance continued to flicker in and out. It appeared that it would take a long time to open the entrance using the observation formation. However, what Xia Fei lacked the most was time. The incredibly rare celestial phenomenon, the 3 stars escorting the moon, was what allowed him to get that difficult glimpse of the node. Once this night was over, if he wanted to get another glimpse, he would probably have to wait thousands of years. Lionheart King Oro looked at Xia Fei, whose face was twisted with savagery and covered in sweat, and sighed in regret. Give it up. The Star River Dipper Motion Formation is an observation formation, not a formation meant to tear at space. It's too much for you to rely on an observation formation to tear open the gap. You've already done very well. There's no need to force yourself. Giving up at this juncture? That stubborn hidden dimension was about to open. How could Xia Fei give up now? Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei continued to struggle, and the origin crystals around him grew dimmer and dimmer, indicating that the energy maintaining the formation was about to run out. That terrifying howl was still resounding in Xia Fei's ears, tempting to open up that hidden dimension and glimpse the truth. The purple point of light ceased expanding, and as the energy of the formation ran out, it grew dimmer and dimmer. The opportunity was on the verge of disappearing, but there was nothing Xia Fei could do. Unwilling. Truly unwilling. Just when that purple node was about to disappear, Xia Fei jumped out of the formation and attacked the node. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. The first technique Xia Fei had invented, the palm technique infused with the disruptive force of the law of primal chaos, swept out, just like how an autumn wind would sweep up fallen leaves. With a deep thump, the energy of the law of primal chaos was seemingly absorbed by the node, and its power weakened, but this did succeed in widening the purple node by 10 some centimeters. It actually worked. Xia Fei was startled, after which, he used the autumn's demise palm technique several more times. The node grew larger and larger, already enough to let one person through. Oro was already as shocked as he could be. It can't be. What palm technique is this? How could it just break open the node to the hidden dimension? Oro mentally howled. Rumble. Launching his palm with full force, Xia Fei destroyed the node and then ran through the wall. The hidden dimension had been exposed. White light filled Xia Fei's vision, blinding him. This light was frighteningly powerful. Xia Fei was just about to turn around and inspect the entrance when Oro shouted, "Don't worry. As long as we return before the end of the 3 stars escorting the moon phenomenon, it will be fine. Let's look around this hidden dimension first." Normally, law experts will need around 10 years to make a dimension like this. Since the original owner of this castle went to such lengths just to build this dimension, they're probably storing something extremely important here. Treasure, Xia Fei exclaimed. That's possible. Xia Fei needed several minutes to adjust to the light. Focusing, he saw that this hidden dimension had a rather unique design. Countless dandelions drifted about in the sky, the white flowers like miniature suns. The reason he had been unable to see anything before was that there were simply too many dandelions and the light was too intense. A whoa, a plaintive wail came from the distance. It came from that mountain on the other end. In the hidden dimension, Xia Fei finally understood how terrifying this sound was as it penetrated through every cell in his body. Let's go over and see what's behind all this. Whoosh. Accelerating, Xia Fei arrived at a golden field of sunflowers, awash with fragrances. Where was that terrifying monster? His eyes flashed as Xia Fei suddenly spotted Avril standing across from him. That beautiful face hidden behind the sunflowers made him feel like she was trying to play hide and seek with him. Avril, Xia Fei exclaimed, how did you get here? Ugh, you found me again. You're not allowed to peek next time. Avril pursed her small lips unhappily. That's right. You're not allowed to bully Sister Avril. Xia Fei was struck dumb once more, for the one who had spoken was the girl whom he had yearned for day and night, Xiaoyu. She was standing under a sunflower and angrily looking at him, her round face red as a ripe apple, just tempting him to give it a pinch. Xiaoyu. Xia Fei was utterly stunned. He had met many girls in his lifetime, cold ones, gentle ones, cute ones, pitiful ones, but Avril and Xiaoyu had always taken up the deepest positions in his heart. How could Xiao Yu and Avril appear at the same time? Brother Xiao, let's go fishing by the river. Xiao Yu ran over with quick little steps, a sweet smile on her face. She grabbed his arm, while Avril grabbed his other, and they both led him toward the nearby river. It was a very pretty river, blue grass growing on both sides of it. The surface of the river was calm, and beneath its clear surface were multicolored pebbles with schools of koi swimming about. Xia Fei shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Shink! The blood crystal appeared in Xia Fei's hand, and he silently stabbed Avril's chest with it. Xia Fei had fatally stabbed Avril. Blood swiftly flowed, and Avril's fair and white face rapidly turned old and lusterless. Brother Xia, why did you do this? What? Avril held the wound as she aggrievedly asked, tears welling up in her eyes. Shink! With another stab, Xia Yu collapsed, tearfully imploring, Big bro Xia, you hurt me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Xia Fei stood like a statue, ignoring the wailing of both girls. His complexion was ashen, his eyes red as if they were filled with blood. No matter who you are, anyone who profanes that which is most important to me must die. Xia Fei let out a savage roar as if he had gone berserk. Chain blockade. A tornado stirred to life, tearing through the beautiful sunflower field, tearing apart Xia Fei's surroundings. The light was no more, replaced by darkness. Xia Fei stood on pitch-black and dry ground, and at his feet, two monstrous beings were struggling. They had skin as black as night, and a disgusting green and viscous liquid flowed out of their bodies. Their heads were ovular, their mouths were packed with fangs, and their noses were large and wide, flaring as these monsters gasped in despair. Xia Fei was surrounded by tens of thousands of these monsters. Their fangs bared, greed and desire on their faces. These are soul-stealing germs, crafty and despicable single-celled organisms. When you entered this dimension, they pulled you into their world, Oro fearfully said. Fortunately, you exposed their scheme, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides a lingering fear, Oro also felt admiration for Xia Fei's iron will. Soul-stealing germs were extremely vicious and specialized in attacking the weaknesses of their foes. Every person had something they wanted to protect with all their being. This was a weakness that could never be ground away, not even by the most determined warrior. Although Xia Fei had known that this was an illusion, the sensation of stabbing Avril and Xiao Yu had been incredibly realistic and had set off a firestorm in his heart. It doesn't matter what they are. What's important is that they're all dead. A bellow of extreme rage. There was no stopping Xia Fei's explosion. Trying to attack Xia Fei using his weak spot was like touching the reverse scale of a dragon. Let alone these despicable single-celled organisms. Even if it were the master of the universe, Xia Fei would still take a stab or two. Otherwise, he would never be able to dispel that revulsion in his heart. Kill. Kill for all he was worth. The black earth was soon covered in corpses. With that pure disgust and rage, Xia Fei killed all of these wicked creatures. Not one was spared. 100,000. There were exactly 100,000 of them, and Xia Fei killed them all. Oro exclaimed in shock. There had been no pause in this massacre. This was the consequence of trying to attack Xia Fei's weakness. Anyone who dared to touch what was most important to Xia Fei would have to suffer his hellish wrath. The blood crystal had slain all those monsters, and most of the cells had been sucked dry. However, those still living cells parted from the bodies of those monsters and gathered together, taking human form. These fellows are single-celled organisms and can reform as they please, Oro sternly said. He did not know what the soul-stealing germs had shown Xia Fei, but he really wanted to know, for the rage and killing intent that Xia Fei had released was truly abnormal. Oro warned himself never to touch what Xia Fei valued to be the most important, for the consequences were simply too terrifying. He had never seen someone so furious. Die? They must all die. Xia Fei could wait for those single-cell organisms to reform before attacking again. After all, Xia Fei could not attack those tiny cells, but once they had reformed into actual bodies, things were different. He could kill them all. The blood crystal in Xia Fei's hand was like innumerable flowers blooming. It was impossible to count how many times Xia Fei had thrust in this span of time. Not even Xia Fei himself could keep track. When Xia Fei stopped, all those countless evil single-cell organisms had been turned to dust. Not a single one survived. Patui. Xia Fei spat on the ground, and then he took out a bottle of strong alcohol from his spatial ring. He poured the alcohol out on the ground and then lit it with a lighter. Boom. Flames erupted, painting this strange land red. Don't think that death can spare you from my wrath. Xia Fei turned and began to stride forward as he viciously spoke. Oro was startled and could not help but frown. Even in death, he's burning away the remains. Xia Fei is really someone one can't provoke. Isn't this a bit extreme? Oro muttered to himself. With the monsters formed from the soul-stealing germs gone, this place became much quieter. Only the fire was burning. The cells, which had been sucked dry of blood by the blood crystal, served as the finest fuel, producing a flame that reached the heavens. In front was a giant hammer floating in the air. It was like the hammer of the thunder god, prepared to fall at any time. On the ground was a giant anvil, several dozen meters high and weighing no less than 1,000,000 tons. The hammer and anvil seemed to bizarrely bring together the heavens and the earth. Xia Fei had no doubt about the hammer's power. Not even a planet could take a thunderous blow from this hammer. Oro clenched his jaw and sternly asked, "Do you know what this is?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I find it hard to imagine what sort of weapon requires such a massive hammer to forge. Plus, this hammer seems so heavy. So how is it just hanging in the sky?" The giant hammer floated in the air. It had to weigh 10,000 tons and was completely black. Xia Fei did not know how this hammer was hanging in the air, nor did he know when it would come down. It was hard to imagine what sort of damage such a strange and heavy hammer would do if it was swung down. Frowning, Xia Fei took 2 steps back, avoiding the suffocating pressure the hammer was emanating. Lionheart Emperor Oro seemed very excited, his voice trembling. "The Celestial Zero Hammer. It's the Celestial Zero Hammer. I didn't think that someone would actually be able to complete it." Xia Fei did not get what was going on. He raised his wrist and glanced at it. There were still 3 hours and 57 minutes left until the 3 stars escorting the moon phenomenon ended. Before this, he would have to return to the dungeon, or else he would be imprisoned in the hidden dimension for the rest of his time. Zero is a dividing line, the separation between good and evil, between chaos and order. This hammer is called the Celestial Zero Hammer, and when it falls, all things will return to primal chaos. Xia Fei asked in confusion, "Could you make it simpler? Why is it that I can't understand what you're saying?" Oro heartily laughed. "Weren't you searching for a treasure? This is it." Xia Fei shook his head and regretfully said, "Such a large hammer, I can't even move it, let alone take it with me. Even though it's a supreme treasure, it's still useless." Oro mysteriously said, "Who said I was telling you to take the hammer? You've got quite the appetite. Above artificers are great artificers, and above great artificers are celestial artificers and divine artificers. Of course, divine artificer is a term used by the god race. We of the demon race call the best artificers as demon artificers. The divine weapons of the circle, excluding natural weapons like peacock blue, mostly come from those artisans. The Celestial Zero Hammer's creator is most likely an extremely high-ranking celestial artificer. The hammer and anvil you see are just forms, but its true meaning is in law infusion. Law infusion. Xia Fei was stunned. Law weapons were created by pouring law energy into ordinary weapons. What sort of law had this giant hammer been imbued with? You're saying that I can place any weapon on the anvil, and by having the Celestial Zero Hammer swing down, I can infuse law energy into the weapon? Xia Fei asked. Oro smiled. That's right. Your mind works rather quickly. It seems that the owner of the castle is a celestial artificer, and in this hidden dimension, they constructed for themselves the strongest law infusion tool they could make, the Celestial Zero Hammer. However, for some reason, that artificer made the Celestial Zero Hammer and didn't use it, leaving you to discover it. As long as you place a weapon there, even an ordinary weapon, and then activate the Celestial Zero Hammer, you can possess a top-class law weapon. Xia Fei could not help but be tempted. So this big fellow is a platform for crafting law weapons, capable of infusing law energy into them. Stroking a finger across his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out all his weapons. Even the small knife he used for eating and the metal plate he used for holding food. Oro frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Xia Fei's eyes flashed as he excitedly said, "Of course, I'm going to make them all into law weapons." Once I sell them all, I'll be rich. Oro did not even know what to say to this, muttering. Even trying to make a plate into a law weapon? Is there anyone as greedy as you? What's wrong with a plate? Once it's infused with law energy, it can be a killer plate, Xia Fei nonchalantly said, taking out a plier and some screws from his ring and muttering. Law pliers, law screws and nails, a law wrench. With so many law-imbued weapons, I'll get rich even if I don't want to. Phantom loudly laughed. A law screw? Xia Fei, that's just a little too fantastical, isn't it? How would you use a screw to kill someone? Xia Fei ignored Oro and Phantom. This was a rare opportunity. If he did not make all the metal objects he had on hand into law weapons, he would never be able to rest. Oro laughed so much that his stomach hurt. Between his laughter, he said, "Don't waste your time. The Celestial Zero Hammer can only be used once. Once it's used, it will disappear." Xia Fei froze, creasing his brows as he asked, "Such a big hammer can only be used once? That's too much, isn't it?" "What did you think?" Oro rolled his eyes. The Zero Hammer is the highest-ranking law infusion at the Celestial Artificer level. If it could be used without limit, you would find divine weapons everywhere you looked. Xia Fei sighed. Oro's words made sense. The law weapons being sold in Foundry City had been unreasonably expensive, a sign that creating law weapons was no easy task. That which was rare was expensive. However, Xia Fei found it hard to choose which weapon should be infused with law energy. In his left hand was October Flying Snow, and in his right was the Blood Crystal. Xia Fei hesitated, wondering which one was better. Oro looked over and commented, "These weapons have pretty good bases, and when the hammer falls, they should be turned into excellent law-imbued weapons. Although I don't know what sort of law the Celestial Zero Hammer has been infused with, given how much energy was put into making it, it must be a good law. Just choose one." Xia Fei shook his head, sternly saying, "For weapons, quantity isn't important. What matters is quality and special attributes. I don't like weapons without any special attributes. Since this Celestial Zero Hammer is so wondrous, I must use it to make a weapon that's not just sharp, but also possesses an extremely unique attribute." Putting October Flying Snow back in the ring, Xia Fei was left with the Blood Crystal. There was no doubt that among all of Xia Fei's current weapons, the Blood Crystal was the most special. This bloodthirsty dagger was sinister and crafty, its ability to suck the blood of its foes terrifying enough. Once the Zero Hammer fell and infused it with law energy, it was impossible to say how strong this dagger would become. "This is the one. I'll use the Blood Crystal as the base to be infused with law energy," Xia Fei sternly said. Oro squinted and smiled. "This dagger can absorb blood. It's already crazy enough. You still want more? It's far from enough. There's no such thing as the craziest weapon, only a matter of which is crazier," Xia Fei calmly said. Phantom said, "The Blood Crystal was left behind by the ancestor of the assassin sect, Slaughter Shadow. How could you just casually modify it?" Xia Fei brusquely said, "What ancestor? It's in my hands, so it's naturally mine." Phantom was speechless. In truth, he was also curious to see what would happen to the Blood Crystal after it was infused with law by the Zero Hammer. However, out of respect for his ancestor, Phantom did not want to see the Blood Crystal changing more and more. Sighing, Phantom silently accepted Xia Fei's decision. Besides, opposition was pointless. Xia Fei was unreasonable and domineering, and once he made up his mind, no one could change it. "Let's go and see if we can find a blood offering," Oro sternly said. "A blood offering? The Zero Hammer doesn't just need a weapon to serve as a basis. It also needs a powerful creature to serve as a primer. That Celestial Artificer has been raising those soul-stealing germs so that he can use them to activate the Zero Hammer. You killed them all already, so we must find a new blood offering. There's not much time. Let's take a look around this hidden dimension and see if there's any creature that can be used as a primer. If not, we won't be able to use the Celestial Zero Hammer." There was not much time for Xia Fei to think about it. He could trust in Oro's words that the Celestial Zero Hammer needed a life form to serve as a primer. Xia Fei quickly began to explore this hidden dimension. In the distance was a mountain with a metallic luster, brightening and dimming. As he got close, he realized that it was a large pile of metal in various colors. These are the metals that were probably used to build the Zero Hammer. That flashing silver metal is pure spirit silver. 1 kilogram costs the same as 1 grade 3 origin crystal. Artificers love it, Oro said. Xia Fei was surprised to hear that. He picked up a piece of pure spirit silver and weighed it in its hand. While it was only about the size of a fist, it weighed several dozen kilograms. A small piece like this is worth several dozen grade 3 origin crystals. Xia Fei was amazed. Since it was worth money, Xia Fei naturally would not let it be. He immediately began to put all the pure spirit silver on this mountain of metal into his ring. Xia Fei moved very quickly, and in just half an hour, he had finished gathering this precious metal. About 70 tons, the equivalent of 70,000 grade 3 crystals. Xia Fei excitedly said. Xia Fei had spent about 3,000 crystals for the Star River Dipper Motion Formation and also 7 grade 4 crystals. These pure spirit silvers alone were enough to recover all of Xia Fei's losses and even make a large profit. Only 3 hours and 8 minutes left, after which we must go back. Let's hurry and search this space, Oro sternly said. Xia Fei nodded. The 3 stars escorting the moon phenomenon had expanded the entrance to this dimension. If he did not go back before the phenomenon ended, Xia Fei would be imprisoned here forever. This was not a result that he could accept. After another half hour, Xia Fei returned to the celestial zero hammer, looking somewhat dejected. Xia Fei killed all of the soul-stealing germs raised as primers, and that fiend's blood cry had all but disappeared. There were no other life forms in this hidden dimension. Xia Fei only had Furball as a life form at his side. What sort of weapon could be made from using a holy beast as a primer? Xia Fei had not considered it, and he would not do such a thing, even if he had to give up. There's only one method left, Oro sternly said. You still have that egg, right? That's the offspring of the Empress Eye Spider and the Pastel Eye Spider. Though it's just an egg, it can still be considered a life form, and a very formidable one at that, with an extremely high rank. It will definitely serve well as a primer. Surprised, Xia Fei took out the ice spider egg from his ring. The offspring of 2 beast kings naturally had a high rank, and Xia Fei was originally planning to sell it for a spatial compass. However, using it to forge a weapon was not out of the question. With a grim look, Lionheart Emperor Oro sternly said, "You must understand that the celestial artisan who made this zero hammer belonged to the god race, though. Your blood crystal has a strange background and doesn't belong to any race. Also, what you're using as a primer is a demon race life form. We don't know what sort of law the zero hammer will infuse, either. Since the owner of the castle chose to build the zero hammer in this hidden dimension, the hammer must contain some secret that they didn't want others to know, perhaps even a forbidden law. Once the celestial zero hammer comes down, it will bring together these unrelated, strange, and mysterious weapons, life form, and law together. It's impossible to say what the ultimate result will be. It's impossible to predict the result." Xia Fei was stunned. Looking down, he saw that the time to closing was only 2 hours and 25 minutes away. He must make a decision soon. There was no doubt that merging together too many different objects was dangerous. An exotic beast of the demon race, the blood crystal from the assassin sect, the zero hammer of a nameless celestial artificer, and the mysterious law energy within the zero hammer. What would the blood crystal become once these 4 elements were brought together? Perhaps only the gods would know. Xia Fei smiled. There's no need to think about it. Let's get started. I'm looking forward to seeing what the result of bringing together all these things will be. Oro nodded. Not just you. I'm also rather excited. I've lived for so long, but I've never tried such an insane combination to create a weapon. Interesting. Truly interesting. There was a switch on the back of the celestial zero hammer. Xia Fei followed Oro's instructions and stood there. Above his head was something that looked like a transparent umbrella with some unknown functions. Listen closely. Once the zero hammer activates, don't panic no matter what happens around you. The spatial protection system over your head will protect you. It can guarantee that the operator of the zero hammer will be completely unharmed. Once it's done crafting, the weapon will be sent through a special passage into your hand. Once you have it, immediately press that red button. The entire space will collapse, and you will be sent back to where you come from, Oro said. Xia Fei frowned. This space will collapse. Of course, this dimension was built for the sake of the zero hammer's frenzied strike, for the purpose of building a supreme weapon. All of this was built for the sake of a single weapon. When your weapon is crafted, all of it will disappear, dust to dust, and dirt to dirt. Xia Fei found it hard to describe in words his excitement. This mysterious dimension and this incredibly powerful zero hammer had probably taken up more than half the life of that unknown celestial artificer. A master celestial artificer had lived his entire life seeking to build a weapon, but now, that opportunity was Xia Fei's. Just this thought left Xia Fei feeling incredibly excited. Taking one last glance at this vast hidden dimension, Oro sternly said, "If not for that strange attack of yours, we would have never gotten the chance to witness the activation of a celestial zero hammer. Let alone you. Even I haven't seen one before. Please don't turn off your spatial ring. I must witness what sort of awesome sight the activation of a celestial zero hammer creates." The only ones ever able to witness this scene are the celestial artificers. "Xia Fei, this time, I'm the one benefiting from your presence." Xia Fei said nothing. Not even a great demon overlord like Oro had seen the activation of a celestial zero hammer before. Besides excitement, Xia Fei also felt plenty of anxiety. In front of him were two solid alloy handrails. In the middle was a red button and a green button. Oro explained, "Remember this. Green is activation. You can only press the red one once you have your weapon. If you press it too early, you'll be sent out before you can get the final product. In addition, the vibrations will be very, very bad, because the celestial zero hammer will use this entire dimension as its energy starter. The scale of the energy is equivalent to 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals. No matter how difficult things get, you can't let go, or else you'll be tossed into a chaotic space." Xia Fei was stunned, utterly stunned. Activating the celestial zero hammer required using the dimension as energy, the equivalent of 10,000 grade 4 crystals. This was such an enormous amount of energy that Xia Fei was momentarily unable to calculate it. What a formidable celestial artificer. What a wondrous zero hammer. Suppressing his excitement, he stored Oro's ice coffin in his ring, but he did not close the ring so that Oro could also bear witness to the wondrous sight of the celestial zero hammer activating. The liquid war armor silver desert activated, and Xia Fei cautiously moved Fur Ball under the protection of the armor. Once all this was done, Xia Fei let out a breath. One hand grabbed a handrail while the other hand lightly pressed that green button. Pa! With a crisp click, the celestial zero hammer activated. Green lightning began to orbit the giant hammer, making it appear as if it truly were the hammer of the thunder god. On the giant anvil beneath the hammer was the blood crystal and the pink-white egg, which was the offspring of the Empress Spider and the pastel king eye spider. Everything was ready. Once the hammer swung down, a divine weapon would be created. The electricity surrounding the hammer grew stronger and stronger, becoming so bright that it was difficult to look at. After tensome minutes of waiting, the light finally reached maximum brightness, and the hammer flew up in the air. Whoosh! As this heavy hammer flew higher and higher, Xia Fei could not help but grow afraid. If this sort of giant hammer smashed down, the impact would be impossible to describe with words. The damage would undoubtedly be devastating. At a height of 10,000 meters above the surface, the zero hammer finally stopped. Suddenly, the hammer began to accelerate toward the anvil on the ground. It let out such a keening and savage howl that it could burst eardrums. Suddenly, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered. Not even the end of the world could compare to this. Rumble! The zero hammer plunged in a straight line. No, this was not a plunge but a smash instead. As if some giant being had gripped the hammer and then swung it on the ground. Its momentum was enough to tear apart the skies. A hurricane ripped through the hidden dimension, and Xia Fei held tightly onto the handrails, not daring to be careless. With such a powerful strike, there was no telling if this dimension really might be smashed down into a pulp. Just when the zero hammer was about to land, the egg left behind by the Empress Spider and the Pastel Ice King Spider began to move. The earth shuddered, and the pink-white egg trembled with it. Xia Fei stared at the egg in shock. Had the imminent threat caused this strange demonic beast to hatch early? If the monster in the egg hatched and managed to escape before the zero hammer came down, all of Xia Fei's efforts would be for naught. Without a powerful exotic beast to serve as a primer, the celestial zero hammer would never be able to forge a supreme divine weapon. On one hand, Xia Fei was worried that the demonic beast would run and ruin his plan to forge a divine weapon. On the other hand, Xia Fei was very curious to see what this demonic beast would look like. The offspring of two powerful ice spiders would be very strong, right? As he was randomly thinking, cracks began to appear on the pink-white shell. The demonic beast pushed its head through the shell and shot Xia Fei a sinister gaze. It was still so small, but its eyes were already so sharp that Xia Fei felt like the death god was peering at him. His body shivered. Oh, whoa! At this moment, Furball howled. The demonic beast's eyes had left Xia Fei dizzy, but Furball's challenging howl pulled Xia Fei back. Truly the holy beast Shatterstar. Though this demonic beast was powerful, its gaze so sharp, Furball's frenzied roar scared it straight. It immediately drew its head back into its shell. Xia Fei was instantly brought to his senses by Furball's heart-rending roar, and that demonic beast cowered in its shell out of fear and did not run away. At that moment, the giant Zero Hammer fell. Rumble! There was a giant rush of air, and Xia Fei was blown off his feet as if he were standing behind a jet engine. As the gale roared, a dazzling fire ignited. A sea of gorgeous golden sparks engulfed the dimension. Xia Fei tightly gripped the handrails, the silver desert armor protecting him. The situation was truly too terrifying. Even Furball, that heartless fellow, had stopped moving, curling up into a ball and nervously clinging onto Xia Fei. The dimension began to become strange and twisted. The mountains ascended to the sky as the sky descended to his feet. Xia Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. The dimension had become numerous shards which were being stuffed into the Zero Hammer like pieces of cloth. This was the energy source for the Zero Hammer. It was like a black hole, absorbing this entire dimension in order to perform the law infusion. Suddenly, black smoke emerged from the bottom of the hammer. Even space was being drawn into the Zero Hammer. Yet this black smoke was drifting away. It did not make sense at all. What's going on? Xia Fei, did you forget something? Is there something weird being mixed in? Oro urgently called, his voice brimming with confusion. Xia Fei was startled. He truly had forgotten something. The blood crystal had been modified by him using the law of primal chaos. The original blood crystal was only able to suck human blood. Now, it could suck the blood of anyone, be it an ancient dragon or the master of the universe. This abnormal black smoke gushing out, could it be the work of the law of primal chaos? Xia Fei was rather shocked. The law of primal chaos's disruptive force was heaven-defying, and if it caused some twist in the crafting process, Xia Fei would not even know how to cry. After all, it was his law of primal chaos that caused this development. The situation continued to worsen, the hidden dimension seemingly arriving at its doomsday, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling as a deafening howl resounded in his ears. Xia Fei had to use 120% of his strength to hold onto the handrails and ensure his survival in this chaotic dimension. Meanwhile, the spatial protection above him was slowly beginning to lose effect. However, there was a limit to the energy. The law of primal chaos complicated the crafting process to 10 times more than Oro initially calculated. If Xia Fei did not hold tightly onto the handrails, he would definitely be lost in this dimension and, thus, lose his life. His fingers were working overtime, the heavy handrails deforming under his grip. The situation was dire. If Xia Fei lost his grip or the handrails broke, he would be doomed. A normal person might have been unable to continue, but Xia Fei was not afraid, for he had one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments. Peacock Blue. Whoosh. The world's most tenacious and stubborn grass emerged, 2 giant blue grass blades tightly wrapping themselves around the sturdy metal pillars of the handrails, tying Xia Fei to them. No matter the storm, I will stand tall. Let alone the destruction of this dimension, with Peacock Blue's tenacity, he could withstand a disaster which was 10 times worse without a problem. This was the power of Peacock Blue. The crafting process took much longer than Oro anticipated. This was because Xia Fei had accidentally mixed in the law of primal chaos, the unstable element of subversive power. Xia Fei spent 2 hours within this chaotic dimension. 2 Beast Kings offspring of the demon race, a nameless celestial artificer's Zero Hammer, the blood crystal of the assassin sect, the high-ranking law which had torn this hidden dimension to shreds, and finally, the reversal energy of the law of primal chaos. These 5 elements merging together had created a calamity. What form would the weapon reborn in this calamity take? What abilities would it have? The terrifying chaos finally subsided. Thud! A weapon slid out from a hidden tunnel. Xia Fei quickly grabbed it. Through the forging, the blood crystal had been transformed. As it slid out of the passage and into Xia Fei's hand, the situation grew worse and worse. Xia Fei had no time to carefully examine the changes to the blood crystal. Flipping his wrist, he stored the dagger in his spatial ring and then smashed the red button. Whoosh! The spatial protection system emitted a screen which sent Xia Fei back to Crow City. But he had no idea that this world-shaking chaos had turned Crow City into ruins. What happened? Wearing his liquid war armor, Xia Fei pushed aside the debris over his head and stood up amid ruins, his body covered in dirt. What was going on? Xia Fei naturally understood that the reason for Crow City's collapse was probably his actions in the hidden dimension, but he still loudly cursed it. How could this castle be so fragile, collapsing at a moment's notice? Xia Fei patted his body and looked around. He discovered that many people looking at him from a distance, jeering looks on their faces. Countless origin crystals had been exposed by the shattering of the stones, making Xia Fei appear to be standing in a sea of jewels. Yu Peng frowned and sternly asked, "Xia Fei, why were you buried there?" His meaning was obvious. Xia Fei was a law adept and a speed ability user, but he had failed to escape something as minor as a collapsing castle. This was far too humiliating. Looking around, Xia Fei realized that everyone else besides him was spotless. At the moment the castle collapsed, all of them had managed to escape swiftly no matter what they were doing. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei put on a dejected expression and mumbled, "I was so focused on cultivation that I didn't notice." Standing in a corner, Yu Xiaobei put a hand on his head and sighed. "This is the person participating in the Dragon Ascension Conclave with me? Heavens! He even managed to get buried in a collapsing castle." Xia Fei could not care less about Yu Xiaobei's ridicule of him. He was the one who caused the castle's collapse, and in the future, there would be no more Crow City, no fiend's blood cry. Everything in that hidden dimension was now Xia Fei's. This harvest was enough to neutralize all the mocking he received completely. He stroked his finger across his ring, anxious to see the blood crystal's current form. His right hand was still aching. At the moment Xia Fei grabbed the blood crystal, the edge cut open his liquid war armor, leaving behind a shallow cut on Xia Fei's hand. One cut could slice open the silver desert. The blood crystal had clearly become much sharper. However, Xia Fei had to be cautious. Having been tempered by the celestial zero hammer, the blood crystal could probably squeeze its way into the ranks of the divine weapons. Showing off a divine weapon in front of everyone was not a wise decision. Deaf to the mocking of others, Xia Fei patted the dust off his body and walked out of the ruins. His face was dejected, but his heart was rejoicing. "Xia Fei, you seem to have changed," Phantom muttered. "How did I change? Not too long ago, you would always send yourself to a prison cell to hang around for a while. But as your rank increased, you don't end up in jail as often. Instead, you're now starting to break them, leaving ruins wherever you go," Phantom mystifyingly said. Xia Fei was somewhat startled. Phantom's words actually had some sense to them. In the insectoid territory, he had brought ruins to the Tower of Night and the Holy Realm. In Blood Candle Kingdom, he ended up destroying the two towers. In the Eternal Ice Plains, he had left naught but devastation. Now, Crow City was in utter shambles. This holy land for cultivation, which had served the Yu clan for millions of years, ended just like that. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei said, "It wasn't on purpose. What does it have to do with me if those places want to collapse?" Everyone stared dumbly at the ruins, waiting for the Yu family's patriarch to come over and take care of the matter. All of them were speculating on why this clan's cultivation ground had suddenly collapsed. "Can Crow City be rebuilt?" Xia Fei asked. Yu Peng shook his head, his face racked by grief. As the steward, he had the greatest blame for the collapse of the castle. "It's not that simple. Crow City's construction is exquisite, so even if we build it in exactly the same way, the cultivation effect will be greatly reduced. This is a major blow to the clan this time." Xia Fei nodded, appearing very heartbroken, but deep down, he did not actually care. In any case, he had the most important object, so the collapse of Crow City would not hinder him that much. Yu Xiaobei took out a spatial compass and began to set the coordinates so that he could leave. As an elite of the clan, the most talented individual of the younger generation, Yu Xiaobei was one of the few who knew the coordinates of Crow City and could enter and leave whenever he pleased. Yu Peng sternly asked, "Xiaobei, where are you going? Until the investigation is done, no one is permitted to leave. Wait for the patriarch to arrive." Yu Xiaobei gave Yu Peng a scornful glance. The custodian of Crow City had a weaker cultivation than Yu Xiaobei, so he could not help but shrink back a little. "The castle is your responsibility. Don't think about pushing the blame onto others. The Dragon Ascension Conclave begins the day after tomorrow. You want to keep me around? Your words hold no weight, nor can you bear that responsibility." The brazen and proud Yu Xiaobei spoke callously, his words jabbing at Yu Peng's heart. Whoosh! The spatial passage opened, and Yu Xiaobei raised his leg to leave. Xia Fei frowned and stretched out a hand to stop him. "Brother Xiaobei, let's leave together," Xia Fei lightly said. Yu Xiaobei found this rather laughable. "What makes you worthy to travel with me?" Yu Peng said nothing, but the expression on his face turned even nastier. It was one thing for Yu Xiaobei not to show him any respect. After all, he was the #1 genius of the clan, but for Xia Fei to also show disrespect for him made him very angry. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "You're right. The day after tomorrow is the Dragon Ascension Conclave. I don't have the time to waste here." Yu Xiaobei's brows furrowed. "You've already advanced to Law Sovereign? So fast?" Xia Fei casually said, "I accidentally managed to reach level 2. Accidentally? Accidentally again." Everyone began to sweat. The last time, Xia Fei said that he had accidentally successfully cultivated the law of energy purification, which had truly astonished the entire clan. Now, only 10 some days later, he had jumped 2 ranks and reached level 2 Law Sovereign, and it was also accidentally. How could he be so careless? There was an awkward silence. Everyone present was an experienced person, and they all understood how difficult it was to go from Law Adept to Law Sovereign. They looked at Xia Fei's relaxed appearance and then at themselves. Many of them began to think. They had put their lives on the line to try and advance, but Xia Fei had done it accidentally. This was the gap. The saying went that comparison could be the death of one, and this was what it meant. Yu Xiaobei heartily laughed, his eyes flashing. "Interesting. Truly interesting. You're truly too careless." The 3 stars escorting the moon was an incredibly rare phenomenon, and after it passed, Crow City returned to its usual overcast state. However, this time, the city had been turned into ruins, the swamp seemingly even more desolate. Family patriarch Yu Jiang had already left, and so did all the warriors cultivating previously here. Only Yu Peng remained. He stood at the edge of the swamp, gazing at the flocks of crows, seemingly waiting for someone. Whoosh! A spatial passage opened, and a person walked out behind Yu Peng. The fog was heavy, obscuring his appearance. "What did the old man say?" the newcomer asked. "All he did was sigh. Once I clean up those crystals, Crow City will become history, and the Yu family will no longer possess any Crow City," Yu Peng lightly said. As its custodian, Yu Peng unexpectedly felt no sense of loss over Crow City's collapse. On the contrary, he appeared rather smug. "Who did it? I don't know, but Xia Fei is the most suspicious." "Him again? That boy is quite an excellent troublemaker. With him around, our plan will go much more smoothly." The man in the fog chuckled. "That's true. Xia Fei is the perfect troublemaker. Even better is that the old man is already rather fed up with Xia Fei. Their relationship is beginning to fracture." "Oh, why is that?" On Xia Fei's first day in Crow City, he killed Han Ubi in front of the old man. The old man was furious, and thus a crack formed. Now that Crow City has been ruined and Xia Fei is the most suspicious, though the old man didn't say anything, I can tell that he's growing wary of him. From this, we can see that the crack is getting deeper and deeper. If not for Xia Fei accompanying Yu Xiaobei to the Dragon Ascension Conclave, the old man might even personally interrogate him. But he has to restrain himself for now, for the sake of the general picture. The man in the fog loudly laughed, seemingly very happy. The old man has long been alone, but he's probably the only one who doesn't know that his brothers parted ways with him already, and Yu Xiaobei, the best among the younger generation, is extremely selfish. Now, the old man is starting to hate Xia Fei. This situation is just getting better and better for us. Yupeng frowned. Can we make our move now? No, not now. The old man is still holding the Yu family's greatest secret. Each day that secret remains out of our control is another day where we must be patient. Yupeng nodded. Then what about Xia Fei? That young man is an unknown variable and someone who isn't under our control. The man in the fog softly sighed. I've said it before, he's the perfect troublemaker, a natural unstable element. Having him around is good for us. And besides, the old man is already starting to dislike him. Though he might not stand on our side, at least he wouldn't stand opposite us. Yupeng coldly snorted. Is that really what you think? Can a newly promoted warrior's choice really influence the big picture? The man in the fog sternly nodded. My eyes have never led me astray. Though he's only at level 9, fewer than 20 people in the Yu family can defeat him. Yupeng softly said, that's old news. While in Crow City, Xia Fei already broke through 2 thresholds and reached level 2 Law Sovereign. The man in the fog was unmoved. With his brows creasing, Yupeng asked, you don't seem to be surprised? In the past, yes, but now, no matter what shocking stunt Xia Fei pulls off, I can't be shocked. He's always been an unfathomable person. That's truly a high evaluation from you. I hope that you're right. I've never made a mistake, nor will I this time. What else do you need me to do? Yupeng tilted his head and asked. Wait. Keep waiting. As he spoke, a large flock of crows took flight, blotting out the sky. Xia Fei naturally knew nothing about that scene playing out in the heavy fog of Crow City. He was completely focused on the Dragon Ascension Conclave and the Blood Crystal. The blade was still pitch black, heavy and solid. The edge was even sharper, the blade even longer, and both sides were now covered in strange patterns which were complex but not ostentatious. It remained an inconspicuous dagger. Does the Blood Crystal have any additional traits compared to the past? Lionheart Emperor Oro curiously asked. Xia Fei's right index finger trembled. This was where the Blood Crystal had left its shallow wound. With his brows furrowed, Xia Fei sternly said, it's very different from what we imagined. The Blood Crystal is now very different from what we thought, Xia Fei sternly said. Phantom and Lionheart Emperor Oro looked curiously at Xia Fei. What's different about it? How do you even know without testing? Oro asked. When I gripped the Blood Crystal, the edge was so sharp that it injured my finger. Oro frowned. I see. Fortunately, the cut was small, or else it wouldn't care if you were its master and would suck your blood as well. Xia Fei nodded. That's the case. The Blood Crystal devoured a bit of my energy. It absorbed most of the energy for itself, but a small part was set through the hilt back into my body. Shock. Silence. The atmosphere in the cultivation chamber became much heavier. Say that again. Part of the energy the Blood Crystal absorbed was sent to you. Oro exclaimed in shock. There was no need to describe what this ability meant. Absorbing the opponent's energy to improve oneself. How was this any different from the legendary Cosmic Absorbing Power 1? It was wicked and sinister to the extreme. The more enemies Xia Fei killed, the stronger he would become, and so would the Blood Crystal. Too scary. They were like a bloodthirsty duo. The Blood Crystal, which had originated from the Assassin sect, after going through the tempering of the law of primal chaos, a demonic beast, and the celestial Zero Hammer, had finally revealed an astonishing savagery. This bloodthirsty dagger had already surpassed the category of weapons and become a unique existence in the universe. Oro was stunned for a good few minutes, after which he sternly said, I thought that the celestial Zero Hammer would forge a divine weapon for you, but I was wrong. This is no divine weapon but a demonic one, instead. The mood was heavy. Nobody could say what the Blood Crystal's ability to strengthen its owner and itself would bring for Xia Fei. It might be success, but it could also be destruction. After all, this ability was far too bizarre, different from any other weapon. Do you remember that offspring of the Empress Spider and the Pastel King Eye Spider? Oro raised his head and asked. I do. Those were terrifying eyes which paralyzed me. But that life form didn't look like any kind of spider, Xia Fei said. Oro nodded. It truly didn't. Its parents had only Beast King bloodlines, but that little monster's bloodline was on the Divine Beast level. A Divine Beast. Xia Fei was stunned. He had seen Divine Beasts before. The 2 silly birds raised by the gods of black and white belonged to that category. Not only were they human-like, they could speak and even control space. Logically, divine beasts were on the same level as holy beasts like Furball, but holy beasts had unique characters and tended to be loners. Besides that, their few numbers made them much more valued. Divine beasts were like the elders of big sects, dignified and powerful. Holy beasts were comparable to peerless wandering swordsmen. The former were revered by the common people, while the latter had songs and stories written about them. They were both experts, but the higher paths they sought were different. This was why those two silly birds had been so respectful to Furball, for Furball himself was a legend. Heavens! The blood crystal used a divine beast as a primer. Xia Fei muttered. He had never expected something like this. A divine beast bloodline isn't the same thing as a divine beast. It only means that that little fellow had the potential to become a divine beast, but his parents didn't have that potential and ended their lives as beast kings. On this point, there's still a difference between a divine beast bloodline and a true divine beast. The cause behind this situation might have been a gene mutation. You must surely also know that the universe originally had no intelligent life forms, only some simple single-celled organisms. It was only after hundreds of millions of years and innumerable gene mutations that higher forms of life finally began to emerge. In this divine weapon crafting, too many unknown factors ultimately led your blood crystal to become a bizarre, demonic weapon. Xia Fei said nothing. He suddenly saw an opportunity before him. If he did the same thing several more times, he might be able to obtain even more shocking divine weapons that were different from any other kind. The monster's gene mutations were also very important, but Xia Fei felt that the blood crystal owed its current form mostly to the law of primal chaos. It was precisely because of the subversive and disruptive force that had been added into the Celestial Zero Hammer's forging process, which allowed Xia Fei to now possess a unique demonic weapon. Alas, while Xia Fei still had the law of primal chaos, there were not that many Celestial Zero Hammers available for him to use. This thought made Xia Fei bitterly chuckle. "What are you laughing about?" Oro asked. Xia Fei put away the blood crystal and sternly answered, "It's nothing. We're setting off the day after tomorrow, so let's focus on cultivation for now. As the saying goes, sharpening the spear before battle may not make it very sharp, but it'll shine at least. Who knows what that Dragon Ascension conclave will be like?" As the skies brightened, Xia Fei got up early, and after eating breakfast and packing his things, he set off for the spatial gate. From a distance, he saw Patriarch Yu Jiang, Chief Custodian Yu Jin, Chief Instructor Yu Luxuan, and Yu Hua sending off Yu Xiaobei. Yu Xiaobei was in the clan's direct line of descendants, and he had many servants, maids, and other followers with him. Xia Fei was all by himself and appeared rather lonely. Turning his head and glancing at Xia Fei, Yu Xiaobei strode away. He proudly departed with a look of supreme confidence. It was now Xia Fei's turn, and each person told him to be attentive. For some reason, Patriarch Yu Jiang was somewhat more distant to him, but Xia Fei did not care that much. Once they finished speaking, they all dispersed. Only Yu Hua stayed behind. "No one can go with you to the Dragon Ascension Conclave. If you encounter any problem, you'll have to deal with it yourself. This is the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Don't you feel nervous at all?" Yu Hua asked with a smile. Xia Fei shook his head. What's there to be nervous about? Could it be more stimulating than an actual battlefield? Yu Hua patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. "This is one of the most important events in the law realm. I myself didn't get the right to participate in it back then. The last time the Yu family had someone who could attend the Dragon Ascension Conclave was back when the Patriarch was still in his prime. You'll understand once you get there. In brief, take care, and I'll wait for the good news. If you're admitted into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, your future prospects will be limitless." Xia Fei nodded, saying with a smile, "I still haven't thanked you for passing on to me the secret to getting past the threshold. If not for you, I probably wouldn't have met the requirements for participation so soon." Xia Fei spoke sincerely. He did not have any friends in the circle, and Yu Hua was one of the few people who had treated him well. Though Yu Hua was a complicated character, Xia Fei did not care that much. No one in this universe was simple, excluding children and idiots. Humans had always been complicated and special high-level life forms. Yu Hua casually said, "A method still requires a person to execute it. Those people lacking in quality may be unable to get past the threshold even with the method. It also depends on one's perception. Besides, I didn't do it just for you, but rather for the entire Yu family. You have to realize that it's been several hundred years since the clan was able to get anyone into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Xia Fei was taken aback. The patriarch didn't get in either? Yu Hua sighed. No, he only obtained the right to participate. The Yu family can't compare to the 9 great clans, and getting into Dragon Ascension is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Xia Fei was in disbelief. The vast Yu family had 1 million people, yet no one in several hundred years had been able to get into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, or even get the right to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Were these requirements not too strict? After saying farewell to Yu Hua, Xia Fei stepped into the spatial gate. The more mysterious the Dragon Ascension Conclave was, the more interested in it Xia Fei became. What would the Law Realm's #1 Martial Hall look like? The first stop on this journey was Myriadopolis, famed for the lights from its myriad homes. The Law Realm had a strict hierarchy, and the 9 great clans as well as the few other famous clans did not live with the common folks. They lived in their own corner of the Law Realm, separate from the small clans like the Yu family. Myriadopolis was where the headquarters of these small clans were located. As the Dragon Ascension Conclave was being held in the territory of the noble clans, no spatial gate could send Xia Fei there. He first needed to obtain a certificate at Myriadopolis and then get to the Dragon Ascension Conclave through a transfer station. Any other method of entering noble clan territory was illegal. From this, one could see how stark the divisions in the Law Realm were. Myriadopolis was very large, and the offices and headquarters of various clans could be seen all over the place. If the 9 great clans needed anything or had some message to convey, it could swiftly be transmitted through these various offices. With the Mu family's letter, Xia Fei received a pass card from Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's branch office in Myriadopolis, after which he found a store where he traded 70 tons of pure spirit silver for origin crystals. Oro was an existence of the past, and he had no idea that the exchange ratio of pure spirit silver to origin crystals was now 1 to 1.5. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and decided to just exchange all the pure spirit silver for grade 4 origin crystals. This was 1,050 crystals in all, and with his remaining crystals, Xia Fei had total assets of 1106 grade 4 crystals and 12,300 grade 3 crystals, a rather significant fortune. There were numerous people grouped around the spatial gate leading to the White Horse constellation. Today was the important day when the participants of the Dragon Ascension Conclave would arrive, and security in Myriadopolis was tight. The figures of law adepts could be seen everywhere, with those in black representing the martial headquarters of Myriadopolis, and those warriors in red representing the members of the Law Enforcement Board. Though it was difficult to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave, there were so many clans in the circle that if each family sent 1 person on average, there would still be tens of thousands of participants. The flow of the crowd was slow, with the average rate of 1 person allowed passage per minute. Xia Fei had several hundred people in front of him, so it would probably be several hours until it was his turn. Xia Fei frowned as he joined the slowly advancing crowd. Big Brother Xia Fei, a woman called his name. Xia Fei turned his head and saw Mu Fuping. Miss Fuping was dressed very simply today, wearing a fighting uniform and an exquisite pair of combat boots, seemingly about to go onto the battlefield. Miss Mu. Xia Fei returned the greeting. This young miss was quite troublesome, and Xia Fei was unwilling to get too involved with her. I knew that you'd break into Law Sovereign before the Dragon Ascension Conclave, so I came early in the morning. Xia Fei creased his brows. You were waiting for me? Mu Fuping firmly nodded. Her younger sister Mu Qingping was with her, as well as 2 warriors whom Xia Fei did not recognize. The only person who was not scowling at him was Mu Fuping, and they could not be blamed for it. After all, Xia Fei had offended Mu Nanshan. Big Brother Xia Fei, let's go. To where? To the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Isn't that why you came? Xia Fei replied. The only path is in front of me. Can't you see I'm waiting in line? Mu Fuping's face reddened. If you're with me, you won't need to wait in line. Not accepting a no, she dragged him to a spatial gate leading to the White Horse constellation. The moment she revealed her identity, the warriors guarding the gate immediately opened a path through the crowd for Mu Fuping. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Xia Fei hardened his resolve and went through the gate with her. The White Horse constellation was where the 9 great clans of humanity and all the other most noble clans resided. One could say without exaggeration that those who lived in the White Horse constellation were the elites and privileged members of human society. The vast majority of the Law Realm's strongest human warriors were gathered here. No white horses could be seen in the White Horse constellation. Only plenty of Prince Charmings who could ride upon white horses. Perhaps because of the Dragon Ascension Conclave, there were many young warriors wandering on the streets, their heads proudly raised, all of them like shining knights on white horses from children's fairy tales. The city appeared to have no limit, and the buildings were all rather low. For some reason, the more deeply situated a city in the Law Realm was, the simpler the buildings were. The streets were paved with gray stones, and many homes had large stone statues in front of them, large cinnabar gates studded with bronze nails separating them from the outside world. At a glance, it was as if he had returned to ancient times. There were many other races besides humans among the crowd. Be it in the Yu family or in Myriadopolis, Xia Fei had never seen so many other sapient species before. Some of them were like giant green slugs, ambling about with large heads. Others were a brilliant blue and appeared like festively decorated cars as they walked down the street. There were also ones who were so short that one might accidentally step on them while walking on the street. In short, White Horse Constellation was a very bustling and very strange place. Humans and other intelligent races lived together here in this ancient, vast, and complex city. Mu Fuping remained by Xia Fei's side, not disturbing him at all. At times, she would explain the origins and races of these intelligent life forms as she pointed out any interesting points of the White Horse constellation. Isn't this Miss Fuping of the Mu family? I recognized her too. Who is that with her? Don't know, but he doesn't seem like a member of the Mu family. He doesn't have their emblem on his chest for one. They're standing at the spatial gate leading to Myriadopolis. Could this man be from there? A warrior of a minor clan? Miss Fuping has a rather strange personality, but it shouldn't be so bad that she would lower herself to interact with those minor clans, right? The streets here were wide and thronged with people. Mu Fuping and Xia Fei standing at the end of the street and looking around attracted quite a lot of attention. Mu Qingping stamped her feet, believing that this was beneath her dignity, and the 2 strong men also unpleasantly frowned and savagely glared at the curious pedestrians. Xia Fei could naturally hear the conversations of the passers-by, but he had a very thick skin and did not care what people thought of him. It was Mu Fuping who gradually grew more and more embarrassed, becoming anxious to leave this bustling street. At this time, Yu Xiaobei emerged from the spatial gate. He had set off earlier than Xia Fei, but he had arrived even later, and his servants had also been held back by the guards. The sight of Xia Fei and Mu Fuping going through the gate had ignited a flame of envy in Yu Xiaobei's heart. Xia Fei nodded at Yu Xiaobei, which could be considered a sort of greeting. Yu Xiaobei pretended not to see him, raising his head and walking away. Xia Fei shrugged. He told the lady beside him, "Miss Fuping, thank you for your care. If there's nothing else, I'll bid farewell from here." Mu Qingping coldly snorted, muttering to herself, "I suppose that you have some tact. I can't believe you would stand with my sister in the middle of the street." Xia Fei pretended not to hear. He had no intention of getting close to Mu Fuping, but she insisted on getting close to him. Young ladies like this were always trouble, and Xia Fei was determined to split off with her and head to the reporting area alone. Mu Fuping was startled. "You're also participating in the Dragon Ascension Conclave, so why not go together?" Xia Fei shook his head. "Miss Fuping, you've also seen it for yourself just now. These people on the street all have unfriendly gazes on me, presumably because I'm with you. If this goes on, I'll become targeted by everyone before I can even get to the Dragon Ascension Conclave." Xia Fei spoke rather tactfully. Mu Fuping truly lacked experience when it came to the ways of the world. She felt that since Xia Fei had saved her life, he deserved a reward. It was a very simple starting point, but she had no idea how much trouble it would bring Xia Fei. After all, the difference in their status was too obvious. Lightly nodding, Mu Fuping reluctantly agreed. As he strode away, Xia Fei suddenly turned his head as if he wanted to say something. However, after a daze of several seconds, he swallowed back his words, gave a light bow, and left behind a very disappointed-looking Mu Fuping. "What were you about to ask her just now?" Phantom curiously asked. Xia Fei said. I suddenly understand why her father and all the other members of her clan are so hostile to me. It's probably because this girl accidentally said something she shouldn't have. So why didn't you ask? Xia Fei sighed. Young ladies like are always a problem, so it's best to maintain my distance with them as much as possible. Besides, how would making this blatantly obvious help? It's not like I can just make other people shut up, right? Saying this, Xia Fei glanced around at several youths on the side of the road. They had emblems on their chests with the word Noah. Presumably, they belonged to the Noah clan of the 9 great clans. These young warriors were now giving Xia Fei looks which could be described as unfriendly. Look there. As I said, regardless of which family they're from, young ladies always bring trouble, Xia Fei muttered. With the passguard for the Dragon Ascension Conclave hanging around his neck, Xia Fei smoothly found the reporting area. This was a rather luxurious mansion, outstanding even in the White Horse constellation. There was a long line at the entrance, and the words Dragon Ascension were written on the name board over the gate. Without Mu Fuping at his side, Xia Fei followed the rules and took his place in line. The participants coming from Myriadopolis could only enter through the side gate, while those from the 9 great clans or other noble residents of the White Horse constellation could enter through the main gate without needing to stand in line. This was the class division of the circle. A member of a small clan had no status to speak of in the White Horse constellation where the nobles gathered. The noble scions all had emblems on their chests, their heads held high as if they were the masters of this place. In truth, Xia Fei could also bear the emblem of the Yu family, but rather than respect, that would just win him disdain and scorn. After all, the Yu family was not some noble clan in the circle. Wearing emblems indicating the clan one belonged to was a privilege that only the rich and powerful could enjoy. There are quite a few people. Each of the big clans has sent several dozen people, as many as 100, to the Dragon Ascension Conclave, Xia Fei muttered as he stood in line. The young man standing one place in front of him waved his fan and nodded. The 9 great clans all get 99 spots, and any youth with a tiny bit of talent basically gets the opportunity to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Small clans like ours just can't compare. Xia Fei glanced at him. This fan-holding young man had a fair face and cherry lips, his steps exuding grace and elegance. My name is Ludi. Xia Fei. Standing in line was rather boring. As the line slowly moved forward, Xia Fei chatted with this young man called Ludi. Why haven't I seen any warriors from other races reporting? Xia Fei asked. He had seen many other races on the streets, but none of them had come here. Ludi blinked. The White Horse constellation is the gathering place for humans. Other races naturally have to report back with their own races. How do you not even know this? Xia Fei frankly said. Honestly, had you not told me this, I truly didn't hear a word about this. Ludi waved his fan and smiled. The Dragon Ascension Conclave is a big deal. Normally, a single conclave will span over 3 years. This time, the White Horse constellation is hosting the qualifying assessment and the actual assessment. Once it's over, the elites of the various races will gather together for the overall examination, and the second stage of the examination can be held. Only then will the candidates for the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall be selected. Xia Fei creased his brows. Just the test for joining Dragon Ascension Martial Hall takes 3 years? What's so great about the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall? Ludi nonchalantly said, Think about it. Even the children of the noble 9 great clans are trying as best as they can to get into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Isn't that enough? I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm just here to go through the motions. My father spent a lot of money to get me this spot so that I can gild myself a little. In any case, we're both people who are participants of the Dragon Ascension Conclave, so it will be much easier for us to marry someone from another clan. Xia Fei softly chuckled. Ludi was a very frank speaker and seemed to have no desires or demands. From his fair and tender hands, Xia Fei could tell that this person had never paid much attention to martial arts. He was the classic playboy who spent all his time evaluating the women around him. After finally getting inside the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, they had their identities verified and received the guidebook for the conclave. By the time the procedures were all done, it was dusk. Looking at the thin sheet of paper in his hand, Xia Fei could not bring himself to be happy. The first test is math. Xia Fei frowned as he muttered. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined that the first test of the martial hall would be mathematics. What are you standing around for? It's not every day you can go to the White Horse constellation. I'm treating today. Let's go to the fragrance courtyard and play a little, Ludi casually said. As soon as he got out the door, he threw away the paper listing the exam syllabus without even glancing at it. Xia Fei sighed. Why is the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's examination even testing math? These words drew countless sighs. It appeared that there were many warriors like Xia Fei who were not good at math. What's so weird about it? I heard that they even tested embroidery one time. A muscular examinee sighed. Unfortunately, this is the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. They can do whatever they want. It's all over. From the 7 topics on the preliminary exam, it seems like I won't have a chance to enter the proper exam venue. Another examinee bemoaned. Xia Fei naturally did not go playing with Ludi. He found an inn to stay the night, pulling an all-nighter to brush up on his math. The next day, it was the first trial of the preliminary examination of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, math. As soon as Xia Fei saw the test paper, he gave up. Xia Fei could not understand the abstruse formulas and geometric designs, let alone answer the question. When the results were announced that night, Xia Fei unsurprisingly got a 0. On the 3rd day, music theory. A Martial Hall's examination was testing music theory. Xia Fei almost vomited blood. 0 again. The 4th day, painting. Xia Fei was utterly speechless. He simply drew a black turtle on the test paper. This time, not only did he not get any points, he was so lacking in skills that he got -10 points. After 3 days of testing, Xia Fei's list was at the very bottom of the massive ranking list, obvious at a glance. -10 points. Someone managed to get negative points. It seems like I'm not the worst, a towering figure of a man smugly said, gaining back some of his self-confidence through Xia Fei. Everyone laughed. There was no doubt that the vast majority of people on the list had miserable results, but none of them was as miserable as Xia Fei, who now had negative points. In the crowd, Mu Fuping scowled. She secretly came to take a peek at Xia Fei's scores every day, but the result left her feeling very disappointed. Mu Qingping smugly said, Haha, Xia Fei, that big idiot. He's made a record in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Has there ever been anyone who managed to get negative points? In my view, he should hurry up and withdraw to save himself the humiliation. Mu Fuping immediately turned to leave, asking, where is big brother Xia Fei now? 3 out of 7 of the topic of assessment have already been wasted. This isn't good at all. The faces of her 2 strong bodyguards darkened. After hesitating for a while, they finally stammered out. Xia Fei went with his new acquaintance Ludi to the fragrance courtyard. The fragrance courtyard? What place is that? Mu Fuping curiously asked. On the side, Mu Qingping was already blushing. A place for dancing, one of the bodyguards said through clenched teeth. At a time like this, he's still in the mood to go dancing? Come on, let's go and find him, Mu Fuping grumbled. You can't. The 2 bodyguards panicked. Young miss, only men can go there. You absolutely mustn't go. The drifting fragrance courtyard could be called famous in the White Horse constellation. Besides young ladies like Mu Fuping, almost everyone knew about it. Large crimson lanterns were hung high in the air, and the road was lined with drooping willows. The drifting fragrance courtyard was located in a very inconspicuous location, quiet and not ostentatious. There was no one on the road, but an intoxicating fragrance drifted out from the courtyard. The drifting fragrance courtyard was called as such because it was planted with numerous azaleas, which flowered throughout the year and filled the air with their fragrance. Through the gate was a large courtyard in which several dozen chairs and tables had been set up, and across from these was a dancing stage. At night, there would be song and dance atop the stage, but it was still early, so there were only a few people lingering around. Several women in resplendent clothes were moving between guests, and joyous laughter filled the air. Xia Fei and Ludi found a quiet place to sit. Ludi waved his hand, throwing out 4 grade 4 origin crystals as he said, Get some good things to eat and drink, and please, don't try to save money on my behalf. These girls, who grew up in this environment, had seen every kind of rich guest. Neither servile nor overbearing, they served fruits and snacks as they poured. In addition, 2 rather pretty young women sat down next to Xia Fei. Xia Fei said nothing, but Ludi drove these 2 girls away, his eyes occasionally glancing at the 2nd floor for some reason. Strange. Someone who failed 3 tests normally wouldn't be in the mood to enjoy the beautiful spring scenery. But you suddenly had a change of heart today and came with me to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. Ludi smiled and said. Xia Fei gave a mysterious smile. I've been too depressed after the last 3 days of testing, so I need to relax a little. Ludi said nothing. He was a frequent patron of this establishment and treated the place like home, feeling no restraints. He was quite happy to see Xia Fei accompanying him. However, as time went on, Ludi realized that something strange was going on. It was not long before the courtyard was packed with people, and he knew all of the visitors. He had seen all of them before on the testing ground. Weird. What's up with today? Are all the examinees so depressed that they've all decided to come to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard? Ludi muttered to himself. Xia Fei casually said, who knows? It might be a coincidence. What weirded out Ludi even more was that, despite there being so many examinees here, none of them ordered a girl and just sat there. This place was a brothel, yet none of them had come here to seek pleasure. Why was that? Ludi frowned and said to Xia Fei, this is bad. It seems like these fellows are all after Miss Yanxiu. It seems like I have a lot of rivals today. Xia Fei was unaware of the situation and asked, is Miss Yanxiu very famous? Ludi sighed. If she were famous, I wouldn't find this situation so weird. Each night, a girl will take the stage to display her skills. Of course, I'm not talking about those girls who just do a little song and dance, but rather the last person to take the stage every night. The last one to take the stage tonight will be Miss Yanxiu. I only found this out a few days ago, and I immediately developed a liking for her. But this is Miss Yanxiu's first time at Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. How could I already have so many competitors? Ludi was very frustrated, believing that everyone was his rival in love. When the final song is done, according to custom, Miss Yanxiu will take the man that she's taken a liking to her room and spend a night of pleasure. I wonder if she'll choose me. Xia Fei found it very laughable, but he kept his silence, sipping tea and eating melon seeds. More and more people gathered in Drifting Fragrance Courtyard, 100% of them being examinees of the Dragon Ascension Conclave. At dusk, there were more than 100 in total. Of the 10,000-some examinees in the preliminary exam, 10% of them had come to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard as if they had all agreed on it. Somewhat far from Xia Fei's seat, Mu Fuping, Mu Qingping, and those 2 stalwart men quietly entered in disguise. Even after she found out what sort of place Drifting Fragrance Courtyard was, and despite her status, Mu Fuping still stubbornly insisted on going. So the girls had disguised themselves as men to get into this place. As the curtain of night fell, the lanterns were lit and the dancing on the stage commenced. Xia Fei absent-mindedly watched while Ludi anxiously awaited the arrival of Miss Yanxiu. Everyone around him was an opponent, leaving him very restless. Mu Fuping observed Xia Fei for a very long time, and when she saw that he was really just here to see the song and dance, her face gradually relaxed. I just knew that big brother Xia Fei wasn't that sort of person, Mu Fuping told herself. Time went by very quickly, and it was finally time for Miss Yanxiu to appear. The moment the master of ceremonies announced Miss Yanxiu's name, Ludi stood up and clapped for all he was worth. Whoosh! 100 pairs of eyes turned to Ludi, all of them dripping with scorn and disdain. No one else besides Ludi was clapping. Finding this rather funny, Xia Fei pulled Ludi back down. Ludi frowned. What's going on here? Isn't a brothel a place you're supposed to have fun? Why are they all so grim and stern? Did I do something wrong? Xia Fei put on a naughty smile. In any case, you can relax. No one will be competing for you over Miss Yanxiu. A few moments later, a cold-faced woman of 30-some years stepped onto stage. She wore no makeup and had a grim gaze, appearing very much like a tigress. Ludi got very excited, but just when he was about to stand up and shout Yanxiu's name, Xia Fei pulled him back down. If you want to keep embarrassing yourself after this, I won't stop you, Xia Fei mysteriously said. Miss Yanxiu stood on the stage and coldly swept her gaze over the crowd. Some of you might have already guessed that I am the chief proctor of this Dragon Ascension Conclave's preliminary examination, Lu Qiuyan. All of you are very perceptive examinees, to see the true meaning behind the first 3 exams, possessing excellent observation and analytical abilities. Let me first congratulate all of you. Ludi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets after he was done hearing all this. No wonder all of the visitors tonight were examinees. This was a secret riddle. The girl he was set on was the chief proctor? He had only moments ago been trying to get in the good graces of the chief proctor to spend the night with her. What sort of situation was this? So you already knew? Ludi sobbingly asked. Xia Fei silently nodded. Ludi's heart thumped in fear. It was a good thing that he had done anything out of line just now, or else he would have died without a grave. In the distance, Mu Fuping and Mu Qingping were also stunned beyond compare. So Xia Fei did not come to have some fun at a brothel. Rather, it was a requirement of the riddle. I can't believe I got fooled by him. Mu Qingping spat. On the stage, Chief Proctor Lu Chuyin deliberately coughed and sternly spoke. The first topic was observation. All the examinees who have completed tonight's riddle will receive an additional 30 points on the next 4 tests as a reward for completing the secret riddle. Saying this, Lu Chuyin glanced at Mu Fuping and said, Your Mu family's people can attend the proper exam without attending the preliminary examination. Miss Fuping is so attentive when it comes to the exam, and so intelligent to guess the answer to the hidden riddle. I will explain things to the chief proctor of the proper exam and ensure that you are given a suitable reward. Mu Fuping's face went red. She knew nothing about any secret riddle and had simply been following Xia Fei. She had never imagined that this would result in bonus points. At this time, Xia Fei gave Mu Fuping a nod. It seemed that Xia Fei already knew that she was here and had just been pretending not to see her. However, Lu Chuyin's tone changed, and she glared at Ludi, saying viciously, There are some examinees who should know their place. If they do anything so frivolous again, they should take care that I don't crush them to bits. Everyone laughed, knowing that she was referring to Ludi. Everyone here came tonight because they had noticed the secret riddle. Only Ludi had been foolish enough to believe that Lu Chuyin was an actual prostitute, even wanting to spend a night with her. However, Ludi's luck was really rather good. Even like this, he had still gotten the secret riddle and obtained extra points. The crowd dispersed. Xia Fei, Ludi, Mu Fuping, Mu Qingping, and the 2 guards from the Mu family walked out together. Ludi's legs were still trembling as he grumbled. Brother Xia, why didn't you say anything earlier? You made me make a fool of myself tonight. Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, Don't take it too seriously. Although you didn't notice the secret riddle, you still came to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard tonight and got the bonus points. This is luck, and at times, good luck is very important to a warrior. Ludi pursed his lips. Xia Fei's words made some sense. From the first day he came to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard, Ludi had set his sights on Lu Chuyin. Tonight, even if Xia Fei had not come with him, he still would have come. However, I truly must beg to differ when it comes to your taste, Xia Fei casually said. Everyone laughed. Lu Chuyin was a fierce and savage woman. For Ludi to feel love at first sight could only mean that he had rather eccentric tastes. Mu Fuping blinked and admiringly said, Big brother Xia, you're truly formidable. How did you notice the secret riddle? Ludi asked. That's right. We're both examinees, so how come I didn't notice any secret riddle? Xia Fei smiled. What was the topic of the first day's math question? The derivation of concentric circles. The second day? A music test, performance and tune. The butterfly fragrance travels 100ly. And what was the topic of the third day's painting exam? A landscape, cuckoos amid drifting leaves. Xia Fei nodded. From the first topic, we get the word circle, from the second we get fragrance, and from the third we get drifting. Put them together. I get it. Before Xia Fei could finish, Ludi excitedly said, Around the fragrance drifts, Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. So that's the secret riddle. Drifting Fragrance Courtyard is most known for its azaleas. The final topic matches precisely that place's scenery, Xia Fei replied. Not just that. On the little booklet we received the first day, by taking the first word of every line and putting them together, one would get this phrase, so the examinee could easily notice the secret riddle. You're talking about the examinee manual? I threw that thing away without even looking at it, Ludi said in frustration. The topic of the third day also had one last hint. There were 3 lines in all, and by taking the last word of each line, one would get sea, rock, autumn, sea yinqiu. Xia Fei smiled. That made it very obvious that there's a secret question in the exam, and the subject of the riddle was to go to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard and see Yinqiu. Yinqiu is none other than Lu Yinqiu. Mu Fuping's eyes shone with admiration. She had not expected that Xia Fei would notice such a well-hidden riddle. Mu Qingping pursed her lips. Though she did not want to admit it, she was forced to acknowledge Xia Fei's impressive observation and analytical abilities. After saying all this, Xia Fei strode toward the inn he was staying in. Before leaving, he said, "From now on, Miss Fuping, please don't follow me unless you need me for something. Even if I want to go to a brothel, it has nothing to do with you." Every day, when Xia Fei went to the branch of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall in the White Horse constellation, he would always pass that long list. Recorded on this list were the names and scores of every examinee. Of course, it also recorded which clan or family they came from. A clan's rise and fall was always one of the most important things in the law realm, even more important than how many points an examinee got. The White Horse constellation was very strange, foregoing the technology of electronic screens and writing these lists by hand. Though it was a time-consuming and exhausting effort, these people were happy to do it. It was as if breaking free of advanced products was a sign of a clan's or martial hall's long history. Fortunately, Xia Fei's name was rather obvious. Along the lengthy wall of gray bricks, Xia Fei's name could be found right near the entrance. Unfortunately, while Xia Fei's name was immediately noticeable, his score was pitifully low, even to the extent of being absurd. Among the 10,000-some examinees, he was the only one with a negative score. In the third test, the painting test, the exam paper noted that if one did not know how to or did not want to draw a scene of cuckoos amid drifting leaves, they could draw whatever they were interested in, with no restriction on the topic, but the score would be halved. No matter how perfect one's drawing was, one could only get 50 points at most. Thus, Xia Fei drew the most disastrous black turtle and encountered a proctor who had seemingly been having a bad day. He had not only given Xia Fei a 0, but also even taken away 10 points. Just like before, Xia Fei and Ludi entered the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall through the main gate. Their pass guards hung around their necks. As they passed through the gate, several people gestured at him. When the ranking was released last night, Xia Fei's name swiftly spread, and he became somewhat of a celebrity. Before this, Xia Fei was not the only one with a 0, so he did not appear very obvious amid the pile of duck eggs. But his negative score triggered an uproar, and even his fellow duck eggs found a source of comfort in the fact that someone was beneath them, as that they would make them look better by comparison. "Xia Fei," someone in the crowd shouted, and he turned his head to see quite a crowd holding their bellies in laughter. "So you're the one. You're Xia Fei? Not bad, not bad." Two warriors walked past Xia Fei and called him despite the fact that they did not know him. Even more people giggled behind Xia Fei as they gossiped with one another. Ludi, who benefited from Xia Fei last night, deeply admired him, so when he saw all these people jeering at the latter, he rolled up his sleeves and furiously stormed up. Aren't you Ludi from the Xingye trading house?" "Ludi? That fellow whom the young miss of the Z clan kicked into the river. He didn't want the young lady, instead wanting to get with her mother. Serves him right. There's something like that. This Ludi is also a very special character, then. It's no wonder they're walking together. Birds of a feather truly flock together." Xia Fei had not imagined that the mention of Ludi's name would earn even more jeering than his own. Pulling Ludi into the martial hall, Xia Fei looked at the pale-faced Ludi with malicious intentions. "Zilanyi is my former fiancée. I think that her mother is prettier." Ludi's explanation left one speechless. While this fellow looked very refined, he had a very special taste. He only liked mature women. Without even asking, Xia Fei could guess that Ludi had indulged in fantasies about his future mother-in-law and ended up infuriating Miss Zilanyi to be kicked out. The marriage was also naturally over. Xia Fei smiled. Strange taste was Ludi's affair, and Xia Fei had never had interest in the domestic matters of others, nor did he like it when people meddled in his affairs. "I don't regret it," Ludi raised his head and obstinately said. "Zilanyi's mother truly is more beautiful than Zilanyi. Even if I had to do it again, I would still love her mother." Xia Fei was startled. While Ludi seemed weak, he had a stubborn streak. The White Horse constellation branch of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was very large. As Xia Fei and Ludi made their way to the assessment ground, they received no small amounts of criticism. Bad news always spread quickly, and it was not long before people knew about Xia Fei and that special person next to him, who tried to get at the mother of his fiancée. How could you be so deaf to these jeers? Do you really not care? Ludi curiously asked. He could not understand how Xia Fei was able to endure all these jeers. Xia Fei shrugged and helplessly replied, "What does it matter if I can't endure it? Should I fight all of them?" Ludi stomped his feet, a helpless look on his face. Phantom did not believe this at all, whispering to Xia Fei's ear, "What trick are you playing? Not avenging a wrong is not your style." Xia Fei was very frank with Phantom, smiling. "Just watch. Today will be a very interesting day." Phantom was taken aback. Time and again, it had been proven that when Xia Fei had this sort of naughty smile, someone was about to meet with disaster. "Tell me, who's the unfortunate soul this time?" "All of them," Xia Fei softly said. 12 spatial gates were erected on the assessment ground. At the scheduled time, the assessment ground was closed, and all late examinees would be unable to get in even if they cried for their parents. After a head count was taken, the spatial gates opened, and the examinees passed through them to the assessment ground, the same as they had done for the previous 3 tests. Several minutes later, Xia Fei arrived at the location of today's test. Unlike the first 3 tests, today's assessment was being held in the wilderness. A large flat alloy platform extended to the horizon. Cages were set up at given intervals, each one a square kilometer in area, and holding an exotic beast, their incessant howls frightening to hear. 12 spatial gates, this enormous assessment ground, the exotic beasts, and the cages that held them. The strength of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was truly wondrous. As the examinees were chatting with one another, a round platform suddenly rose up. Standing on it was a wild beast of a man who did not seem completely evolved, his body covered in hair. At his side was Chief Proctor Lu Chuyan. Xia Fei saw Ludi's eyes flash when he saw her. It seemed like he was not willing to give up just yet on this furious woman. "This is Chief Proctor Lu Chuyan of the human race. I am her assistant and the supervisor of today's exotic beast exam, Kadira. The rules of the exotic beast exam are very simple. You pass as long as you can tame the exotic beast in the cage. How high you score will depend on how much time you need and the degree at which you can tame the beast." Saying this, the hairy Kadira disappeared. A moment later, he appeared inside a cage. Across from him was a hummingbird, its sharp beak bristling with saw teeth and its appearance savage. Kadira pointed his hand at the hummingbird and roared, "Lie down." Rumble. His voice was like a rumble of thunder, and that savage hummingbird instantly lost its temper, sitting its butt on the ground while trembling. The examinees also sighed in wonder at Kadira's power. With a single phrase, he had scared this beast king out of its wits. Kadira smugly said, "If you can do this, you'll get full points. There are 120 cages in total, and all of them contain beast kings. There are high-ranking and low-ranking ones, and the cage you get sent into will depend completely on your luck. Remember, while taming these exotic beasts, you can't injure them, and even touching them will get you 0 points. This old man will take 100 points from anyone who dares to punch one. One of you already has negative points. Anyone who wants to be the second can come forward now." The examinees all laughed. Clearly, Kadira was talking about Xia Fei. All kinds of weird and jeering looks turned to Xia Fei, which made it so that even those examinees who did not know who Xia Fei was at first would soon realize. Xia Fei continued to smile at all this mocking, but his fists quietly clenched as he said to himself, "Keep laughing. You'll all be crying soon." "Silence," Kadira roared, his face cold. "Taming exotic beasts doesn't depend on strength, but rather on presence. Exotic beasts are extremely sensitive to hostile aura. If your presence can overcome theirs, they will yield to you. Cut the chatter. The test begins now. You'll all be automatically sent into the cages." Saying this, Kadira returned to the round platform and joined Chief Proctor Lu Chuyan in looking down at the examinees. A crafty smile appeared across Xia Fei's lips as he silently closed his eyes. He placed his hand into his bosom and lightly stroked Furball. "Get started. Today's objective is a total wipeout. Leave no survivors." The Beast Spirit Codex. The art of the chaotic demon dance. Mental energy came forth from Xia Fei's mind, enclosing the entire assessment ground in an invisible net. Chaos. A whoa, roar. Unsettling information instantly entered the minds of the exotic beasts, stimulating their nerves and causing them to go insane. The somewhat calm assessment ground was instantly engulfed with hellish howling. All 120 exotic beasts had gone mad. Their eyes turned red as the Beast Spirit Codex made all of them sense danger, extreme danger. Beasts were extremely sensitive. Just then, Xia Fei issued a signal which had seemingly come from the death god. To survive, they must fight back and take their vengeance even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Awo, letting out a howl, a golden-haired bear threw its body at the cage, wanting to escape, but the alloy cage was not something it could move. Seeing that it could not escape, the bear hardened its heart and prepared for a desperate battle, its hair standing up as its eyes gleamed with savagery. The stimulation of the Beast Spirit Codex had mobilized the fighting will of all the exotic beasts. At this time, Furball let out a low growl. It was so soft that it was difficult for humans to make out amid the roars of all the other exotic beasts, but not for other exotic beasts. They could clearly tell that the one making this noise was much stronger than all of them. This was an order from a stronger being to die, fight to the death, or meet an even more tragic end. Exotic beasts had an extremely powerful desire to live. The stimulation of the Beast Spirit Codex and the majesty of Furball merged together firmly, told the 120 Beast Kings that, if they wanted to live, they had best start killing. The mood became very strange. In the space of 1 second, the assessment ground had exploded. The beasts let out terrifying roars, their lungs almost exploding from the exertion. The examinees turned pale and began to back away in fear. Alas, the exam had already begun, regardless of their fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first batch of examinees, 120 in all, was sent into the cages. The waiting exotic beasts immediately lunged. Their jaws opened, and they began to fight without even a pause. Oh, whoa, mother, this is too much. Let me out. I want to withdraw. Is that not okay? Screams filled the air. Xia Fei made a wicked smile. As he looked at the amusing and gruesome sight taking place in the cages, he muttered, "Do you know why I didn't take vengeance for their mocking?" Phantom laughed. "Because you would take revenge here." "Correct answer," Xia Fei softly said. The assessment ground was in complete chaos, and the entire morning was spent in disarray and unease. The busiest of all were the doctors. In white coats, they constantly moved between the candidates and took the wounded away. What had been a taming exam now became an exam which tested their ability to flee for their lives. The concern of every candidate now was not whether they could tame an exotic beast, but how they could flee from the maws of the frenzied beasts. The Dragon Ascension Conclave was callous, and whether the candidates were willing or not, they were sent into the cages. Trying to back out right before the exam? Not possible. Stand aside. 2 doctors carrying a wounded candidate walked past Xia Fei. Xia Fei remembered this person. Right before he entered Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, this guy had placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and naughtily smiled. "So you're Xia Fei, that fellow with a negative score." He now had a pale complexion, his jaws clenched as blood gushed out from his right arm. He no longer had the disdain he possessed when he mocked Xia Fei. His arm, which had been bitten off, could just be reattached and was not fatal, but there was no hope of getting a score now. He could only wait to accept his 0. At this time, Xia Fei saw Yu Xiaobei walking over with a cold face. He was not injured, but his situation was even worse. The exam rules had clearly stated that one could not hurt the exotic beasts and could only suppress them with presence. However, in the end, he could not take it any longer and punched an Aardwolf. Not only was he not getting a single point, he was also getting a deduction of 100 points. There were many more people in Yu Xiaobei's situation. The exotic beasts were in a frenzy, and trying to suppress them with presence was basically impossible. After being pushed to the limit by these exotic beasts, they would be forced to counterattack, but in counterattacking, they fell for the trap, their point total falling. The higher their cultivation, the more likely the warrior was to fall into this sort of trap. Yu Xiaobei had quite a beautiful expression on his face. He had done poorly on the first 3 exams, managing a few dozen points. But now that he had gotten a deduction of 100 points, his score was even lower than Xia Fei's. "How did you do? What else do you think? I'm going to have a negative score tomorrow. How could you be so careless? Wasn't it said that you weren't allowed to counterattack?" "That's easy for you to say. Once you get in there and try, you'll understand." These exotic beasts have all gone crazy. Crazy, you understand? I of course don't fear a single beast king, and killing it will be as easy as lifting a finger for me, but subduing it is something I know I can't do. If you think you can, I welcome you to try. Xia Fei heard the conversation between the two candidates. Those participating in this exam were all elites, and they all had high cultivations. Alas, this was not a test on killing exotic beasts, but subduing them. Subduing a frenzied beast king through presence was easier said than done. On one side was the combined pressure from the Holy Beast Shatterstar and the Beast Spirit Codex. On the other side was a law-sovereign warrior. These exotic beasts were not dumb, and they could see that the Holy Beast was naturally more frightening, so they did everything in their power to attack their opponents. Being beaten yet unable to strike back? This was probably the most annoying battle these candidates had ever been through. If any of them got impatient and slapped an exotic beast, they would immediately fail and lose 100 points. Yu Xiaobei was a good example. He was very strong, a peak law sovereign at his young age, and he cared a lot about his dignity. After the exotic beast had lunged at him a few times, he lost his patience and punched the beast king. He had vented his anger, but he had lost all his points because of it, which was the most frustrating thing of all. Look there. Someone has successfully suppressed an exotic beast. Xia Fei looked over and saw a girl with her hair done in braids successfully using her presence to subdue an exotic beast. That bat with a long tail was obediently sitting on the ground, not daring to attack her, not even when Xia Fei used the Beast Spirit Codex to pressure it. Huh, that's Miss Sichuan of the Li clan with a Law Emperor cultivation for you. Can anyone else compare to her? Xia Fei was startled. It appeared that his move was only effective on those warriors below the Law Emperor level. At the Law Emperor level, the Beast Spirit Codex was no longer very useful. After all, the distance was too great, and Xia Fei was controlling 120 exotic beasts all at once, his focus scattered. In the Eternal Ice Plains, Xia Fei had been able to control 13 Beast Kings to attack Mu Qiubo without a problem. From this, one could see that the distance and the number of beasts had an effect on the Beast Spirit Codex's effect. Xia Fei pursed his lips unhappily. Phantom laughed. Don't get too greedy now. The trouble you've caused today will cause the vast majority of candidates to fail, and the slightest lack of caution will have them losing points like Yu Xiaobei. Be happy with what you have. They just mocked you a little, and you've already made things miserable enough for them as is, avenging the greatest wrongs. Xia Fei said nothing. As the exam continued, more and more strong ones became evident. Xia Fei had not expected that, though none of these people was older than 30, there would be no fewer than 50 with Law Emperor cultivation. Truly, the elites of the law realm were gathered here. All of the geniuses had gathered at this place. There were also some people who, though not law emperors, were able to rely on special methods to tame the exotic beasts. These profound and mysterious methods were unheard of. There was even a way of controlling scent so that the user could imitate the scent of a divine beast and subdue the opposing exotic beast. What a beautiful move. It seems like I underestimated the Dragon Ascension Conclave. These various methods and skills have broadened my horizon. Xia Fei said. Phantom commented. There's one other advantage to the trouble you've caused today. You've forced out all those experts in hiding. Remember what these people look like so that you can avoid directly clashing with them in the future. Xia Fei was taken aback. He had just been planning to take revenge, but this had inadvertently allowed him to take note of his opponent's true strength. It was not just Xia Fei. Many other shrewd warriors were silently recording the situation on the testing ground. Who was their rival? Who was stronger than them? And who could not take a single strike? All of this could be seen with one glance. At his side, Ludi suddenly screamed, "Oh no, it's my turn next." The emblem on his chest flashed, and a moment later, Ludi was sent into the cage. Although young Master Lu had a law-sovereign cultivation, his martial arts were very sloppy. Facing down the two-headed, color-changing dragon in front of him, he immediately went pale from fear. Thump! Young Master Lu was so panicky that he immediately dropped to his knees, his entire body shivering as his face turned from white to green. However, to everyone's surprise, that savage two-headed dragon was even more frightened than Ludi. When Ludi got to its knees, that beast king prostrated. Its heads faced the ground, and it did not dare to raise them. What's going on here? Ludi scratched his head in confusion. Full points. Someone got full points. The spectating candidates gasped in alarm, all of them admiring Ludi's exotic beast taming method. What method did he use? I don't know. Maybe it's some secret art. I don't think I've heard about the Lu family having some secret beast taming art. A true man remains inconspicuous. The Lu family might have been hiding it this entire time. True. Anyone who can pass today must be an expert. Take note of Ludi's name. This playboy is playing the pig to eat the tiger. In the future, remember not to take his bait. The warriors all chattered, all of them shocked at how Ludi had simply kneeled to subdue the exotic beast. They had no idea that, if not for Xia Fei, let alone subdue the exotic beast, Ludi might even turn into an appetizer. Whoosh. With the task done, Ludi was sent back, and the crowd parted to open a path. Some of them even came forward to gain Ludi's flavor. In a flash, Ludi had gone from wastrel to master Ludi. Xia Fei smiled. Congratulations. Brother Ludi was hiding his power and easily passed. Seems like this preliminary exam is no match for you. Ludi bitterly smiled. Don't tease me. Do you think I don't know what I'm capable of? That two-headed dragon really prostrated on its own. I did nothing really. Xia Fei solemnly said. Brother Ludi, Xia Fei truly admires your caution. Everyone clearly saw it, so there's no need to keep hiding. If my guess is correct, you are at least a law emperor. You might even be a great law emperor. Among the tens of thousands of candidates, you're the one who tamed your exotic beast the fastest. But what method did you use to hide your cultivation? Hidden cultivation? Ludi knows how to hide his cultivation. The crowd whispered as they listened to Xia Fei's words. Ludi frantically stomped his feet. He truly wanted to explain, but that two-headed dragon truly obediently prostrated before him as soon as it saw him, leaving him powerless. Xia Fei had an idea and engaged in a whispered conversation with Ludi, after which he appeared enlightened and exclaimed, I see. Brother Ludi is amazing. In truth, Xia Fei and Ludi had not exchanged any words at all, but it appeared as if they had engaged in some secret conversation. So Ludi really was a law emperor. Note that down fast. In the future, we must avoid any conflict with Ludi. Several busybodies took out notebooks and wrote down Ludi's name while looking at him with weird looks, causing this playboy not to know whether he should laugh or cry. Teacher, you're here, Kadira frantically said, rushing up to an old man who had entered the supervision center and deeply bowed. It's all because your student was lacking. Something weird is going on in the testing ground, but I can't even find a reason. Kadira rebuked himself. Putting aside the chaos, those lacking in cultivation had been injured by the exotic beasts, while those with high cultivation but lacking in patience were being sacrificed on the altar of Xia Fei's scheme. At this time, 5,000 candidates had already gone through the test, but fewer than 5% had passed. 20% had suffered the tragic fate of a loss of 100 points, while the rest had gotten zeros. This was the first in Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's history that such a chaotic exam had been held. Lu Qian also brought her hands together and bowed to the white-bearded elder. Senior Niang, you are the best beast tamer of the Martial Hall. Please, you must help us identify the troublemaker. If captured, they won't be shown mercy. Niang seemed very relaxed, smiling. Isn't this perfect? By spurring the exotic beasts into turmoil, that person has taught these fellows lacking in cultivation or patience a lesson. We are the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. We only accept genius super elites. Every time, there are incompetent fellows that participate in the assessment, and I've long gotten sick of seeing them. Lu Qian frowned. But they broke the rules of the Martial Hall. Niang heartily laughed. Someone who can drive 120 exotic beasts into a frenzy can only be a beast-taming genius. Changing the topic, Niang, but this young man is a bit too crazy, and his hand is rather vicious. He truly needs to be taught a little lesson. I've already decided on a course plan. I'll first have him remove the incapable candidates for us, and then I'll personally come out and give him a stern lesson as punishment for disrespecting the Martial Hall. So you already know who he is? Kadira hastily asked. Yes, two rather interesting fellows. Two people. Not really. One is a human, but the other isn't. Lu Qian and Kadira scratched their heads. Niang was a beast-taming master, yes, but too long with exotic beasts had made him rather eccentric. One was a human, but the other was not? What did that mean? Xia Fei, who was enjoying the success of his scheme, had no idea that when he was scheming against someone else, an old master who specialized in beast taming was also scheming against him. Everything was going according to Xia Fei's plan. The 120 beast kings were under his control, all of them growing more frenzied and more dangerous. To warriors with law sovereign cultivation, a single beast king might not be something to be afraid of, but things were very different if they were trying to suppress the beast through presence and were unable to counterattack. After all, the candidates with law emperor cultivation or with special beast taming arts were in the minority. The vast majority of candidates were in passive positions the moment they entered the testing ground. The exotic beasts were insane and did not care about injury or death. As long as they could destroy their foes, they did not care what price they must pay. Many people got 0 points, and those lacking in cultivation were injured. As for those who lacked restraint, they lost 100 points. People moaned and sighed within the crowd. Why had these exotic beasts suddenly gone mad in the middle of the test? They had all become frenzied, causing many of them to suffer bitterly. How did you do? 0 points, and I even took a blow to the back. It's a good thing I was wearing alloy armor, or else I might have lost my life. HAA. Stop complaining. 0 points is already pretty good. I got -100. How could you be so careless? It's got nothing to do with being careless. We're warriors, so when we see a savage exotic beast lunging at us, striking back is instinct. Or are we just going to wait for us to get gnawed to death? That's true. We can only be beaten and not hit back, and we must tame these beast kings. It truly is too difficult. How did the thirdling brother do? The third brother has a fiery temper, so the moment he saw an exotic beast lunging at him, he kicked it and lost 100 points. What of the second Gu brother? He got bitten, 0 points, and he's lying in the infirmary. The two of them fell silent. The few comrades whom they were somewhat familiar with had all suffered disaster, getting injured or losing points. It was truly a frustrating result. Xia Fei craftily smiled. He was delighted to hear this conversation. Since these people had provoked him, they must pay the proper price. It had always been his principle to repay any mocking. As the sun continued to travel across the sky, the exam moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 90% of the candidates had finished their trials, but Xia Fei had yet to go up. An alloy platform silently rose in the north. A silver-haired elder sat cross-legged on the platform, distantly glancing at Xia Fei with a smile. There was a strange light in these eyes, and Xia Fei instantly sensed this gaze. Turning around, he happened to meet eyes with Nie Ying. Nie Ying had an emaciated figure, appearing for all the world like a walking skeleton. He lightly nodded at Xia Fei, a profound light in his eyes. Startled, Xia Fei returned with a bow, his heart uneasy. This emaciated old man had come out of nowhere and was smiling at him. Xia Fei did not feel like this was a good thing. Xia Fei turned his head back around, but that burning gaze on his back left him very uneasy. The exam soon arrived at the second-to-last round, but it was still not Xia Fei's turn. It appeared that he would go with the very last batch. Look there! An exotic beast has died. The crowd exploded into an uproar. Slapping an exotic beast would lose 100 points, so killing one must be at least -1,000. Xia Fei turned in the direction of the voice, wanting to see which unfortunate soul had actually killed an exotic beast. A black fatai with triangular eyes was standing in a daze. Across from him was a golden-scaled python, already dead and lifeless, half of its long pink tongue sticking out of its mouth as white froth bubbled. It's really dead? Phantom asked. Xia Fei nonchalantly replied. This golden python had a very low rank, only a level 2 beast king. It's very normal for it to be unable to take an attack and die. It's just that the fellow who killed this beast will have a rough time of it. Whoosh. The black fatai was sent back to the crowd, not far from Xia Fei. He had an unsightly look on his face, seeming even more miserable than if his parents died. Those candidates who knew the fatai quickly came up to ask him what had happened. Brother Bunyan, you struck a little too hard, huh? You actually managed to kill that exotic beast. The black fatai was dejected, speaking in a sobbing tone. I didn't use any strength at all. I just gave it a light push. Brother, such power. With one push, You managed to kill that beast king. Incredible. Truly incredible. It was hard to tell if these words were said in sincerity or in jest. In any case, the fatty's face turned green. Man, my luck is awful. I told myself before going in that I wouldn't strike back. Even a 0 was better than losing points. But that golden python moved too fast. I was too slow and let it get close, so I pushed it a little. I didn't expect it to just die. I've been wronged. Really, the black fatty moaned, but everyone ignored him. They had all seen it happen, and no one believed that he was being wrongly accused. The golden python's body descended into the ground on alloy slabs, and a few seconds later, the slabs rose back as a new exotic beast was put in the cage. Evil Wind. The replacement exotic beast is Evil Wind. Heavens, it really is Evil Wind. Anyone who gets put in that beast's cage has the worst luck of all. The crowd gasped. At the end of this chaotic exam, the strongest exotic beast of all had taken the stage. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. The exam would end with one more round, so there was no reason to let out such an unbelievably powerful exotic beast, was there? A turtle-like exotic beast lay in the cage, its body covered in long green fur. When the wind blew, the long hair would sway. It was as if a grass lawn had appeared on the alloy boards, or perhaps some furry green turtle. Xia Fei swallowed. He was well aware that this striking green fellow was not as harmless as it appeared. This was the exotic beast Evil Wind, a cruel pangolin king. What is that green thing? Phantom asked. Exotic beast Evil Wind, a pangolin. Xia Fei replied seriously. Is it very formidable? That beast king is the closest to a divine beast. What do you think? Closest to a divine beast. What do you mean by that? Phantom was aghast. In his view, beast kings were beast kings and divine beasts were divine beasts. What did this beast king closest to divine beast mean? Xia Fei's expression turned very grim. The highest rank of beast king is 9, after which is divine beast, and this Evil Wind is 9.5. So he is in existence closest to divine beast and is called a quasi-divine beast. A quasi-divine beast, Phantom exclaimed. There was even something like that? If Evil Wind weren't completely inhumane, it would already be considered a divine beast. It lacks sufficient intelligence, and intelligence is one of the important factors for determining a divine beast. This is what has left it in such an awkward position. Evil Wind has another nickname, the untamable divine beast. Phantom half understood, but he could tell from Xia Fei's explanation that this furry green pangolin was very terrifying. If it's inhumane, doesn't that mean that your beast spirit codex has no effect on it? Phantom asked. There's no need to speculate. I just failed, Xia Fei sternly said. It turned out that he had already tried using the beast spirit codex to control Evil Wind, but he ended up failing. In this testing ground of 120 exotic beasts, the only beast that Xia Fei could not control had appeared. Two people appeared next to Niang, Lu Chuyin, and Kadira. A show was about to start, and they did not want to miss it. They had left the supervision center so that they could see Niang deal with the troublemaker with their eyes. Teacher, that person can control 120 exotic beasts at the same time. Can Evil Wind stop his mental interference? Kadira said, a scowl on his face. Niang rolled his eyes. You take me for a block of wood? With me here, it doesn't matter what kind of trick he tries to pull. He won't succeed. Still, I must say that this kid's mental control art really isn't bad. Which clan's ultimate technique is it? I truly want to exchange a few pointers with him. Exchange pointers? These words meant that Niang had taken a liking to the Beast Spirit Codex. It must be understood that Niang was the beast-taming master of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, yet he wanted to exchange pointers with Xia Fei. If Niang knew that Xia Fei had only learned the first 6 levels of the Beast Spirit Codex, he would be even more astonished. Niang deeply sighed. He's only using a mental technique, not law energy, but in the battle for control over Evil Wind, I already used the law of Thundercloud Beast. It's not a law, but it's second only to law energy. This is the first time I've seen this kind of mind control technique. Lu Chuyin was not that knowledgeable when it came to beast taming, but Kadira was a professional. He said in shock, you used the law of Thundercloud Beast which you made your name on? That means this other person's technique is. As a beast tamer, Niang did not understand the so-called ways of the world that much. So he very bluntly said, "Correct. My mental control technique isn't as good as his, so I had to use law energy." Kadira pursed his lips. Law energy was naturally above mental control techniques. Nia Ying, a beast-taming master, had lost when it came to mind control techniques. He had been forced to use law energy. Kadira was keenly aware of how strong Nia Ying was, so he could completely rule out cultivation as a weakness. The only possibility was that the troublemaker's mental control technique was of a higher tier than Nia Ying's. Kadira was stunned to hear that a candidate possessed such a powerful mind control technique. After all, this is the law realm. A low-tier mental control technique may be powerful in the lower realm, but in our circle, we focus more on laws. Now that you've used your law of Thundercloud Beast, you must give that troublemaker a stern lesson. Besides, this is the quasi-divine beast Evil Wind, Kadira respectfully said. Nia Ying did not like flattery, sternly saying, "A beast tamer must have a clean mind free of distracting thoughts. If you have too many thoughts in your mind, it will affect your progress on the path of beast taming. If you keep flattering me like this, you'd better watch out that I flatten you if I get in a bad mood someday." Kadira instantly dropped his head and said no more. All beast tamers had very strange personalities, and those without could never become true beast-taming masters. Nia Ying was a classic example of someone with simple thoughts and an eccentric personality. What worries me more is Evil Wind. That person also has an exotic beast, more formidable than Evil Wind. Nia Ying smiled. Only 30 seconds left. Time is truly passing very slowly. I can't wait to have a little test of skill with these two interesting fellows. Lu Qiuyan frowned and asked, "An exotic beast, even more formidable than Evil Wind? A divine beast?" For a candidate to be carrying a divine beast with them was truly shocking news. Lu Qiuyan's and Kadira's eyes went wide as they looked at Nia Ying in disbelief. Smiling, Nia Ying shook his head. Not a divine beast. Then what else could it be? A holy beast. He has a holy beast. The vast majority of people felt fortunate that they had already been through the test. Whether they scored low or high, at least they would not be running into a quasi-divine beast. If they were placed in the cage with Evil Wind, they would no longer have to worry about just their score, but their life, too. There was one last round of the examination, and somebody would be sent into Evil Wind's cage. Amusement and sorrow at the show that was about to commence rapidly spread through the crowd. Evil Wind. I wonder which unlucky one will pull it. Who cares who? In any case, I managed to get through. Though I got a 0, it's better than having to go against that terrifying Evil Wind. Putting Evil Wind into the ring? Isn't this against the rules? How is it against the rules? Evil Wind isn't a divine beast, only the highest existence among beast kings. It doesn't count. A short girl near Xia Fei, who was listening to the conversations around her, now knew the terror of Evil Wind, and her face turned ghastly pale as she began to shudder in fear. What do I do? It won't be me, right? The little girl muttered to herself in dejection. Xia Fei had not noticed the turmoil around him. His eyes were on that green, furry animal in the distant cage, his mind rapidly working. The highest-ranking beast king had suddenly appeared, and then someone had disrupted the beast spirit codex. No matter how hard Xia Fei tried, he could not establish a connection with Evil Wind. The beast spirit codex was mysterious and profound. However, even the most profound technique needed ocular cognition and telepathy to work. Right now, whenever Xia Fei used his ocular cognition on Evil Wind, they would be reflected back like a mirror, and his telepathy was also being blocked by some mysterious power. The opposing party was like a knife, cutting apart the telepathic net that Xia Fei had laid down and shattering everything. An expert is targeting me. Xia Fei determined this. The situation was obvious. Evil Wind's appearance and that mysterious power interfering with him were no coincidences. He had fallen into someone's trap. Whoosh. The second-to-last batch of candidates was teleported back. As Xia Fei had already withdrawn the Beast Spirit Codex, those exotic beasts were no longer frenzied, so half of the candidates had passed, causing the rest to feel envious. Xia Fei breathed deeply and closed his eyes. There was no doubt that he would be the one pitted against quasi-divine beast Evil Wind. This would be a hard battle. Whoosh. The pass guard on his chest flashed, and Xia Fei disappeared. A second later, he appeared in a cage. Haha. It's Xia Fei. Xia Fei got pulled into Evil Wind's cage. A delighted and amused voice rang out, swiftly followed by laughter from the crowd. It was human nature to hit someone while they were down, and these candidates, who were miserable and dejected from their results, naturally hoped to see someone else in their situation or even worse. Only then could they even feel the balance in their minds. It was only natural that all of them laughed upon seeing that Xia Fei was the one fighting Evil Wind. Xia Fei is the original lowest scorer, and now that he's gotten Evil Wind, he's bound to still end up in the last place, yes? What an unlucky fellow. He's managed to pull the only exotic beast that transcends its rank. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Score? He'll be lucky if he makes it out alive. There's no need to think about a score. Makes sense. After all, that's the quasi-divine beast Evil Wind. Surviving is good enough. Xia Fei did not even need to listen purposely to know that those behind were delighting in his predicament. The green signal light turned on, and a countdown of 3 minutes began. Xia Fei would have to subdue Evil Wind in 3 minutes or fail. Xia Fei knew that this was no contest between him and Evil Wind, but rather him and that expert controlling Evil Wind from the shadows. The Beast Spirit Codex could tame Holy Beast Shatterstar. Could it not subdue a puny quasi-divine beast? It would be very hard. Furball had been very young at the time and not in prime condition. Moreover, Furball had been with Xia Fei since he was an egg, so the two were very familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Evil Wind was in its prime, physically and mentally, and that was not even considering the mysterious expert helping it. The situations were incomparable. Boom. The moment the first second ticked down, Xia Fei struck. He slammed his fists into the ground. The test rules did not allow attacking the exotic beast, but there was no rule against hitting the ground. Xia Fei was exploiting this loophole, doing all he could to subdue this quasi-divine beast. The heavy blow distorted the alloy floor. Weighing it more than a ton, the Evil Wind beast was still bounced in the air by the shock. This was the power in Xia Fei's blow. His eyes exploded. Beast Spirit Codex. Ocular cognition. A special art that could intimidate or even control all exotic beasts that met his gaze. Watch this. Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei was planning to use close-distance ocular cognition to seize control of Evil Wind. In the distance, Beast Taming Master Nya Ing was taken aback, his lips curving into a smile. A smart move. Evil Wind was lying on the floor, so you used a powerful shock to bounce it in the air. In this way, your eyes could meet, and you could use ocular cognition to maximum effect, taking control of Evil Wind in one go, Niaing mentally remarked. Smart enough. Alas, your opponent is me. Niaing was planning to relinquish control of Evil Wind, but a moment later, he changed his mind. Why not see how strong your abilities are? For eyes met. Evil Wind's green and slippery eyes met Xia Fei's. An invisible mental energy forced its way into the beast's mind. The progress was so smooth that Xia Fei could not help but be suspicious. Something's wrong. It's too easy to get in. Xia Fei mentally noted in surprise. Suddenly, a pair of invisible giant hands materialized in Evil Wind's mind and grabbed him. They were grabbing at the sliver of thought that Xia Fei had sent into the beast's mind. You came at the perfect time. Let's see who you really are. Furball, having already received Xia Fei's order, waited on his shoulder. Destroy him. Furball suddenly went crazy. His belly swelled, his mouth opened wide, and he let out a deep and lethal roar at Evil Wind. An invisible sound wave instantly traveled to every person on the testing ground, and every exotic beast heard this berserk roar. Oh whoa, Shatterstar. That's Holy Beast Shatterstar. A candidate with good eyes recognized Furball and shouted, A holy beast. That fellow has a holy beast. That legendary Holy Beast Shatterstar that can destroy a world with one strike. How could it end up in Xia Fei's hands? Has Xia Fei tamed a holy beast? The crowd was stunned. A test with so many twists and turns already was pushed to the climax by the appearance of both a quasi-divine beast and a holy beast. I'm seeing a legendary holy beast with my 2 eyes. This makes the trip entirely worth it. Who will win? Who's going to come out the victor in this contest? There's no need to wonder. It will be Xia Fei with his holy beast Shatterstar. That's not for certain. Evil Wind has the combat power of a divine beast, and it doesn't have too many brain cells. TSK. A brainless exotic beast is still no match for a holy beast, right? That's no advantage. That depends on the type of contest. It's true that evil wind lacks intelligence, but its lack of intelligence means that it's not afraid of anything. Don't forget that this contest is to subdue an exotic beast without attacking it. As the saying went, the ignorant knew no fear. While evil wind lacked intelligence, it was essentially unhinged, daring to fight against the most formidable expert. It cared not about its welfare or the dignity of its status. It could not understand such things, either. Nie Ying's body swayed, and his gaze darkened. There's no doubt that's a holy beast. One roar has this old man swaying. Nie Ying mentally remarked. Though Xia Fei was apparently intimidating evil wind, in truth, he was intimidating the expert behind evil wind. Just when Nie Ying was about to ambush Xia Fei's mental energy, Furball unleashed a surprise attack. He had created a huge mess in evil wind's mind. The consciousness, which Nie Ying had stored in evil wind's mind, was assaulted. Looking back to the testing ground, besides evil wind, all 119 exotic beasts were prostrating. When a holy beast appeared, all beasts bowed, let alone resistance. These beast kings did not even dare to open their eyes. This was the majesty of a holy beast. Level 6 of the Beast Spirit Codex. Overwhelm it. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Nie Ying's moment of hesitation was Xia Fei's chance. He completely unleashed his telepathy. At such a close distance, Xia Fei was intending to use his ocular cognition in combination with his telepathy to seize control of evil wind's mind, turning from guest to master. He placed his fingers on his temples, and the veins on his forehead bulged. When Xia Fei used the strongest attack of the Beast Spirit Codex, his face became rather savage. Nie Ying was still a master, and though he had been shaken for a few moments by Furball's roar, he would not so easily lose control of evil wind. Law of Thundercloud Beast, stir, roar. The green-furred pangolin suddenly became extremely agitated. It was not much of a thinking exotic beast, and through the power of the law, evil wind felt its entire body boiling with hot blood, and only tearing apart the world could calm this wildfire. Wind cutting like a blade. When evil wind struck, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and black bullets of wind were fired at Xia Fei and Furball. This was evil wind's nature-type ability, wind control. Wind control ability users were few in number, but what evil wind released was the black wind. Wind with corrosive powers. A black hurricane stirred and began to sweep through the testing ground destructively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The waiting experts of Dragon Ascension Marshall Hall moved out, using the law of space to block off the battlefield and prevent the other exotic beasts or candidates from being hurt. Several seconds later, the blackness withdrew and the wind ceased. The candidates looked at the sight before them in disbelief. The alloy cage holding the exotic beast was on the verge of collapse, as if it had been immersed in highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Xia Fei was enclosed in Silver Desert. His liquid wore armor, but his situation was not much better. While evil wind had not injured him, it had worn away at his armor. Silver Desert had really become like grains of sand, metal flecks constantly drifting off it. Xia Fei and Holy Beast Shatterstar were contending against Beast-Taming Master Nie Ying and Quasi-Divine Beast Evil Wind, mental control arts contesting against the Thundercloud Beast Law. In the first round, Xia Fei had been utterly defeated. Wait, Xia Fei has the protection of his armor, but Holy Beast Shatterstar doesn't. Is it okay? Someone shouted. Everyone's hearts tightened. Oh no. At this time, there was still 1 minute and 39 seconds until the 3 minutes was up. The black gas that Evil Wind had released gradually dispersed. As a quasi-divine beast, Evil Wind possessed a formidable ability, which could be seen by how much it was able to corrode the Silver Desert armor. Fortunately, Evil Wind's attack, while powerful, did not last a long time. Xia Fei stood against the black wind, his face cold and grim. Not only was there the corrosive poison, the expert hidden behind Evil Wind had chosen to exploit Xia Fei's momentary haste to clear out his will from Evil Wind's mind. Such a powerful move. Xia Fei's planned offensive had utterly failed. In the first round, Nie Ying and Evil Wind got a complete victory over Xia Fei and Furball. Even the Beast Spirit Codex lost to Nie Ying's Law of Thundercloud Beast. He's not dead. Liquid War Armor. Xia Fei's wearing Liquid War Armor. That sort of high-level armor is extremely tough. Ordinary armor would probably be completely ruined. After all, Evil Wind's poison is more effective against tough alloys, but Liquid War Armor is made from the most bizarre liquid metal, so there's an essential difference there. Xia Fei has Liquid War Armor, but his Shatterstar doesn't. Is that cute holy beast okay? The spectators were all fearful. There was no way that Furball could resist this poisonous gas that could corrode metal into dust. Whoosh! A ball jumped on his Xia Fei's shoulder, furiously growling. It was none other than Holy Beast Shatterstar, Xia Fei's personal exotic beast. However, Furball appeared to be in a rather sorry state this time. His beautiful white fur was mangled, like hair that had not been washed in 800 years, matted and gnarled like a carpet that someone had picked out of the trash. He was far from his majestic and intimidating state. Haha, Holy Beast Shatterstar turned out like that? It seems like there's no way Xia Fei can hold on. Without the Holy Beast's help, how can Xia Fei fight against Evil Wind? I think so too. If even Holy Beast Shatterstar got off this badly, Xia Fei should be thinking about escaping by now if he knows what's good for him. Mocking laughter broke out in the crowd, but a handsome young man in white and floaty robes argued, "Don't you think that it's odd that a quasi-divine beast managed to make such a mess out of a holy beast?" Once this was pointed out, everyone truly did find it strange. Yes, Furball was many ranks higher than Evil Wind, so it was very abnormal for it to be beaten into this state. I don't know the reason, but I can guarantee you that that Holy Beast Shatterstar is positively furious. How could a holy beast's dignity be profaned by others? The result? The result will be very difficult to predict. On the distant platform, Niang wiped some sweat off. Although he had successfully banished Xia Fei's consciousness from Evil Wind's mind, he had no intention of relaxing. On the contrary, he even became more nervous. As a beast tamer expert, Niang could sense the shifting of Furball's demeanor. He knew that, even if he did not want to, he would have to face the wrath of a holy beast. Yet another guttural row that was brimming with killing intent, a resolve to win, and the pride that holy beasts were born with. Evil Wind backed away. It burrowed its head into its long green fur, not daring to meet Furball's god-killing glare. No matter how stupid Evil Wind was, it knew that it had provoked someone it should not have. This was an indescribable fear, that deathly energy so close that no one could refuse it. Xia Fei frowned, whispering to Furball, "Are you injured?" Furball could understand what Xia Fei was saying and lightly shook his head, but his eyes remained fixed on Evil Wind. The fire in his eyes grew larger and larger, his small mouth opening and closing. Furball was like an old monk muttering sutra, saying something that no one could understand. It was just a string of random syllables, and Xia Fei naturally could not understand it. But on the other side, Evil Wind began to shiver from these words. In the distance, beast-taming master Nie Ying's face turned icy cold. "Teacher, what happened?" Kadira noticed how grim Nie Ying had become and sternly asked. Nie Ying did not answer, but his palms swiftly turned over, powerful energy rising from it. Law of Thundercloud Beast. Haste, fuse, intimidate. Rumble. There was an explosion that felt like the air was tearing apart. The candidates hurriedly turned to look and realized that two proctors and an emaciated elder were standing together, and that elder was radiating a white light that made him seem like a god descending from the heavens. What's going on here? Who's that old man? While the candidates were still confused about Nie Ying's identity, the Law of Thundercloud Beast activated. The white light on Nie Ying's body exploded, flying out like a comet toward Evil Wind. Rumble. The white comet struck Evil Wind, and at that point, the enormous figure of the quasi-divine beast was enveloped in light. Its body began to shrink. A few moments later, it had become a little pangolin the size of a palm. "Senior Niang, what are you doing?" Lu Chuyan asked in a panic. Nie Ying's actions were so obvious that even a fool could tell that he was controlling Evil Wind. As the chief proctor, Lu Chuyan naturally could not just sit around. "Don't ask. Teacher has a plan. Look, the true contest is starting." Kadira grabbed her and sternly said, "Harumph." Furball grunted, and Evil Wind backed away 3 more steps. Suddenly, Furball jumped onto the ground and began to swagger toward Evil Wind. He was like a warrior in bloodlust, a saber in his hand ready to take the head of his foe. The green-furred pangolin was enclosed in white light. This was Nie Ying's law of Thundercloud Beast, which he was using to control Evil Wind and stop it from retreating as it faced Furball. But as Evil Wind advanced, its eyes were full of despair. Whoa! At a distance of no more than 2 meters, Furball and Evil Wind opened their mouths and roared at each other. Corrosive black gas gushed out of Evil Wind's mouth as it prepared to take down Furball. Using the same tactic twice in a row was taboo for strategists. How could Holy Beast Shatterstar fall for the same trick twice? Like a powerful hairdryer, Furball sent back the black wind, which had been blown in his direction. The alloy floorboards cracked, and deep fissures began to appear in the ground below. It was only the sound coming out of his mouth, but this sound was tearing apart the earth. So powerful. Still, since you can't attack, what can you do? Nie Ying sneered. Although Evil Wind was very afraid, Nie Ying's powerful law was compelling it to step closer and closer to Furball, its white teeth mottled with yellow spots emitting a nauseating odor. Furball was getting rather anxious. Xia Fei had already ordered that he was not allowed to attack Evil Wind, so he was relying on his voice and presence to suppress it. Furball normally would not have taken a mere quasi-divine beast seriously, but that Evil Wind had a powerful beast-taming master behind it. This simply was not a fair fight. In normal circumstances, Evil Wind would have been dead 100 times over, but today, the mighty Holy Beast Shatterstar could do nothing to it. Furball's eyes filled with blood, on the verge of tears. Frustration. Incredible frustration. Xia Fei's opponent was not a quasi-divine beast, but rather a quasi-divine beast and a master beast tamer with law power. The strengths on both sides had never been equal. Besides, Xia Fei and Furball could not even hit back. They were being forced down. Nie Ying smiled, his face smug. The rules were right there, and no matter how formidable Furball or how cunning Xia Fei, they could not attack. From the start of this battle, Nie Ying was undefeatable. This was why he had sworn to give Xia Fei a harsh lesson, for he was truly capable of such a thing. Just when Nie Ying was delighting and humiliating Xia Fei, the situation suddenly changed. No one was able to make out what Xia Fei did, and by the time they realized what was going on, Xia Fei had already thrust the blood crystal into Evil Wind's tough shell. A wicked smile on his lips, Xia Fei put strength into his arms and twisted. Evil Wind let out a heart-wrenching screech. The bloodthirsty dagger crazily sucked away Evil Wind's essence blood, absorbing its life. It was not just Evil Wind. Even the distant Nie Ying felt like he was being emptied out. The strength he had poured into Evil Wind was rapidly disappearing. Xia Fei had killed it? Did he not know that the rules forbid attacking the exotic beasts? Screw your rules, Xia Fei viciously said. Whoosh. Xia Fei pulled out the blood crystal and proudly stood tall. With all its blood drained, Evil Wind was left a dried-out husk. Xia Fei stomped on it and instantly broke it into pieces. All of his frustration was instantly swept away. Yes, Xia Fei truly could not suppress a quasi-divine beast under the control of a beast-taming master, but Xia Fei could kill it. Consequences? Rules? If Xia Fei cared about such things, he would not be Xia Fei. Huh. Xia Fei spat at Evil Wind's body and raised his head, callously gazing at Nie Ying and the other two, the look of betrayal in his eyes. Everyone was stupefied. No one had imagined that the end of this absurd exam would be just as absurd. Xia Fei killed a quasi-divine beast in front of everyone else. In truth, Xia Fei was not the only warrior who felt frustrated at the inability to strike back against the exotic beasts, but all of them had chosen to just bear with it. And even when they accidentally punched a beast once or twice, they would still feel regret. However, Xia Fei had no shred of regret. He had clearly done this on purpose. This was probably how Xia Fei differed the most from the other candidates. He faced the same unfair rules, but when the vast majority of people chose to endure them, Xia Fei decided to break the rules, heedless of the consequences. I've wronged you just now. When Furball jumped back onto Xia Fei's shoulder, he threw him a grade 4 origin crystal and even helped him comb his messy fur. Everyone else just glared in dumbfounded amazement. not knowing how to describe Xia Fei's conduct. Plush. Niang vomited blood, his body swaying. Gritting his teeth, he sternly said, I can't believe it. He's so unreasonable. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.